Welcome to Saratoga Live and the premier meet in the country here in upstate New York. Great to have you with us for Whitney Week. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Gorgeous Wednesday afternoon here at Saratoga Springs as we get set for a fun card coming up. Going to kick things off with a jump race to begin our Wednesday action. The early pick 5 will begin in race 2. Here on this Saratoga Wednesday afternoon. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to be with you, everyone. Thanks for joining us on our FS2 coverage here from Saratoga on, yes, Whitney Week, one of the most prestigious races in the country for older horses coming up on Saturday, and that showdown between Life is Good, Olympiad, Hot Rod Charlie in there as well. Todd Pletcher will send out 3 to the race. As I welcome in Andy Serling, champion jockey, Richard Migliori. Looking forward to this race on Saturday. It's going to be tremendous.
I agree. The Whitney is really the premier race for older horses in the country, and we've seen so many good runnings of it. This one has a tremendous matchup between the White Hot Olympiad against Life is Good. American Revolution, no slouch either, along with Hot Rod Charlie.
And American Revolution should be set for his best, third off the layoff. Olympiad undefeated around 2 turns, and we need no introduction to Life at Good speed.
No, this is going to be a very, very memorable running of the Whitney, and there have been many memorable runnings.
We will talk plenty more about it today and throughout the week leading up to it, but let's get to the first race on this Wednesday card. Coming up, we're going to begin, as mentioned, jump race, 2 miles and a 16th, over 8 hurdles here in this Jonathan Kaiser novice. And we're going to check in with Liza Hendricks here in just a moment. Favorite right now, that is the 3, Going Country, the only mare or filly, but 5-year-old mare in the race. The 7, Burn the Evidence, who was just second to Don Royal, who won the Grade 1 AP Smithwick.
Yeah, no, I noticed that as well. Going Country would be the one I'd be interested in coming in here. Last time ran a Percy Warner. I thought this horse seemed pretty logical and has a very live jockey that I know is kind of an adjunct member of our team.
Indeed. Let's get more from Liza.
Thanks, Greg. We might have a shot at a Hendricks Exacta here. My little brother Parker, who won last week, is on the 3 that you guys were mentioning, Going Country. And my dad, Ricky Hendricks, trains the 7, Burn the Evidence, that mare going against the boys. So she does get that weight off, which really helps in these steeplechase races, going those long distances. It really gives them a break and helps them, be able to make up some more ground. We see her acting up a little bit. She was acting up in the paddock as well, but that's pretty normal for her. She just has a lot of energy, and she actually trained over the track here this morning, which isn't usually typical of a horse running on race day, but Ricky just saying that she had a lot of energy, so I wanted to try to calm her down and keep her focused. So she's one that I definitely wouldn't toss out. She does get that weight off, as I mentioned, and the plan is to have her just sitting off of the pace. Another one that I'm interested in is the 3, Going Country. To me, he's the horse with the most class and the most likely stakes horse. He was 4th in a Grade 2 back, but he was actually pushed off course in that race and was looking like he was going to win. So I wouldn't count that against him, and I would count that pretty much as a win in a Grade 2 there. His form is a lot better than what it seems on paper. My only concern with him is the ground, though. He's European bred, and a lot of these horses are European bred as well. And this course is pretty firm here. So I'm a little bit of a question mark on the ground because he does seem to like a little bit of a cut in the ground. So I think I'm going to land here today on the 6, Decisive Triumph, and you're getting 6 to 1 on him. Sometimes you can get a lot of value in these steeplechase races because you never really know how they're going to play out. And in speaking to the trainer, Mark Beecher, this morning, he's going to be right on the pace, and he's just a consistent horse that shows up every time, puts in a good effort, and being American bred and having flat form as well and running over flat courses, I think he'll be okay with this firm ground here, and looks like he's handling the heat okay. He was acting focused in the paddock, so definitely getting some value with him, currently at 6 to 1. Greg?
Liza, thank you. Second biggest price of the board, Decisive Triumph, who should be forwardly placed. And as you mentioned, Andy, important change here today for him.
Yeah, Decisive Triumph has been running on Lasix for Everett's work and has the Lasix off today. A horse that actually ran here on the flat in 2018.
And Mig, we're getting set for post time. What can you tell us about the man this race is named after?
Jonathan Kaiser, lost him way too young, 22 years old, freak accident, fall from a rope swing, was champion jockey twice, was on his way to breaking all the records. Talked with Sean Clancy about him, and just a terrific young rider that unfortunately never got to fulfill all his promise.
Again, the only mare in the race. Burn the Evidence, the 7 from that outside spot for Ricky Hendricks. We are set, John Imbrial, to kick off our Wednesday card.
They move into line. And they're off in this 2 miles and a 16th steeplechase race as they go for the first of 8 jumps. And all 6 are up and over successfully with decisive triumph. The leader here in front by 2.5 lengths. Perfect Tapatino runs in second, then Burn the Evidence next in third. And alongside is How Ya Bud in fourth. Second fence coming up, and all have cleared successfully. The 2 at the back of the pack are Going Country and Lidford. And they go around the clubhouse turn for the first time with decisive triumph. The leader here by 3 lengths. Perfect Tapatino is second by 3.5. And then it is the gray mare, Burn the Evidence, who is sitting in third. They're on the backstretch now and approaching fence number 3. And the leader is Decisive Triumph. Decisive Triumph up and over. All 6 once again have cleared. That was a tough jump there for number 3, Going Country, who is the trailer as the field races up the Saratoga backstretch. And it is Decisive Triumph, the leader here. And once again, they have cleared that fence. Again, a tough one for number 3, Going Country, who is the trailer. Decisive Triumph has the lead here with Perfect Tapatino running in second. And to his outside is Burn the Evidence next in third. Then comes How Ya Bud in fourth. Farther back is Lidford, and the trailer is Going Country. It is Decisive Triumph. Took the lead right at the start, continues to lead here as they come into the stretch. But we have better than 1 lap remaining here as they go for the 5th of 8 jumps with Decisive Triumph still holding on to the lead. Up and over. And now challenging from the inside is How Ya Bud. Decisive Triumph and How Ya Bud are heads apart for the lead. And then it is Perfect Tapatino who now makes a move on the outside. Decisive Triumph still the leader. Perfect Tapatino is second. Leaving the course now is Burn the Evidence. Burn the Evidence is out of the race. And they're going into the clubhouse turn the final time. And the leader is still Decisive Triumph with Perfect Tapatino running in second. How Ya Bud is next in third. It's 3 lengths back to Going Country and Lidford. 2 jumps remaining with Decisive Triumph still the leader here. And the one to catch, it is Decisive Triumph by a length. Perfect Tapatino is racing in second. And then comes How Ya Bud next in third. And those 5 have cleared the next to last jump. And they're going for the final fence now. Decisive Triumph, the leader right from the start, is up and over that final fence. The others have cleared as well. It is Decisive Triumph in front here. Now being challenged by How Ya Bud on the outside. Decisive Triumph and How Ya Bud, they are heads apart for the lead. They've got 5 lengths on Perfect Tapatino and then Lidford and Going Country. Coming for the top of the stretch, it is Decisive Triumph and How Ya Bud. How Ya Bud on the outside, Decisive Triumph down on the inside. It is How Ya Bud with a narrow lead. Decisive Triumph continues to battle on as they come through the stretch. It is How Ya Bud the leader. Decisive Triumph is right there. The 2 of them coming down to the finish with a 16th to go. It is How Ya Bud and Decisive Triumph. How Ya Bud narrowly onto the wire. How Ya Bud the winner. Decisive Triumph was second and Going Country came on for third.
How Ya Bud out dueling Decisive Triumph, and it's been the last couple of years a pretty good bet just to go with Carrie Bryan's runners in these races.
And this feels like kind of her other runner in this race, right? It just won that one race back in May, the only race in this country. Lugging in a little bit, Richie.
Yeah, he was really giving the rider some trouble lugging in, but he never did go to the crop, kind of held him off. the inside horse, who was very game, was under a long drive, the 6th Decisive Triumph. But How You Bud has been pretty good on the flat over in Europe, and now has been pretty good over jumps here. And all of these horses have raced on the flat at one time or another, just thoroughbreds needing a different job and a different outlet. I love steeplechase racing for that. Gives these horses another purpose.
Did the Sire Milan, do you remember that a Coolmore horse that ran second, Richie, in the Breeders' Cup turf at Belmont? Does that seem possible?
It sounds familiar, but I honestly
feel like
don't
this horse
know.
was second or third at Belmont in the Breeders' Cup.
This horse is, it was easy as this. The undefeated runner, who's now 3 for 3 over the jumps. How You Bud, Barry Foley aboard for the win for Kerry Bryan. And has really taken to this new career. 5-2 in here, 5-6-3-1.
And nobody really made an impact. And you felt like the first two horses were kind of almost on empty when they came to the top of the stretch, and nobody was able to pick up any ground on them, right?
Well, you know, talk about stamina. Think about how long a drive the 6th Decisive Triumph was under, and he hung around. He just wasn't going away. That's a horse that gets a lot of air.
It reminded me of when Ramon and Sinez put the Liberal member in a drive at the half,
remember
at the
that,
three-quarter pole in a 1.5 mile race at Belmont.
Man,
I remember all.
good memory.
How You Bud winning that stretch stool. 5-2 over Decisive Triumph in here, and we'll have these prices coming up for you in a moment. We'll get into our flat racing, our pick 5, because of this jump race going to begin in race number 2 coming up. So that will kick off in the very next race, the New York Bred 40 Maiden Claiming event. We will have that for you coming up. Talk plenty about a big weekend ahead. Whitney week, Hall of Fame inductions as well. We'll look back on indeed a dandy of a week and the new leader of this 3-year-old division. We'll be back.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. In the auction ring, his progeny continue to command top dollar. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Back on Saratoga Live in that beautiful 1863 club here at Saratoga Racecourse. Program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. How You Bud taking the Jonathan Kaiser novice to kick off our Wednesday card at 2 1/16 miles over the jumps. Barry Foley for, no surprise here, trainer Carrie Bryan. This horse now 3 for 3 over the jumps. Let's go back to Liza Hendricks.
Thanks, Greg. Yes, here with winning trainer Carrie Bryan. And Carrie, you've just been winning so many races up here and down at Colonial Downs. Tell me what it means to win races on such a big stage.
Yeah, I mean, this is, as a trainer, this is where you want to be winning them. It's great to win races anytime, but, you know, this is when people notice you and recognize the job you're doing and the team's doing. And I'm lucky to have a great team, and the results are showing. Yeah.
And it seemed like the race set up great for Halubud with decisive triumph, going to the lead and going so fast. Was that the plan, just to sit off of it?
It did. We figured he'd go a good gallop. And my other horse, who I also really liked, that ended up 30, just did not jump for the first couple, 4 or 5 fences. He didn't jump at all, which probably cost him being right there as well. But yeah, that was always, the horse is very uncomplicated. He came from Ireland, bought to be a very good horse. I can't thank the Nailers enough for trusting me on this one. And Barry John just gave him a great ride. And he's very green. You saw him down the lane kind of hanging, but he has loads of ability, the horse. I don't even think he realizes how good he is.
And you also trained the Mean Queen, which we saw run up here last year and at Belmont Stakes. At Belmont, where can we see her run next?
Well, it's kind of up to the owners a little bit. We have the dream of going to Cheltenham with her, but most likely you'll see her at Aqueduct and the Lonesome Glory if all goes well.
Well, so excited to see her, and congrats on the win here today.
Thanks very much.
Greg, Carrie's just been lighting it up as a trainer, and excited to see the Mean Queen as well in the Lonesome Glory Stakes.
Liza, thank you. We talk about Chad Brown being so dominant on the turf. How about this? Last year, Carrie Bryan swept the Grade 1s here at Saratoga and won all but one of the nation's Grade 1 steeplechase events.
So are you trying to encourage Chad Brown to maybe get some jumpers?
I think he'd
I
be
don't think Carrie
successful
Bryan
with
wants
that, too.
I
think he'd be successful
I don't
whenever
think
he
he'd
does.
have any issue with it. And we saw the lone North American bred finish second there. All the other horses were bred in Europe, so kind of interesting dynamic.
That's a real change I think we've seen because it used to be you had a lot of horses that were U.S. bred because they would buy horses that were the bigger horses and make them into jumpers. But now we're seeing a lot more Europeans come over, I think.
Kind of importing them in. And it's just, I really appreciate it because they're athletes. Maybe they can't compete on the flat anymore, don't have the kind of speed, but they've got the stamina and the agility to be able to jump fences, so it just gives them another outlet. Well, I like it.
Look at Snap Decision. I mean, Snap Decision, who was favored in non-winners of one over Bricks and Mortar at Belmont the day before the Belmont Stakes, and Shug ran him a lot. He was a nice horse, but he never really took a step forward, and he's become an incredible jumper.
We get treated to him. Still a couple of Grade 1s still to come at this meet. Let's set up the rest of the afternoon. These races presented by Claiborne Farm. Here's what we have ahead. So the Pick 5, our first flat race of the day, begins next in race number 2. 6th race, we got 2-year-old fillies on the turf, and that 9th race, interesting one on the grass. Andy and I had a chance to talk about it on Talking Horses. A lot of fun being your guest on the program today, and that's an interesting race where Chad Brown's going to have a favorite entry. Both halves of the entry could win. But do you trust them at that short of a price?
I will say by the time you and I were done discussing the race, I had felt embarrassed to have picked Rocky Sky in here and picked the entry because they aren't that reliable. I think Rocky Sky is the more likely winner of the two. I liked her last race, but there are options, and that entry is going to be a super short price.
Well, here's the Hillsborough for Rocky Sky, where she was second to the fantastic Blaker Street, who started out, 7 for 7 for Chad Brown?
Yeah, unfortunately, she's on the shelf. I mean, okay, being no match for Bleecker Street is not an embarrassment. She's not the only horse. I just thought she sort of just clunked along for second here. I liked her last race, 2 back. She was wide around the track, and I thought she ran well in this race, never getting a breather.
Yeah, this race here, Mig, rail was way out. She was 3 wide early and wound up beat a length of the quarter in the end.
Yeah, but I think Andy kind of pointed out something that we saw in the race at Tampa. It's a little bit one pace. She doesn't have a big turn of foot. Your best turf horses have that acceleration that we call turn of foot. And listen, she's running along, but she's just not sprinting home.
I agree. But, though, Vigilante's Way was second. There's a pretty good horse. But there are other alternatives in this race. So I'm never going to knock somebody for taking a bet at a short price, especially an entry, because you always get bad value with entries.
Yeah, and who's to say American Bridge, as we talked about earlier in the day before we came on the air, run off last time out. That's not what Chad Brown expected. That's not what they want. So they're kind of flopping riders here. It was Flavian Pratt that day. Arad Ortiz Jr. might be a lot better with a different trip.
Might be, but we have no idea if how good she is because she hasn't really done much running in either one of her starts.
Well, she did some running last time, just too much too soon.
Too early.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Right.
You know, and one thing I always talk about is horses that get keen or get too hard in the bridle, they tend not to finish because they work against their rider.
Other options in here, among them, horse who went gate to wire for Brad Cox 2 starts back. That's Angel Palm. 5-2 morning line. Manny Franco will ride.
I think you'll see Manny be more aggressive. Last time, sort of caught between a rock and a hard place in a slow-paced race, breaking outside in the inner turf. This race, a race where it rained quite a bit before the race. I don't know if it gave her an edge or not, but Manny sent her out the lead, and she never got close to getting caught. I thought this repeated this effort, and she's a huge player here.
Well, and the way she finished, I mean, she got to go, you know, soft enough early, but kind of a relentless stride. Those are the kind of horses you want to allow to use their stride. You know, count on them being able to carry their speed.
Yeah, and the horse who was fourth in her last race, Capital Structure, came back with a very impressive win going long with a tough trip here on Sunday.
So this Chad Brown entry, even money morning line, likely going to go off shorter than that with two of our top riders in this sport on board for that potent barn. That's race 9, serves as the feature later on in today's card, part of that late pick 5. Meanwhile, we got the early pick 5 coming up here in race number 2. 6 furlongs, main track, New York bred, $40,000 maiden claiming group. And an entry here, currently favored for the James Bond barn.
I think all the money that's being bet on them, though, is on the number 1A, Glittering Prize, getting that switch to Luis Saez off a second-place finish.
5-2. Morning line, 3-1 here in the entry. And yet Glittering Prize was third at this condition, 2 starts back. There she is, Luis Saez will ride. We'll have more on race 2 to kick off the pick 5 when we come back.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine. Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
It's difficult to get a sire that can upgrade your mares like this stallion can.
This horse does produce runners, very talented runners, 3-year-old runners, Derby contending runners.
This horse is priced where anybody can afford to breed to him, and if you're trying to improve your mare, he's a horse that's shown he can do it.
There is no younger AP Indy that moves his mares up like he does.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
We're back on Saratoga Live, whose colors will be painted on that canoe after Run Happy Travers Saturday. We know who's going to be the favorite after that Jim Dandy performance. We'll talk about that more later in the program. Get signed up and started with a showdown contest. Compete for real prizes and see your name atop that leaderboard, hopefully. If you do some sharp handicapping, go to naira.com/showdown to put in your selections. Free to enter. And there's only upside. Here we go, race 2. And there is a look at the filly we showed you going to break. Glittering Prize, Luis Saez will ride for the Bond Barn. He's having a nice start to this meet through the first 3 weeks. Horse has been third at this condition. Let's take a look back to this wet track that Glittering Prize ran on May 7th.
And I think it's a reasonable question. Maybe she improved in the sloppy sealed track. I don't care that much about wet tracks. Horses usually perform equally best on either one, but it was her best race, and it was a sealed track. I think sealed tracks, some horses may have trouble handling them at times.
Yeah, I mean, I don't tend to agree with you thinking that horses perform the same on whether it's fast or dry. I don't. I do think there are horses that just are less confident.
There are horses, I would say, for the most part, horses. If you look at speed figures, there's rarely that significant a difference.
Yeah, I just remember riding horses that I distinctly felt like they were just less comfortable on off-going and would slide around and just didn't get a handle on it. One thing you can't discount for sure, and this is something I'm sure we both can agree on, Jimmy Bond Barn has good Saratogas because it's like their home base.
They have, but they haven't done anything special this meet. Well, they have one win that was, I'm not saying they're not capable of it and they're good trainers, but they have not had that explosion this year. They've had some meets where they've really had a lot of winners. Their only win, though, was the same kind of move. It was a Heman Harkey move. Heman Harkey switched to Luis Saez.
I mean, the stats I'm looking at, maybe I've got it wrong here. He's 3 for 11 at the meet.
Okay, I printed these PPs too late, so they probably have 1-3. I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah, actually had a 2-win day over the weekend.
Oh, okay.
That's right. See, you got to slow down and stay in the moment. You're getting 4 days out in front of yourself.
12 minutes to post in the second as we look at the two. Here's first time on dirt for Laughter and had a bullet drill leading into this. Let's welcome into the program for the first time today, Acacia Clement.
Hey, Greg, and we'll take a look at one of two for the Bond Barn, the 1A Glittering Prize, as this is a filly who really seems like she's flourished since being up here in Saratoga. And as you guys were mentioning, this is the home base for the Bond Barn. And one thing I was thinking about is that, yes, this is home base. They certainly, the horses seem to appreciate being based up here, but they also don't have to get on a van ride and ship down to Belmont. And that could be sometimes why we see some of their horses in particular just looking like they're doing really well, which is exactly what I'm seeing of Glittering Prize. She looks like she's even put some weight on since her last start. She's just really filled out a ton. And sometimes, again, just with a van ride, even if it's 3.5 hours, it can agitate horses just a little bit. She's really relaxed in here today, just having had to walk across the street. Looks great in her coat, has handled everything well, and she does get Jimmy Bond's main man, Luis Saez, aboard. She was second best, rallying a bit last time out, but certainly I think holds a pretty strong hand in here. Second time starter, the number 4, Ace Up Her Sleeve, we'll take a look at next. She hasn't raced since her first start as a 2-year-old last year, a year ago, and comes back now and does drop down in class. Typically for the barn, I like to see horses off of a layoff have a start, but she looks pretty fit. She looks like she is coming back into the right spot. She's compact. She's built downhill, a shorter couple type of physical to her. She looks like dirt sprint is exactly what she wants to do. She's acted well here in the paddock, and I didn't see her in her lone 2-year-old start. I do think that she will tuck up a bit after having a race under her belt, but she's one that I'm intrigued by coming back, and of course the drop in class you do take note of. The number 6, Frosty Invasion, cuts back in distance and drops in class. This is the shortest, I should say, that she has run. Now, last time out, she got really hot prior to the race. She was a little bit reluctant loading. She just was a little bit distracted about everything. She did kick on a little bit late after being held pretty tightly, and I like the cutback for her. She's not a very big filly. She does look like she's strengthened up a little bit. She's one that doesn't carry a ton of condition, but she's very relaxed here in the paddock, which I appreciate. She seems like she's focused. They did saddle her outside of the stall, as she can be a little bit quirky, but I think the cutback in distance, given her physicality, should bode well for her. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. Mig knows this man pretty well. Won a couple of races for John Kimmel.
That's my man, John Kimmel, recently married. Looks good, healthy.
You've got also an ex-agent on the horse, training the horse that I like, Ace Up Her Sleeve, Steve Caceres.
Steve Caceres was a very good agent for me, but I had a lot of agents, so I had a kind of quick Rolodex mental inventory.
Speaking of agents, the rider you saw standing with John Kimmel making an agent change. There's Jose Ortiz, going to now have the same agent as his brother, Arad.
Big move. I mean, you know, to me, kind of spells monopoly. You know, if you can't have Irad, you can have Jose. You can't have Jose, you have Irad. Give Steve Russian a lot of options. Now, listen, he's done tremendous with Jimmy Riccio. But usually there's three sides to every story, and I'll never blame a rider for feeling like he could do better, whether it's right or wrong, because they have a shelf life. Riders are only going to ride here so long.
Wins with 185. Having a tremendous year this year. Seemed a little strange, but yeah, they'd had a long relationship together.
They have,
well know,
and Jimmy's a good friend of mine. So, you know,
I respect Jimmy, and that's not, you know.
I respect Jose as well a great deal, and he has a right to do whatever he wants to do. He's in charge. Riding second fiddle to his brother, I'm not sure what that's going to open up for him. Obviously, he feels going to open up a lot of things. I don't know why. I don't think it's going to give him more bouts with Chad Brown. Is it going to give him more bouts with Todd Pletcher? And Steve Rushing's a great agent. I'm not suggesting
Ricchio's
he's not
done a great job for him.
But I was surprised by the move. But Jose has every right to make whatever decision he wants to do, regardless of how we feel. But as he pointed out, guy won 7 Grade 1s last year, the whole year. He's already won 6 this year.
Yeah, listen, you know, again, we don't know all the inner workings of this. And I've had agents that I was getting prepped for surgery, and they were on the phone trying to get other riders. It goes both ways.
I don't think that Jimmy Riccio did that.
No, I'm not saying he did that. I'm just saying in general, there's usually 3 sides to every story.
Post parade coming up for this second. By the way, that will not take effect until August 17th because
the last
of carded.
Yeah, the last book of in the condition book.
So entry 5-2 in here. We talked about the 2 trying the dirt for the first time. Who else intrigued you in this spot, Andy?
Well, I like I'm going to use your 2, by the way. I think the Laughter, the horse you guys both like, is very dangerous. More of a dirt pedigree, a big work coming into this. I'm interested in Ace Upper Sleeve. I want strangers in here.
That's
a lot of
the
these
4.
horses have had a lot of chances in here, and the 4 Ace Upper Sleeve ran once against a much better field last year, flashed some speed, going out of the layup for Steeplechase. I liked her as kind of a new face in here. I'm always attracted to new faces in the same way that you guys like Laughter as kind of a new face, never being on the dirt.
Post parade coming up in a moment. This early pick 5 pool, 336,000 and growing. The next leg of this pick 5 will be a $25,000 claiming sprint. Then we're on the turf at a mile. 5th race, we have 5.5 furlong turf sprint. We close it out with basically, well, there's 2 with experience, but a lot of first-timers going a mile and 16th on the grass, 2-year-old fillies.
Yeah, it's an interesting sequence. We were talking about it a bit on the show today. The second race, for me, there was a big scratch. The 7, either the 2 and 6 were the most logical. You were interested in the 3, Greg. You're really coming in this with a lot of strong opinions, so we have to talk about your opinions in the show today as well.
All right, I'll bring them. Here's the entry favored to kick off our post parade.
This is not the one taking money.
No.
I'll let Richie pronounce that one. That should be in Richie's wheelhouse.
Fellini.
So here is the one taking money, and Luis Saez rides.
Yeah, it's hard to ignore. Off the best figure ever, albeit in a sloppy sealed track, making the switch to Saez.
Post 2 and 3 for the entry. The rail, Laughter, first time on dirt.
Sharp work. Grand Dam 1 debut on dirt. Sire gets 13% dirt sprint winners as opposed to 9% on turf.
First time starter Yogi.
Yeah, I mean, this is a race you might want to look at it first, or this one's taking no money.
Ace Upper Sleeve, who Andy just mentioned, he's intrigued by. 7-1.
Drops, trained by my former agent out of a 4-time winner.
Mike's Little Diva, dropper as well in a race that had a couple of next down winners.
Yeah, I agree. A much tougher field. This horse just did no running at all after kind of blowing the brake. Maybe has some speed.
Frosty Invasion drops in class and cuts back in distance.
1 dirt try was made in 40, was second. That was going a mile.
Start number 10 for Darn That Song.
Does have some back races good enough. The recent efforts, even before the claim, probably not good enough.
And Dorothy's the Boss, turf back to dirt.
It certainly has some races that would make her competitive. Maybe getting back to the dirt will wake her up. Feels like they have to run faster on turf to win than dirt, even at the maiden 40 level, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard. It's very hard to compare speed figures between dirt and turf because turf races, as you know, it brings the fields together. So the also-rans will run figures that look comparable on the dirt, but they really aren't comparable because they just did no running and they lost by 6 lengths. You do no running on the dirt, you lose by 15 lengths.
Yeah, fair enough.
4 minutes to post over our weekend in racing here up at Saratoga, Monday and Tuesday. One of the fun events that everybody looks forward to up here for a great cause, for the permanently disabled jockeys fund. Jockey karaoke, which, Big, you told us you were never involved with. You didn't want to get up on stage and let it rip?
I don't sound good in the shower, let alone if I had to sing there. Like,
have you been to jockey karaoke?
Oh, I've been to
They don't either.
The guy. Yeah, but I'm less nervous getting in the gate on a horse that wants to act up than I would be doing that.
I'm just sort of still trying to get over the idea of Richie in the shower, but
oh, God.
They have a good time. They obviously had an incompetent judge sitting right there, so that's kind of a problem.
Yeah, Lafitte, one of the judges, and he can be bought, by the way.
Oh, he's for sale. Lafitte? I guarantee he was for sale.
That's why he was so popular with the jockeys.
I don't know if he would
last
meet there.
week.
They could meet his price, though.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm embarrassed watching it. I mean, listen, I give them all credit. It's for a great cause, and I appreciate
honestly,
that.
I've been to it a few years. One of the best times you'll have up here. It's so much fun. And it's not about the worse you are, the more fun it is.
Okay.
So maybe you would have done great. Maybe.
So you would have been great, Mick.
Yeah, you know what? If that was the parameters, I would have crushed it.
All for a great cause. And you can still donate. Do your part. Go to pdjf.org and help out these riders who become injured and still need to pay their bills. As we get set for race 2 coming up, our first flat race of the afternoon. Let's check back in with Acacia.
Yeah, I love looking back on the jockey karaoke shots. I agree with Mick, though. That's something I would be willing to participate in. But if anybody wants to sign up for a racing Dancing with the Stars, I'm all in for that. But talking about a couple other horses on here, the number 2, Laughter, as you guys pointed out, does have a pedigree to suggest that dirt would suit this filly well. The dam was a pretty good dirt sprinter. Roy Lerman trained the sibling, whose only win was on the turf, but had actually run okay as far as on the bottom side into the dam on the main track. And this one doesn't look overly turf meant. I don't mind her getting back onto the main track. Ricardo Santana took her away for a big warm-up. She's continued to get stronger. I had liked her cutting back onto the turf last time, and she certainly ran better, though not being able to get the win. I think this is a good spot for her to see if she can handle the main track, but she's certainly warmed up well over the main track for this first effort. The number 3, Yogi, a first-time starter. She did last year when purchased at the OBS June 2-year-old sale, worked 10-1, and actually I thought finished up pretty well in a decent, more than decent workout. The dam was grade 3 place, was a very quick sprinter trained by Wesley Ward, who ran on a variety of surfaces. She's not a bad looking filly for sure. She's pretty athletic. I just really think that she's going to need a race mentally and physically. As you can see her kind of bobbing her head, she's just lacked a lot of focus. She is pretty fit too. I don't have a problem with her, and she looks like she could potentially be quick. Just she doesn't seem like she's focused onto what this whole racing thing is about. And the board with that 19-1 right now could be giving you some clues as well, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Wow, Laughter at the first time on dirt filly. Now the favorite. Second dam, by the way, did win her debut sprinting on dirt with a 75 buyer, so there's some pedigree to do it. Want to remind everyone, free Equibase past performances available to play along with our program. Get all the stats on the horses, jockeys, and trainers. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule and get your free Equibase PPs. So, Andy, what did you just say to me?
Well, we were talking, when we did Talking Horses together. The thing about Laughter, 5-2, it seems like a terrible price to take this one. I have to think the workout has something to do with it. That 47 workout must be a story on that work. And she is a new face. She does have more dirt pedigree, but it's kind of what I was saying to you about, Richie. The figures make her look like the horse to beat, but they're turf figures. They're not necessarily comparable to dirt. She may be a much better dirt horse, and she may win for fun in here, but 5-2 doesn't feel like a great gamble to me.
No, well, listen, this is something that you've made me more aware of over time working with you and talking about this stuff. I liked her a lot better at 4-1 than I do at 5-2.
Well, I think it's for everybody that plays at home. I think you always have to have a price. People will say the most foolish thing to me: the horse won. The horse won. Therefore, whatever price it was is justified. That's not true. Every horse in the race has a percentage chance to win. Now, we don't know exactly what they are, but you have to ask yourself, what is a good price to you? If you think 5-2 on the 2 is a good price, go ahead, take it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she'll win for fun. But you need to ask yourself, is that a price? Because you go into it, what was she, 5-1 or something? Morning
6-1.
6-1. You didn't think you were betting a 5-2 shot. Would you have picked her at 5-2, or would you have gone elsewhere?
I think You were never going to get 6-1 probably with that work, right?
And all the work, and a lot of people like the horse.
Yeah.
The other thing is, you ask yourself as a player, how many times have you gone on a race, say, I really like the 3, and a horse like a 7, I'm just using, any number you want, I'm not using this race,
Sure.
goes up at 12-1, and you're like, I thought that horse would be like 6-1. I got to bet the 7. I don't really like that horse that much, but 12-1's a big race. You get rewarded. You bet those horses.
Yeah.
It's all about price.
Well, it's interesting because when she was 4-1, I thought, okay, I'm good with 4-1.
Right.
As it started to tick down, I was less good with it. Now, I make it a habit, and I don't bet a lot of money, but I do bet on every horse that I pick because I feel like that's the right thing to do.
I think it is too. I think it's one of the problems with this game is handicappers. It's one thing if you like a horse is 2-1 or a short price. If you're going to go on television and tell people to bet a horse, and that horse is a decent enough price, you got to bet a few dollars yourself.
Sure.
You can't tell somebody to bet a 10-1 shot and not lose a few dollars on that horse. Maybe $5 is the number. There has to be a number though.
We'll see if Laughter takes to this surface in the afternoon. Certainly seemed to for this level anyway in the morning in that workout back on July 26th. Is the favorite, the 2 Laughter, Ricardo Santana Jr. rides. We're set for the early Pick 5, our first flat race on this Wednesday afternoon. Let's go to John Imbrial for the call.
They're all in line. And the rough. And it is Fellini who shows first. Glittering Prize is right there. Laughter moves up down at the rail. Laughter and Fellini right together. Glittering Prize sits just off of them in third. And then on the outside is Mike's Little Diva, who runs in a fourth. Darn That Song on the extreme outside in fifth. Ace Up Her Sleeve is next in sixth. The break of 3 lengths back to Dorothy's The Boss. Then comes Frosty Invasion, and the first-time starter Yogi is the trailer. They race around the far turn through a quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds. It is Laughter down at the rail. Fellini is right there. Glittering Prize. Fellini's now dropping back as Glittering Prize comes on to challenge Laughter for the lead. And on the outside is Darn That Song. Then Dorothy's The Boss, the half mile in 46 and 2/5 seconds. Here is Glittering Prize now to take over from Laughter. Glittering Prize in front with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Laughter trying to come back again on the inside. Laughter is coming back on the inside. So it's Glittering Prize and Laughter. The two of them are heads apart. They're coming down for the finish, and it will be Glittering Prize to break her maiden here at Saratoga. Laughter was second. Big break back to Frosty Invasion and Darn That Song.
Laughter outfinished by Glittering Prize, and Laughter took some early heat from that other half of the entry early.
And Richie, you got 2 of the stronger finishers in the game between Ricardo Santana and Luis Saez coming down the lane together.
You really did. I mean, Ricardo Santana imploring Laughter for a bit more. She gave it her all. Luis Saez, a guy, once they get their head in front, tough to get back to. And it's a perfect use of an entry there. Fellini showing the speed to kind of keep Laughter more than honest. And then here comes Glittering Prize with the perfectly timed run. Never gave her an opportunity to get any kind of breather. Once Fellini backed up, Glittering Prize is right on Laughter.
If you have a horse that's forwardly placed, you want Luis Saez as much as any rider. He is aggressive, and he is very strong down the lane. And listen, Laughter was a good thing today. It wasn't a bad pick by people. Whether or not 5-2 is a great price, well, she barely lost the race. Maybe it wasn't a bad price. She just didn't quite get it done.
Maybe if the post positions had been reversed?
Being outside? I don't know. That I can't really answer. I mean, she did get forced the entire way, Laughter.
Yeah.
Well, and also, though, never getting that breather. Once Fellini backed off, Glittering Prize took it right to her, and that's important tactically. You don't want to give a horse that 16th of a mile to kind of catch their breath slightly.
There's the Bond boys, part of that family operation.
4 for 12 now.
Yeah, 33%. Even I can do that math.
Richie couldn't.
I'm glad you could.
By the way, Luis Saez now 17th winner of the meet, moving into a tie for second with Joel Rosario. Kicks off our flat racing with a W. Last year's leading rider here at Saratoga. We'll have these prices when we come back. 3-1 on Glittering Prize. Second choice on the board underway in our early Pick 5 on this Wednesday afternoon from Saratoga Springs.
standing at Gainesway.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi experience and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
We're back on Saratoga Live on FS2. Good to have you with us for a gorgeous Wednesday afternoon in upstate New York program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. As mentioned earlier, 17th winner of the meet for Luis Saez, Jimmy Bonbarn. 4th winner of the meet. Both going well. Let's go to Acacia for more.
I'm pleased to be joined by trainer Jimmy Bond and Jimmy Glittering Prize. She looked terrific today, and you and I were just chatting about training up here in Saratoga. Do you think the fact that your horses just have to walk across the street to come to the races versus shipping to Belmont plays a role?
It's amazing. It's, coming to Saratoga, we're here, most of the year, weather permitting, and the horses just do great here, and we get so many different tools between Clare Court, the inner turf area to train. We just have so many options, and it's a break for the horses. It's kind of like a break for the people that are all here.
We love coming up here as well, and Glittering Prize, she'd been knocking on the door, and again, really looked the part today, and she was very game in the stretch.
She was. The other filly did a little bit of the dirty work, of course, and but Luis, he rides so great for us. We're so thankful to have him, and like I say, she was in the right spot today, and the owner, we won the New York Oaks for him last week, so this one's another good one, and he's going to come back, and hopefully I can win a few more for him. So.
I love winning up here in Saratoga, and I talked to Luis Saez last week about his relationship with you, and he said there's a lot of trust, and that's a big part of it, having your go-to rider.
It is. I mean, he just always tries, and he comes back, and he doesn't, tell me a story. We don't have a good horse, we don't have a good horse. You just got to run them where they can win.
And doing exactly that, Jimmy. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jimmy Bond with yet another winner, Luis Saez, continuing to pick up those winners as well, Greg.
They've been a very good team the last couple of summers up here. And Glittering Prize, outdueling Laughter, who definitely want to keep your eyes on next time out.
Yeah, did you feel a little bit like today was the day she's supposed to get it done, but I guess they beat the rest of the field by a pole here.
Well, if you didn't like 5-2 today, what are you going to get next time?
That's the problem, right? That's the problem.
1A, 2-6, 3-1 second choice. Kicks off our early pick 5. Let's set up race number 3, 6 furlongs, main track, $25,000 claiming race. And right now it's Letty who's going to be making his 3-year-old debut for trainer Steve Asmussen. Favored, Ricardo Santana Jr. will ride. The only win for this horse. It was a gate to wires score against Maiden 50 at Churchill.
He has the right post for stalking, but as you're alluding to, he's not going to get the lead from horses like Print Rack and Ready to March in all likelihood.
There's some real speed signed on in here, so he's going to he might get the same kind of trip the winner just got.
No,
Going to be a tremendous week coming up. Of course, it is Whitney week. Last week was pretty special as well, especially in the 3-year-old division. Let's take a look back.
And they're off. Bella Sophia runs in second with Kamari on the outside. On the outside, Kamari. Bella Sophia is third. Frank's Rocket and Kamari, and the two of them will fight it out to the finish, and it is the well-traveled Kamari. And the favorite Fearless is just in behind the front 2 and 3rd. Then on the outside, Original Intent, along with Fearless. Fearless now makes a move on the outside. Lone Rock challenged on the inside by Fearless, and Fearless will be the winner of this Birdstone Stakes. Arturius has made his way down to the inside end in 4th, and Arturius is 4th, now just 4.5 lengths from the lead. And the field is at the top of the stretch. Here comes Arturius, now up to challenge for the lead. It is Arturius who's in front and has drawn away here. Arturius wins the Curlin Stakes. And they're off in the Alfred G. Vanderbilt handicap, and Jackie's Warrior came away in good order and is going out for the early lead. Jackie's Warrior, the champ, on the outside. Doc Amster down at the rail. Jackie's Warrior, who has the lead. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga. And Epicenter will be the early trailer in 4th. And Epicenter is coming on now. Here is Epicenter. Epicenter comes from off the pace to win the Jim Dandy Stakes. And then it is Cross Border, Rock Emperor, and Arklow. Cross Border, followed by Rock Emperor. Arklow is the trailer. L'Imperator challenged now on the outside by Rock Emperor. Rock Emperor has come away with the lead. Arklow driving on the outside. Rock Emperor to win it by a half length. There goes Gunite. Pinehurst and Gunite are now 1-2. It is Pinehurst on the inside and Gunite on the outside. It is Gunite. Accretive is all out in second with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish. Gunite won it by a head.
What a tremendous week of action, as I mentioned, especially in that 3-year-old division. Curlin, Jim Dandy, that Amsterdam as well. Look back at all the Week 3 stakes winners. We will start with Andy. Who stood out to you last week?
I mean, I'm not saying this was the best horses we saw. We saw so many tremendous performances, but I thought the Amsterdam put a great bow on the week. And it might have been the most competitive stake that we've run so far at the meet. And Gunite or Goodnight, depending on who you are, was incredibly game winning this race. He fought every step of the way with Pinehurst, who finished badly in here. It was an honest pace, if not a brutal pace, but Accretive, a second-time starter, stepping forward.
Amazing.
They hit the wire together, 101 buyers for both of these horses. And I thought this was a really, really thrilling race with some nice horses in there. And Goodnight has really gotten good, won the Hopeful. He's taken a little while to get together this year, but he was good. And, you know, are these horses going to be ready to take on Jack Christopher in the Alan Jerkins? Because they're going to have to improve to beat him. But I thought this was just a great way to end the stakes action last week.
You could just see how much he wanted to win. He stuck his neck out when that horse got to him on the outside. He just didn't want to be passed.
Yeah, Creative didn't hang. He just couldn't get by him.
No, I don't think the outside horse hung whatsoever. I just think that this horse was like, okay, I got a new challenge, and he braced himself and fought it off.
I agree.
Some good options for you, Mig. What do you think?
Well, I went to Epicenter. I really thought the Jim Dandy small but select field. I think you had 3 of the best 3-year-olds going into the race. And the way he did it, I mean, you know, not a lot of pace on. I didn't expect him to be that far back. I mean, and just the almost disdainful confidence that Joel Rosario had. He actually kind of let him drift wider away from his rivals, never thought about going to the crop, hands and heels to the wire. And you just see kind of mild urging. His ears came up coming to the wire, so I think it was a great prep. And I was just very impressed with Epicenter. I think he's been somewhat unlucky this year, but this is a very talented group of 3-year-olds. And I thought he might have vaulted himself at this moment, we still got racing to go to the head of the class.
That makes him deserving favorite for the Run Happy Travers?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we'll see how things go going forward, but I don't see why he wouldn't be. And I agree with you. I think at this point, he has to be considered the leader of the division, but there's a lot of racing to go.
And, yeah, look, that was 1 1/8. We go 1 1/4 in the Travers.
I imagine it was a very satisfying moment for Steve Aspen. Obviously had a huge weekend, but with him winning, it had to just be a breathe of sigh of relief because he's had so much disappointment with him so far in the big races.
And to win in about a half hour's time, win with Jackie's Warrior.
He had trouble winning, though. I thought Jackie really had to
All
struggle
out.
to win that race,
Yeah.
against a lesser field. I'm going to try to beat him like I have every week until this weekend.
The easiest Grade 1 win probably
Ever.
we've ever seen in the history of Saratoga.
I was going to say I could have won on him. I'll go even further. Andy could have won on him.
Yeah, the only problem with that is I would have had to get up on him, and I think that might have been a problem.
Aladar
Holding on.
tomorrow. Guess who's back? Art Collector. We'll see in that race for Bill Mott. Every day something special here at Saratoga. Of course, Saturday, Todd Pletcher going to line up 3 of them in the Whitney, and life is good. Back in action.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as his precocious 2-year-old Power Attack wins his turf debut at Belmont.
It is Power Attack who has a 4-length lead as they come down for the finish.
As well as a 1-2 finish on opening weekend at Saratoga.
As they come for the finish, Dancing with the Stars won it.
Now with 28 wins in 2022 and over $3.5 million in prodigy earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back on our FS2 coverage of Saratoga Live. Beautiful look inside that 1863 club. It is superb if you get the opportunity. Great spot to catch all the action from. And
I hear the Chicken Caesar is pretty good. Right?
I've heard the same. Great view of the races. And this racetrack embraces the old, but also looks forward with some incredible spots like this, like that paddock bar behind us, that continue to make this the place to be each and every summer.
Adding without subtracting.
Exactly. Well put.
Oh, I like that. That's pretty good.
Race 3 coming up. 6 furlongs, $25,000 claiming race, and there is Print Rack. Huge effort. 2 starts back at Finger Lakes. Did not back it up. Next time out, Linda Rice, Arad Ortiz Jr. Let's get a paddock report with Acacia Clement.
And we'll get to that one momentarily, but starting with the Steve Asmussen layoff runner, Letty, as we do have some Asmussen schoolers here in the paddock as well, including the impressive 2-year-old Gulfport, who's pointing to the Saratoga Special coming up. Looks a picture and really, really excited to see that one as we continue on. But as far as Steve's runner right here, Letty is making his first start since November, where he was just kind of out-footed. He was down on the inside, and it looked like he was digging in, but never to my eye in that race looked completely comfortable being stuck down inside on the rail. He does also come back and will now go the 3/4 of a mile, which I think he's better suited to versus the 7 furlongs. He's really compact. He carries a lot of condition. He's gotten a lot sharper too once they put the tack on him. Not a typical kind of Asmussen runner either. He's really on his toes. He actually looks a little bit unsettled to me right now, which he didn't look before they put the tack on. So I'm going to keep my eyes on him, especially as they're out on the racetrack, because I really had liked what I saw. But now that he's getting a little bit agitated, especially given how warm it is, that's a bit of a negative for me. But he does look really fit, really well muscled, really, really strong off the layoff to make the first start of his 3-year-old season. The number 2, Print Track, who had a huge effort 2 starts back off of the layoff, as the number 6, Letty, did just try to rear up and get away from his handler again. Keeping my eyes on that guy. The number 2, Print Track, going back to him, 4th last time out. I thought he did break out a little bit and was kind of hustled forward, intent on the lead. He does lower Rad Ortiz Jr. today, which is definitely a benefit. My one concern about him, typically Linda Rice's runners carry a lot of substance, a lot of condition from race to race, and he's very, very fit, not carrying any excess weight at all. And I just wish that he had a little bit more across his flank and in his hindquarters, particularly for this sprint. Just wishing that he had some more strength overall behind the saddle where they push off of. Again, no excess weight on him, just wishing that there was a little bit more muscle mass, but certainly off of that effort 2 back makes a lot of sense. The 4, Not Yet Charlie, goes back to the main track today, and you do see that blinkers are added. It's not a traditional kind of shortcut blinker for him. In fact, there's no cup on the left eye and an extension blinker on the right eye, in which the right eye is fully covered. Particularly a set of blinkers equipment for horses that have the tendency to lug out, that are just kind of fighting their rider and really, really difficult to handle. So that's the equipment change that he gets in here today. Certainly don't mind him going back to the main track. It is the site of his lone victory. And Rudy has actually had some success using this type of equipment with horses to get them to stay in a straight path, Greg.
All right, thank you, Keisha. We saw Rudy Rodriguez talking to Manny Franco. There's Linda Rice and her rider. The meet's leading. Actually, that's...
Oh, you're right.
Irad.
That was Irad.
No. Oh, it is Irad. Okay.
I was confused for a second, too.
It's a double take.
Well,
it's not even
they
in
are
this
brothers.
race.
They look a little alike.
Only one of them is related by marriage to Linda, though. The other one.
Not Yet Charlie, by the way. Last 2 times sprinting, won. The 4 horse at 3-1. You could play with Naira Bets. Bet Saratoga. Get a $20 bonus today. Wager at least $200 on the spy. You'll get $20 back, win or lose. I like how that sounds. Go to NairaBets.com. You got to opt in and start earning your bonus now. So did you expect Letty to be the 9-5 favorite here, the 6th?
I'm not shocked. You know, breaking towards the outside, and I think the Asmussen bar has been doing so well. I mean, I figured the 2 and 6 would take similar amounts of money. I didn't look at the line. You know, you mentioned the 4, Not Yet Charlie. I think the thing with the 4, Not Yet Charlie for me is I'm going to let Rudy Rodriguez win a race on me. He's 0 for the first 3 weeks. He is 0 for 30 plus, I think. This is a trainer that wins at a very high percentage. Now, the likelihood of Rudy getting shut out of the meet is close to 0. But he's going to win that first race, especially at a short price. Now, like one of the races we were talking about, I think the 6th race, you and I were talking about the pedigree on the 1 for Rudy.
Right.
That's a horse I would use because the horse is going to be a big price. If you like Rudy at a big price, you shouldn't care if he's 0 for $3 million, you know? But if you're talking about a horse at shorter prices, let him win a race.
Big pedigree on that filly in the 6.
Yeah, for sure. Ooh, you did your pedigree work, Richie. You're really on your game today. Oh, we had 2 days off. That's right.
Yeah, talked about the Dan. That's in the 6th race. Dan produced a Lake George winner here at Saratoga. That's the rail runner. Amanda's Folly coming up later today. So here's the favorite. This is Letty, going to be the 3-year-old debut coming up. Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana Jr. back together again.
It's nice to see. And, you know, they had so much success together. And listen, I don't know what went on between them. And trainers and owners have a right to ride who they want to ride. They had a lot of success together. Nice to see them riding together again. And I imagine Ricardo will ride for big horses for Steve again at some point in the future.
Yeah, you know, you would hope so. They were such a good combination, and they really understood each other's approach to it. And that's a lot of jockey-trainer relationships, is understanding how you want to go about things. You have a similar philosophy.
And Ricardo with a new agent from last year Matt Musiker, who has Tyro Gaffalione as agent now, he has both of their books, and Matt's a tremendous agent. There's no knock on Ruben, who had his book in the past, but Matt is a really sensational agent.
Mig, did you have a big split with a trainer that you wrote a lot for that it just took some time to heal and you got back together?
Yeah, several times.
The Mig?
Yeah, probably the
Big
most
split?
was with Michael Hushin, but we came back, and he's still a dear friend.
Raw Courage just went by. Trevor McCarthy, John Toscano, and here's Sprint Track.
Yeah, add speed to the affair. Definitely going to be a part of the pace.
7-1, ready to march for Jimmy Chapman.
This is Greg's long shot selection in this race, and has got to be forwardly placed, and could at the very least be a thorn in the side of Print Rack.
Not yet, Charlie. Here's the Rudy Rodriguez runner. Rudy trying to get his first winner of the meet.
Turf to dirt, dropping back in distance, gets that extension blinker you see, kind of covers the outside eye a little bit. Conventional wisdom, Andy, they don't run to where they can't see. Doesn't work.
Never early, coming in from Finger Lakes.
Has back races, could easily win this race. The problem was there for Jeffrey Englehart, when his horses were running lights out, he has been chilly for the last few months in New York.
Here's the favorite, Letty. Again, 3-year-old debut for Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, well drawn outside the other speeds, and all of Steve's horses make outstanding appearances on the racetrack.
The dam of this horse, Bootery. Did you ride Bootery for Richard Mandela, or was that Booty? Who was the horse you rode a 2-year-old for Mandela when you were in California? You gave me a tip on. It was something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It might have just been Boots.
Yeah, something like that. It was a huge
horse
tip.
Could outwork anything in the morning.
Huge favorite, got nothing first time out.
Here's Print Track, and here's the problem with this horse. 2 back, Finger Lakes. You see this effort, and you're like, oh my gosh, this horse can't lose. This horse doesn't typically run this race. He's only run it once.
Well, this was an aberrant effort, the 80 buyer, and it's not that the fig is wrong. It's just you have to ask yourself sometimes about figures whether or not you think they are reliable going forward. This is the figure the horse ran. The horse won by almost 10 lengths. It was a fast race, but it's dichotomous in any races that he's run. But I guess the question you could say is, well, he caught a good sealed track the next time. This was off a layoff. That was second off a layoff. Maybe he gets back to his good race. He does. He's going to win here. But the pressure that Ready to March can put on him, and even Letty, who has the outside, the better position, much like the last race, could this be another situation where Letty, like the last winner, gets the jump from the outside, this time, though, for Santana?
He's inside of that speed, too, which could be a problem. I thought he ran a little bit better, Mig, as we look with when he was outside of some other speeds. Here's our Saratoga WinStar jockey standings. Saya's already on the board today in the opener, but it's Arad Ortiz Jr. leading the way as you see him on that, too.
I think the name to mention in there, though, is Javier Castellano. Is a $4 ROI if you bet $2 on every horse he's ridden so far. And he's really, this is a breakout, getting back to his good riding.
Best winning percentage of any rider with the amount of mounts. 26% win percentage for Javier.
No,
I enjoy watching it because all riders go through phases of their career, whether it's fighting an injury physically, getting your timing back mentally, not being all there. To see a rider of his caliber come back into form is particularly satisfying for me because so many people want to write people off immediately and not give them the opportunity to work through it.
When you've got a riding colony like this, though, you can see how it happens. You know,
Sure.
you think a guy isn't riding well, and you have a chance to get umpteen Hall of Famers. And Javier's a Hall of Famer himself, won 4 Eclipse Awards a few minutes ago. Maybe the shoulder took a little while to heal, but he's getting an opportunity. And he's been riding great since Belmont. This isn't just Saratoga. He rode great at Belmont.
Yes, he did. Great. Quick question, though. What's the first thing to go on a rider? Is it heart, his eyes, his knees? What's the first thing to go on a rider?
Well, you had no heart, so I know it wasn't your heart. Richie had more heart than Richie was all heart.
What is it?
I don't know. You tell us.
They're customers. Yeah. That's the first thing to go for a rider.
Do you think timing, I realize that's do you think timing is one of the things that maybe is something that's hard? I mean, think about a lot of athletes. Think about baseball players, basketball players. You lose the most slightest, your step.
And you got to have that edge to make those choices.
You do have to stay hungry. And sometimes riders that are very well accomplished, maybe they get a little complacent. And then there's an injury, and then they've got to kind of work their way back into it. And sometimes it serves as a wake-up call. Hey, I got a good thing here. I want to really make the most of it. And I think Javier has really come back into full form.
And his agent, P.J. Campo, also doing
done
a great job getting him on live horses and helping to revive his career. But it wouldn't have happened without Javi riding as well as he's ridden.
Meanwhile, we talked about that dream team back together again. Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana Jr. on the 6. Letty with more. Let's go to Acacia.
And as I had mentioned back in the paddock, Greg, this horse was being pretty naughty, just a little bit all over the place, trying to rear up and get away from his handler. Not something that you'd normally see of a Steve Asmussen runner. And as most of the horses from his barn do, had a relatively quiet warm-up out there. I was wondering if Ricardo might take him away and give him a good gallop, but he knows the program of the Steve Asmussen barn so well. Stayed quiet with the pony, and he settled down a lot. Again, it's a warm day. You just don't want them to be expending too much energy prior to the race even being run. And to that matter as well, him being focused on a million other things, whether the girth was tight or he was angry about something or he was lashing out at a groom, whatever it could have been that a horse is distracted by, they're not focused on their job ahead of them. It seemed that a light switch when he got out on the track. He framed up beautifully with the pony. I had loved what I saw from him physically coming back off the layoff, and I was really encouraged to see how much he settled and showing a little bit more maturity now as a 3-year-old and knowing, okay, it's game time. I need to focus on what my job is. So a quiet warm-up, but he's conserving a lot more energy now, which I certainly appreciate. Greg?
Keisha, thank you. There's the selections. You saw the great crowd on hand on this Wednesday afternoon. We get set for this big week ahead, Whitney week. But here, 9 to 5, print track. No one's scared away.
No, listen, you and Richie have some clever ideas. You like Never Early here. Greg likes Ray to March. I'm never proud of picking 9 to 5 shots with the 6. I just didn't really have a. I like the 7 here, a scratch. And whenever you like a horse that's a decent enough price, and you're not scratching into a favorite, it's always a little disappointing.
Sure. I mean, I'm just hoping for the right kind of trip with the 5 Never Early. He's versatile. He has enough speed not to be completely outrun. He gets a 5-pound break in the weights with an apprentice that I like a lot in Jose Gomez. I thought maybe he just falls into the right kind of trip.
There's a very good chance, too. Print track's maybe just too good for this group.
I agree. You know, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting because this is the day he needs to show if he can run back to that Fig 2-back, if he can be that horse. But you pointed out when we talk on Talking Horses, Greg, speaking of heart, he's a horse that's not shown an enormous amount of heart in his races. He's folded his tent. And with Ray to March right outside of him, the horse you like, I mean, it's hard to imagine assuming a clean break. You always assume a clean break. I don't think the Castellano's letting Irad get away on print rack. Javier's going.
I said, would you think it's a $25,000 claiming race? Would you think there's going to be a few who show interest in print track?
Oh, he'll get claimed, I would think.
I think you'll see several.
Letty probably gets claimed off the layoff. I mean, I'm sure people were looking at him in the paddock.
People are horse hungry here.
They're making a lot of, and you know, there's a lot of claims, especially the non-maiden races. Maiden races a little trickier, but the non-maidens, it seems like there's claims every race, multiple.
You could go back in time. This horse debuted against Ferrati, Triple Elvis, and Mo Donegal in a maiden special weight at Belmont, and then 1 to 2 dropping from a straight maiden to a maiden 30 claiming.
And they got claimed. And it's been an okay claim for Linda Rice, right? Nothing special, though, to be honest. Horses made $35,000. They paid $30 if they lose today.
I'm just saying, I would have bet him at 1 to 2. That seemed like value off that debut.
Especially if you remember the field he was running against that day. The
loaded.
Good Skate did pretty well.
Yeah.
No, I mean the second race he was in.
Oh, okay.
He lost a run in Son of a Gun. Isn't he the horse that ran 3rd in the Amsterdam? He's the horse that John Toscano has, the great he's one of the coolest overachieving horses out there. He ran a career race to finish 3rd in the Amsterdam. He ran great.
And real quick, back to this horse. Said bumped forward at the start. I didn't think that bump was much last start.
You really have, that's why, and you watch a ton of replays. Well, you have to watch replays when you see those because sometimes it's serious. Sometimes you look at it and you go, I feel like they kissed, you know, and it just didn't mean anything.
And there usually is a modicum of contact, especially leaving the gate. My issue with him is I don't like when horses win by open lengths and are hard ridden all the way through the wire. I feel like you're unnecessarily taking something away from a horse. And, you know, riders use the crop as an aid. There's a point where it becomes a punishment. When a horse is doing what you're asking him and you're still using it, that's when you're not using it properly.
And it's a little bit of a quick return here for him?
Yeah, Linda's okay, though, with quick returns. Her numbers are all right. I think that, going back to the crop, I think that's one of the reasons they're looking to make adjustments in people's use of the crop. You know, there's one thing to use it when necessary and to keep the horse's attention.
Right.
It's another thing when not necessary.
When a horse is giving you their best, lay off them.
Six times max you're allowed to?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, that was what was hashed down. There's some legal wrangling going on with the whole HISA thing, so I don't really know where we're at with that.
8-5 favorite, back to Letty to the outside. See if Asmussen and Santana Jr. can team up for a win here to start off our pick 4. Let's go to John Imbrial.
And they're off. Print Track right out for the early lead. Quickly opens up by a length. And then it is Never Early in the white blinkers who is running in second. And down on the inside is Ready to March next in third. As they race up the backstretch, it is Print Track now clear by 2. Ready to March. And on the outside, it is Letty. And then we come back to Never Early, who is racing in fourth. Farther back is Not Yet Charlie in fifth. Raw Courage is the trailer in sixth. And Print Track ran the opening quarter in 22 and 1/5 seconds and leads here by a length and a half. Letty is next in second as Ready to March drops out of it. Never Early has moved into third. Not Yet Charlie moving up now into fourth. At the top of the stretch with Letty on the outside and Print Track on the inside. The two of them are right together with 3/16 to the finish now. It is Letty who takes the lead from Print Track, and Never Early is next in third. Moving down for the 16th pole. Letty is clear by 3 lengths. Print Track and Never Early giving chase. Letty off the layoff to win here by 3 lengths. Print Track was second, and then Never Early and Not Yet Charlie.
Things look pretty good for Print Track right out of the gate. Got the lead all to himself, but Letty runs him down.
Sometimes the best horse wins, and Letty was the best horse. As you said, Greg, Print Track had everything his own way, and he was no better than second best.
No, and Letty was stalking with intent from the outside all the way, named for the former Islander. Got that from Nick
right?
Letty from Ed Olchek.
Really?
Thank you, Ed. Yeah.
Eddie's everywhere, isn't he? Eddio's everywhere. And Ricardo Santana getting the right trip. Hellegras, you rode a lot of horses. You had horses with John Kimmel at one time, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he had some nice horses at the Highland Boats. Nice family. Great. They've been with Steve a long time. Had a nice turf horse named Swamp. Won some big races.
I remember Swamp. Good horse. They also had Matoli, right?
Oh,
Matoli was there.
sensational. Met Mile winner.
You know,
Breeders' Cup Sprint winner.
Obviously, I had an enormous personal affinity for Bricks and Mortar for a long time. I thought Matoli was a very deserving horse of the year that Bricks and Mortar won it. I thought you could have made a really strong case that he was really deserving. I'm not saying Bricks wasn't, obviously, but so was Matoli.
He was sensational that year. That Met Mile was the most loaded Met Mile we've seen, too, in, what, a few decades?
It was a terrific race. He was the only horse he lost, he was on a dead rail here in the Vanderbilt. And every other race was so good, including the Breeders' Cup. He was such a good horse.
Arrogate's, their daddy did pretty good on this racetrack, and his offspring are doing pretty good on this racetrack.
We're going to miss Arrogate, especially with Artorias out there.
Yeah.
And Artorias, to me, is the horse that you got to think about going 1.25 miles in the Run Happy Travers.
Whether he's ready to beat these horses yet, he could win like a race like the Clark at the end of the year. You know, I'm not saying he's not ready. But
yeah, we're going to see him a lot better, right?
Horse.
Probably towards the end of this campaign. Not to
horse.
say that he can't win the Run Happy Travers. Right. He was impressive. Son of Arrogate wins here. Letty in his 3-year-old debut for Steve Asmussen. Ricardo Santana Jr. Heilig Brote Racing at 8-5, 6-2, 5-4 in the third.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. From ages 2 to 4, this versatile son of Warfront proved his class at the highest levels. Now his first foals have arrived. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
We're back on Saratoga Live. Still trying to make our set being moved to this area. Brand new addition this summer. The Paddock Suite. Overlooking the paddock. It is gorgeous. Great spot to check out the racing. The bar down below, everyone can access. Tremendous. Our program, of course, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Letty, 3-year-old debut. Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana Jr. They used to win a lot together. They team up again here for Heiligbrod Racing. Let's go to Acacia.
Pleased to be joined by assistant trainer Scott Blasey here with me, a huge part of the operation, the one based up here in Saratoga. And Scott, I know Letty had been training down at Ellis Park, but this horse is a little naughty back in the paddock, but really seemed to focus out on track.
Yeah, he seemed pretty sharp coming in off the layoff. You know, he got a little playful in the paddock, but not too much to worry about.
And as we saw Ricardo Santana give him a warm-up with the pony, kind of typical of what we often will see with your runners. Talk a little bit about that and just how the horses from the barn with you and Steve are always so well schooled with the pony and on the track.
Well, it's just something we work on in the mornings, and it's just less stuff to go wrong if they stay with the pony, we feel like. So it's just one of those things that we do. We'll turn one loose every now and then from him, but it's just kind of our go-to.
It was pretty game coming back off the layoff as well, but coming off of a huge weekend for your team with 3 graded stakes wins. Jackie's Warrior in particular, I know Steve has a soft spot for him. What's he mean to you, given all that he's done on the racetrack?
Oh, he's just a barn pet. Of all the horses he's had, he's up there with one of my favorites. It's one thing to watch what he does on the racetrack, but if you were around him every day, you would appreciate him even more.
He's a special one for sure. Scott, thanks a lot. Congrats here.
Thank you.
As we saw Letty victorious off the layoff, Greg, and claimed going off to a new home after this race.
As we thought there were some horses that looked ready for the taking in this spot. So Letty moving to a new barn, but wins for Asmussen on the way out at 8-5, so 6-2-5 finish. Epicenter, I think there's some argument. You could say, oh, some of these other 3-year-olds, they're still developing. They can take a move forward. The development at Epicenter is already done. He just keeps bringing that same race back and back and back. So consistent, and it's good enough to keep winning.
And I think one of the marks of the Asmussen barn is getting horses to improve with time and keeping older horses in training and running well. It's not an easy thing to do. A lot of people struggle in doing that. It's something they do very well.
Getting horses to hold form over an extended period of time, and that's something you see from the Chad Brown barn as well. Most of your good horsemen, they get a horse into a good form cycle. It's not, inconsistent. It's pretty steady.
4th from Saratoga, mile on the inner turf, $25,000 claiming race. The old veteran, 9-year-old mare War Canoe lining up in this spot. Not an easy spot for her. There's a few that look like they could be tough in this spot, which we'll talk more about in a minute.
I agree. We're going to try to wire the field with Adelaide Miss, but it's a competitive race.
All right, we'll get to this again coming up. 24 minutes to post. This Saturday, one of the most prestigious races there is in our game, the Whitney for older horses. Mile and an eighth, and the big showdown. So many are talking about the brilliant Life is Good. An Olympiad for Bill Mott, who brings in a 5-race win streak, 4 of those wins, graded stakes victories.
And frankly, he was a bit unlucky in the Cigar Mile. He might have won that one as well and had a grade 1. But Life is Good, Richie. He's brilliant.
He's brilliant. He has the kind of speed that, you know, a sprinter possesses, and yet he's able to carry it further. He got a prep in the John Nehru and put them supposedly right where he needs to be.
He's just breaking Speaker's Corner's heart in this race. You saw him trying to keep up with him, and he just broke his heart, and he's a super good horse, Speaker's Corner. Life is Good. I mean, so many people talk about Flightline, and he is obviously a brilliant talent. Life is Good is a brilliant talent as well, and it's going to take a Herculean effort to beat him, though Olympiad may be up to it.
He's been that good for Bill Mott, but this is a horse and Flightline, who obviously, you know, out of the West Coast right now, these two being talked about sort of as just in a different breath of how talented they are.
Well, their speed, their early speed and ability to carry the distance, that's a rare quality.
And the similar styles, the fact that they're both fast. I mean, to me, it's an interesting matchup, and they're generational type talents.
The thing that so many say about Life is Good, he works sensational. He goes so fast, and he does it so easy.
Well, look, he looks like he's in an open gallop. He doesn't look like he's going each eighth in about 12 seconds. It's effortless for him, and that speaks to the mechanics and his stride, his ability to do this. And as easy as he's going through the stretch here, under just a gallop hold from the exercise rider here, watch his gallop out. He always wants to do more.
No, I mean, I'm not going to knock this horse. Was a mile and a quarter in Dubai a bit of a stretch for him, perhaps? I think that pace was a lot faster than people might think. This is a tremendous racehorse.
Deep racetrack there, too, that Todd Pletcher had said he still thinks a mile and a quarter is within his scope. We'll find out.
It depends on pace.
Yeah.
He worked a half a mile, but he's galloping out at least a good strong 3/4 here. He's going to pull up probably a mile. This is why Todd Pletcher's horses have so much foundation. They may work to the wire, but they're galloping out. This guy's still going. He's onto the backstretch of the Oklahoma racetrack here. Impressive horse to work.
He has to run in the Breeders' Cup Classic. He can't run in the Breeders' Cup Mile. He won that last year. To go in there would be a concession. They would retire him before he would run in the mile again, I think.
Yeah, there's no
something
need.
happens, right?
All right, guys, let me correct myself. This was the main track, and did you see the exercise rider? She had her legs in the dashboard, using all of her body weight, trying to slow this horse down. He was already past the 5/8 pole here on the main track. He's a horse that's got a huge appetite for his workouts.
Great horse.
And he's always been that way, and he does it so incredibly easily. Let's go back, take a look at it again, and Mig pointed out.
Onto the backstretch here. Now watch the rider's body posture here. Now the legs are going to start getting further and further in front of her, using all of her body weight. I mean, she's got her legs in the dash trying to get this guy stopped. He's like a freight train.
So that's full brakes, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's what people don't understand. Why do riders ride with short stirrups? You need your body weight as leverage to pull these horses up. If you had a long seat where your legs were around the horse, you would never get a horse like that stopped. He would still be going around there, or the outrider would have to come get you.
It's going to be a fun showdown among those who he is facing in the Whitney. As we talked about, for Hall of Famer Bill Mott, Olympiad, who comes in having won 5 in a row, 4 of them graded stakes victories. He is on quite a roll.
Yeah, he's been terrific. And you look at his win in the Foster last time, it's the fastest race that he's run. He ran a 111 or 112 buyer, basically the same number that you saw Life is Good running, a 111 buyer. So his last race elevates him to the kind of times Life is Good runs. He's not brilliant like Life is Good, but that doesn't mean he's untalented, and it doesn't mean he can't win this race.
Well, and this was on the Oklahoma training track, so I'm 50%. I'm hitting here. I got one track right, and he's undefeated going 2 turns, so you have to respect him.
And, you know, Jonathan, I thought, made an interesting allusion on the show on Sunday, comparing this Whitney to Blame versus Quality Road. Quality Road, who had that brilliant speed and a brilliant racehorse, comparing him a little bit to Life is Good in that sense, and Blame had that more workmanlike, though I wouldn't necessarily say, I think that's not trying to insult these horses, I think a World Olympiad, but a different kind of style, and Blame ran down Quality Road. Can Olympiad run down Life is Good? Big question.
If this field lined up and the 2008 commentator was in the field, who wins the race?
Commentator.
Ran a 120
How
buyer.
about a 2005 that beat St. Liam?
What a performance. We'll visit with the two-time Whitney winner when we come back.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile.
Essential Quality have won.
In the Belmont.
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
Well named.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
This is Commentator. He's a two-time winner of the Whitney, won over $2 million, and he was also the final winner of the Mass Cap in 2008 at Suffolk Downs.
Volunteer Mary Eddy says that Commentator, the New York-bred earner of more than $2 million, shown here winning the 2008 Whitney Handicap for the second time, is a fan favorite here at Old Friends at Cabin Creek. Visitors are delighted to see how great the 21-year-old looks.
More places like this are needed. It's just great to see that he has a permanent home with the amount of thoroughbreds that, you know, race. So what happens to a $5,000 claimer?
Just love it. I love the sound, the smell, being able to touch our horses. They deserve a life with nature and retirement like we do.
In fact, aftercare facilities across the state provide just that. One of the most famous claimers of all, Zippy Chippy, lived here in retirement for 12 years alongside his paddock mate, Red Down South. Zippy passed away in April of 2022, but not before touching thousands of hearts because of his record of 0 wins from 100 starts and his personality.
And didn't mind losing. We like to think that he was just very generous and let all the other horses go first, like after you.
And here's Commentator turning for home in the Whitney with a 3-length lead. On the far outside, Student Council trying to reel him in, but time is running out. There's less than a furlong to go, and it's Commentator well clear. Followed by Student Council, and here's Commentator to win the Whitney again.
Two-time Whitney winner indeed, doing it as an 8-year-old in dominant fashion. What a horse. Incredible New York bred. And I mentioned that big number. He got a bigger number, actually, when he won it with Gary Stevens back in 05.
Yeah, his performance in 05 when he beat the eventual horse of the year, St. Liam, was one of the bravest performances I've ever seen on this racetrack. And people say he got away with a loose lead. He went 23, 46, 109. And he held off St. Liam by the entire stretch to get by him. He was an honest-to-God great horse on his best days.
And that was his best day as far as I'm concerned. He did set fast fractions. He was freewheeling. St. Liam, a horse of the year, top horse,
Tremendous
got
horse.
to him, and you could just see, I'm not letting you go by, whatever I have to do. I love speed horses that fight for it.
Gary Stevens aboard for that win back in 05. Those Whitney wins, by the way, 3 years apart. Incredible to win it again as an 8-year-old. We're going to take a timeout. We got the 4th next on the grass from Saratoga.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the new Paddock Suite at Saratoga Racecourse. Enjoy Saratoga's newest hospitality area featuring a climate-controlled bar, lounge, and balcony overlooking the paddock. Reserve your table today at naira.com/Saratoga.
Back on Saratoga Live on this Wednesday card, Whitney Week. Program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. This 4th race, mile over the inner turf. It's a $25,000 claiming group. That 6-horse right now, wow, is your favorite for trainer Tom Morley. Ran very good last time out, getting back on the grass for the first time in a while with more. On the 4th, let's go to Acacia.
And we'll take a look at a Mike Maker runner for a barn that has been red hot here at the meet so far. The number 5 Golden Voice, who does drop in class today, thought that this horse, who was disappointing as the favorite last time out, just looked a little bit uncomfortable being in such a tight hold in that last race. The winner was much the best over at Horseshoe Indy, but had a couple of strong wins at Pimlico and Keeneland prior to that. She's just dappled out from head to toe, and I did think it was cool. We don't often get a chance to see the progeny of Golden Horn, an ARC winner here in the States. And after they had saddled this filly, they kept her quiet in the saddling stall. And looking back at notes from last year, that's exactly what Mike Maker has done in the past with her, just wanting to keep her quiet prior to the race. But I liked what I saw from this filly and think the drop in class should help her as she heads out. Ricardo Santana looks for another one. Charge Account took a step forward, getting onto the turf last time out for Tom Morley. This mare, I thought she broke pretty sharply, just not quite enough there in that last little bit of the stretch, but does look like a horse physically who should appreciate being on the turf. Once again, she's a little bit lighter behind, but she's sharp in here. I think that she's going to be forwardly placed as she's been on her toes throughout, and Javier Castellano and Tom Morley teaming up together have had tremendous success. The 7 Carry On is one of a couple in here trying the turf for the first time, and while she's a bigger bodied type of filly, and it doesn't exactly look like Joe Sharp necessarily claimed her to run on the turf, there is pedigree for it. On the bottom side, the Dam was a 3-time turf winner. She finished 3rd in the Grade 3 the Very One on turf, and there was a sibling who was a 2-time turf winner as well. As a bit of a turf hoof, I'm going to take, I think, the wait-and-see approach overall, but she is intriguing based on that pedigree to have another option for the barn, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Coming down Champions Way, post-parade coming up. As we approach the 7-minute mark to post, great crowd on hand. And take a look at the money line here for this 4th race.
Looks like the price you could have taken on the Nats last night to beat DeGrom in his return, and they beat him. Not happy about it, but they beat him. They were like over a 3-to-1 dog, so there's a bunch of those on the board, right? I know you're betting a little baseball, Richie, just pretending you're not.
Got to give a shout out, since you brought it up, one of the all-time greats in the history of broadcasting. We lost, Vince Scully passing away. No one did it better.
Nah.
Jasmine-esque kicks off our post-parade. Jose Gomez, Gary Siaka.
Her best success in the turf is going short, so even if she was good enough, a mile probably too far.
First time on the turf for Shadalamo.
The mare did produce 1 turf winner. The sire gets 13% turf winners as opposed to 17% dirt winners.
I love this mare. 9 years old now, War Canoe.
She's a super horse, but she's a little past her prime. Probably
let me clarify, I don't love her today. Right. I love her in general.
No, I gotta love horses like her.
Adelaide Miss, she wants to take him gate to wire.
Has speed, drops in class, will be dangerous with Luis Saez.
Golden Voice, Mike Maker, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Both Adelaide Miss and Golden Voice are sort of somewhat suspect drop downs and horses that could easily be claimed here, but they're still the horses to beat.
Charge Account ran good against Better and drops down today.
Yeah, ran on, was caught wide, but finished well. Good combination, Tom Morley, Javier Castellano.
And turf debut, the pedigree for it, Carry On.
There's tons of pedigree, at least in the Dam side, but this is a horse that ran in $4,000 claiming races, and you just wonder, they entered once for the turf, the race was rained off. I don't know if they were an MTO, I said the horse had an outside post, but why wouldn't you try a horse like this in the turf? You're running at Belterra, you're running at Indiana Horseshoe, they have turf courses. Why not try the turf just once before running them that low? Even Mountaineer, where they ran as a turf course.
These silks for this trainer, they win a lot. 3 Diamonds Farm, trainer Mike Maker, one of your leading trainers at the meet, right now tied for 3rd with Christophe Clement. He's got 9 wins. And that race at Pimlico, 2 starts back. Entry-level allowance, here it is. Big performance in this win.
No, the race 2 back and 3 back really make her the horse to beat. Now, she obviously ran poorly at Indiana last time out, as she's been a big tour, Turfway, Keeneland, Pimlico, Indiana. You know, do you trust her? She's dropping down. She's going to get claimed, even though she ran poorly last time. Do you trust the 4, Adelaide Miss? Even the trainer has tremendous stats, dropping horses significantly in class, over 50% of the turf. I'm sorry, 50% in claiming price. Still, do you trust them?
Not 100%. Not 100%.
But enough to bet him at 3-to-1?
Listen, I like War Canoe. I thought she might be a little bigger price than 7-2, though. But I do like her.
Meanwhile, here is the one that everyone's going to have to try and run down. Adelaide Miss, coming out of a much tougher spot, really, than anybody in this field. And the theory is that speed going to last a lot longer against easier.
And it was a race that collapsed last time. And talking about that stat, 50% drop in claim price. This horse ran for $62,500 last time, $62,500. Runs for $25,000 today, so more than a 50% drop. 16 for 25. Now,
I like
most
those
of them are
odds.
dirt, and they were shortest priced horses, but they're winning for her. And this horse likely to get claimed, Golden Voice likely to get claimed. Do they going to get the win and get claimed?
Do you think she has company on the lead, though, Adelaide Miss?
Who's going to run with her here?
The
If she
one,
breaks,
Jasmine-esque.
I don't think Jasmine-esque is fast enough to run with her. Now, Gomez
She's
is an
got
aggressive rider, so maybe he goes stretching out.
She has 5.5 furlong sprint speed on the grass, right? Adelaide Miss?
When the paces are really slow. I mean, not really. I mean, she's in those races without showing speed. Listen, an aggressive ride can change a lot of things. The natural speed, though, of Adelaide Miss is significantly bigger than the speed of Jasmine-esque. I would be surprised if the 4 breaks cleanly. I'll be very surprised if she's not in front.
3-1 on Adelaide Miss. Saez will look for number 2 on the afternoon. Let's go back to Acacia.
And as you were mentioning, the 3 War Canoe, she is such a cool horse that she still keeps showing up every single time. But for me, she's just a little bit tough to trust because sometimes when these mares get to a certain age and she still carries herself really well from race to race, she's just starting to look it. She's a 9-year-old. She doesn't necessarily get any more fit with racing. She's a little bit soft around the edges. She's moving beautifully out there. She had a nice warm-up with Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle as he often takes his horses away from the pony. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe her class comes back and shows a little bit, but she just hasn't really had the punch that you'd like to see in her last couple of starts. The number 4, Adelaide Miss, takes that drop in class, and she does have that speed. Louis Saez actually kept her with the pony for the warm-up. He didn't take her away and give her a big gallop as they had anticipated being the case. And watching her last race where she went right to the front at Belmont, she was pretty keen. She was pretty strong on the front end, and maybe that's why he's trying to keep her a little quieter in the preliminaries, because she was really pulling against Trevor McCarthy. And I think with that drop in class, she is the fastest horse here early. She does wear front wraps again, which I just typically don't love with turf horses. Wore them last time as well, and you don't typically see them on turf horses either, as it is a kinder surface in a multitude of ways. But she's been fresh out there. She's sharp. Let's see how far she can take that speed. I just loved everything I saw physically in the preliminaries, Greg, from Golden Voice, the 5.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 5-2, co-favorite right now, along with that speedster on your screen. Adelaide Miss should be leading the way under Luis Saez. Going back to War Canoe for a minute. Multiple graded stakes placed in her career for a couple different trainers. Chad Brown, Linda Rice. She was in the 2018 Diana against Sister Charlie.
Yeah. Did Gary Contessa have her back then? He originally had her, and she's a horse that's been ultra consistent during her career. She's just tailed off a little bit, and both you and I, in talking about the last race, the second on July 1st, we both felt that Charging Out the 6 ran a much better race.
Yeah.
Well, my thought process, and I picked War Canoe, is that she's an older mare now, 9 years old. Takes older horses longer to round back into form. Now, she's lost a step. I'm not going to dispute that for a second. She's not as talented as she once was. But she had a race on the synthetic, probably not the best, and probably didn't get a lot out of it. Thought that she was compromised at Belmont when she attended the pace, when she doesn't really want to run that way. It was a slow pace, not Kendrick Carmouche's fault. And then I thought last time was kind of an indication that she was ready maybe to fire her best today.
Good luck.
We'll see.
As I got older, it took me longer to round into form.
I'm not disputing it. She's not that far.
She had a pretty good trip last start, and she didn't show that punch in the lane.
She hit the wire with the 6, and the 6 just ran better.
Yeah. I'm surprised they're the same price.
I am too. But listen, Richie disagrees with this, so obviously a lot of people agree with Richie's thought process. I suppose it's possible in here. I'm not saying, neither one of them saying she can't win. We just like others.
I just think this is her third start off the layoff if I put a line through that synthetic race.
There she is, 9-year-old mare. She had some big moments in her career. And here's the one, though, everyone's got to try and run down. Luis Saez should be in front early. 4-year-old filly is 4 for 12 on the lawn. First try here at Saratoga in her career. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call, the 4th from the spa.
Waiting for charge account and carry on. They're in the gate. are off. There is Adelaide Miss and Golden Voice. Those two are out for the early lead. Jasmine-esque is down at the rail and racing in third. Charge Account is in between horses. Carry On is on the outside. And then it is a War Canoe. And the trailer is Shadow Lamo in seventh as they race around the clubhouse turn. Adelaide Miss sets the pace here, leads by a length with Golden Voice in pursuit in second. And just in behind is Jasmine-esque in third. The quarter 24 and 1/5 seconds over the firm turf, and they're heading up the backstretch now. And the leader is Adelaide Miss on top by that length. And it is Golden Voice still racing in second. Jasmine-esque and Carry On, they are heads apart third and fourth. Charge Account is next in fifth, followed on the outside by Adelaide Miss. And Shadow Lamo is at the back, the half in 47 and 4. Adelaide Miss continues to lead here. Adelaide Miss by a length and a half, now by 2 lengths over Golden Voice, and they're midway on the turn. Adelaide Miss the leader. Golden Voice now getting closer in second. Far outside, it is Carry On, who makes a move along with a War Canoe. Charge Account will need a way through. Jasmine-esque is down at the rail. 3/4 went in 1:12. It is wide open here. It is Adelaide Miss. Jasmine-esque looking to come on through. So is Charge Account. Then comes Golden Voice and Carry On. And now there's room for Charge Account, who spurts at the end. And Charge Account has won it with that quick spurt at the end, defeating Adelaide Miss in race 4 at Saratoga.
Charge Account getting by that speedster Adelaide Miss for the win late. Tom Morley, Javier Castellano, number 12 at the meet.
You get that kind of position from post number 6 in this race. This is why Javier Castellano is having a sensational meet.
Saving ground. Was able to find his way, find live cover, pick his way through the field. Saving ground is critical to winning turf races. He finds the seam. This is as good a turf ride as you're going to see. Javier Castellano contributed a fine ride to a horse that was well prepared by Tom Morley, who's having a terrific meeting.
No, this was an excellent ride here. Both the 4 and 5 ran their races, but Charge Account just got the trip and just proved best, but she got a very good ride to get there.
A revived Javier Castellano, we were talking about him earlier, has this 5-year-old mare in great position and finding the right level as well. 3-1.
Thread in the needle here. I mean, but having enough horse to put his horse's shoulder on the 5 horse and say, no, I got my line. I'm going to be able to hold it and go forward. It's an art to it. I mean, he did it perfectly, absolutely picture-perfect ride, fun to watch.
And having the courage to be in that position as well and put her there. You know, this is a horse that Tom Morley claimed, $25,000 two back. Tried at slightly higher levels, ran well enough to win, but dropped back to level being claimed at, got the job done. Terrific job by Tom.
Rainbow's End Racing Stable. Charge It, drop down, second win on grass at 3-1. 6, 4, 5, 1 in the fourth. We're going to get into the pick 6 when we come back. A lot more coming up on Saratoga Live on this Wednesday edition on Whitney Week. Stay with us.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words. Breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Consistently versatile, with 24 Grade 1 winners on every surface, from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles, all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins. Olympiad gets the gold in the New Orleans Classic.
Charles Fight running on. Mason and Brett. Charles Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
All purpose, all places, all power. Spitestown.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back on Saratoga Live on FS2. Good to have you with us. You can play it all, of course, with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started. Go to nairabets.com, download that app, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 4th at Saratoga. In the books, charge account number 12 at the meet for the rider with the highest winning percentage at this stacked jockey colony here at Saratoga.
He's making the most of every mount that he gets and giving them their best chance to win. That's all you can ask from a rider.
You know, the only person that may have ridden harder than Javier here is Maggie. Have you ever watched Maggie root one of Tom's horses?
Maggie
She
knows how to
rides
lay
hard.
down a route. Yeah, she does.
$8.90. Nice claim for the Morley Barn. And for Rainbow's End Racing, as mentioned, 6-4-5 finish. Let's go to the winner's circle with Acacia.
Pleased to be joined by winning rider Javier Castellano. Javi, charge account a little tight there, threading the needle in the stretch, but your horse was game, and you certainly had enough horse underneath you.
Absolutely, I like the way he did it today. I had to cover up a little bit. I rolled last time for first time in Belmont. I think I learned the lesson a little bit. I think I'm kind of more lead too early, and he made the move. He hold it for the 3rd place. I think I learned something good out of there, and he paid off today. Basically, I covered up, and the timing right, in the right place, in the right time.
Yeah, talk to me a little bit about that. Riding this horse last time, his first time on the turf in a while, and you said you learned something about him from riding him in that race at Belmont.
Absolutely. Every time you ride horses and you get communicate basically bilingual, and you start Cabero learning something different to make a change to move forward. I think that's exactly what it did. Like I said, he paid off today.
And how about you and Tom Morley? You've had a tremendous amount of success together lately.
Tommy is a great guy. He's a great horseman. He put the horse in the right places, and we've been very lucky together. He gave me opportunity to ride the horses. I really appreciate that. And trust me, I ride better than ever. I feel like an 18-year-old kid competing with those guys. I had good percent, everything going the right direction. I'm really hungry. I tried to go through a little hole inside in the real, everything. I try every move to make it progress, and everything been very good.
You make it so fun to watch, too. But I have to ask you real quick about your jockey karaoke performance this weekend.
I think I ride stick with right horses.
I love it, Javier. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Javier Castellano. I loved hearing what he said, guys, and he is so fun to watch and how well he's riding right now, Greg.
Get the hook out to get him off the set.
He's a happy young man right now. He should be. Look, he's riding sensational. And 4 years in a row, he was named the outstanding rider in this sport. He can still do it at a high, high level. Great start to this meet.
Great start to the meet. Great. Again, I like to see riders come back into form when they've gone through struggles. It's not easy. It's a constant game. There's no season. There's no team. It's you constantly hustling, trying out, auditioning for parts in the morning. You go to the directors or the trainers. Let me work a horse. Oh, you fit this one. You want the Academy Award-winning parts. They're the stakes horses. It's great to see.
You were very fortunate in your career. You very rarely got injured.
No, if I had been more injury-free, who knows?
When I heard that there was an injury at the track, I knew it was about 80% it was Richie.
You actually did almost climb the fence at the quarter pole at Belmont one day. Right. I will give you that.
And then you said to your wife, "Where's Andy?"
Well, I'm surprised you didn't show up at the hospital.
Got a lot of metal in that body now as a result.
Yeah, you don't want to be around me in a lightning storm.
Big weekend, Whitney week here at Saratoga. One of the most prestigious events there is in this game for older horses. And That's on Saturday. Life is Good, Olympiad, Hot Rod Charlie, among others lining up. Aladar tomorrow, and the Aladar got Art Collector back in action for Bill Mott. Horse who was in the Breeders' Cup Classic was 10-1 in the Classic. Didn't run that day, but the comeback effort after he was in the Grade 1 Saudi Cup, disappointed. Can he get back to who he was now as a 5-year-old?
He looks like the controlling speed in this race, perhaps with Masker Parade outside of him. Somebody's going to have to step it up, or he doesn't show up for him to lose.
That's race 8 on Thursday, mile and 1/8. Aladar, Art Collector, 7-5 morning line. Welcome to those just joining us on this Wednesday edition of Saratoga Live at the premier meet in the country. Those just joining us on Bally Sports Southern California, San Diego. Those already with us on FS2. Welcome to the summer place to be. A gorgeous Wednesday afternoon here in upstate New York at Saratoga Springs. We're getting set for the start of the Pick 6 coming up on this Wednesday card. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, champion jockey Richard Migliori. Should have been the only apprentice to ever win this riding title. Unfortunately, got derailed by injury.
It's a little unlucky that year as well. I mean, had a great meeting, 20 wins in a 24-day meet. I won the first race that last Saturday. Picked up before dawn in the spin-away because George Velasquez got hurt in the second race. And then I wound up getting hurt in the third race on Creme de la Fête. Didn't ride again for another 10 days or so.
And before dawn was Calumet John Veach.
Yes.
Won the spin-away,
yeah.
correct?
She won the spin-away. Greg McCarron picked her up. But 6 horses I was named on won over the next 3 days.
You would have won at least 2 of them, probably.
But you're not,
at least 2, maybe 3. Maybe 3.
Clearly, as your memory's a little foggy, you're not hanging on to it.
Well, no, but
he's let go of this
Eddie
a long
Maple
time
creeped
ago.
into a 3-way tie, and then Angel won with his very last mount on Monday.
How often do you dream that you didn't get injured and won that? Twice a week?
No,
Three times
the
a week?
only dreams I have about riding now is that I'm in the jockey's room and they call the riders out and I can't find the exit to get to the paddock and I'm watching the horses go to
That's
the gate
a
without
nightmare.
me. And I wake up with my heart pounded.
Really?
That I can't get out of the jockey's room.
That's like a jockey equivalent of, you're in school and you have a test coming up and you never went to class, which happened to me a lot.
I never did go to class.
I actually lived that in reality.
Yeah, me too.
We're going to show you what's coming up. We have the best yet to come on this Wednesday card. Told you the Pick 6 coming up in this 5th race. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Late Pick 5 begins in race 6. That's on the inner turf at a mile and a 16th for 2-year-old fillies, many making their debut. And that feature, the 9th on the turf at a mile and a 16th, where Chad Brown will have an entry, even money on the morning line.
And there are only runners on today's card, which is unusual. Considering, now that I think about it, Todd Pletcher doesn't have. Is Todd Pletcher even running? Feels like they're giving everybody else a day off today. Yeah, no Todd Pletchers and 2 horses for Chad Brown, but an entry in 1 race. That, in and of itself, is highly unusual in Saratoga.
Think they're out golfing together?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, those guys, 2 guys who take a lot of days off.
That 5th, we'll get back to it. 5.5 furlong turf sprint, maiden special weight. Here's the big one, though, this week that everybody's talking about. Whitney weekend, always one of the biggest there at the meet. Grade 1, $1 million prize, and Life is Good, Olympiad. The big showdown between these two with a strong supporting cast as well.
This work is just nothing short of sensational. He's just cruising to the quarter pole. Looks like he's not doing anything. Exercise rider. She's sitting motionless. This young lady is so good on tough horses, and I'm sorry, but her name's escaping me at the moment. But she does such a good job. And the way he comes through the stretch is one thing. But, Andy, the story is the gallop out and how much more he wants to do and how difficult he is to pull up.
He's a remarkable racehorse. I mean, he's one of those few incredible talents that can go fast early and still finish in dirt races. It's just a special horse.
Special, it just continues. He's got such an appetite for his work. Continues on. And Greg, watch when she gets down. Like, we're going to go past the bushes. We were already now onto the just about onto the backstretch here on the main track at Saratoga, excuse me. And watch now, she's going to start asking him to pull up, but he doesn't want to stop. He wants to continue. Going to disappear behind these bushes here in a moment. And then keep an eye on her legs. And this is what we call putting your legs in the dashboard, trying to slow one down. She's using all of her body weight to rein this guy in.
You would know who she was if, like me, you followed Amelia Green on Twitter.
Amelia Green, I am sorry. My apologies. I am a fan of Amelia Green because she is a terrific hand on a
She
horse.
doesn't know who you are, so don't worry. Don't worry about insulting her. You don't know. She has no idea who you are.
I have to know who I am, but I have to give her props for being a good hand on a
Well,
horse.
the one she
Not about
was
me.
working is the story Saturday in this matchup with Olympiad, but its life is good. The race goes through him brilliantly fast. He does it so easily. Here's a horse who's going to tackle him. Olympiad for Hall of Famer Belmont. He's won 5 in a row. 4 of those wins graded stakes. And, wow, he's so good. He's been so great in this division, but it's a year that might just be the wrong year to be in this division.
It might be, and it might not be. And we'll find that out Saturday because he has passed every test with aplomb. And while he lost the Cigar Mile to American Revolution, who's one of 3 other Grade 1 winners in this race, he had a trip that day, and he could have won that day. So, listen, I think the world of Life is Good, but this is a very, very good horse, and he should not be underestimated.
He's undefeated going around 2 turns. The network was really good, too. Kept purposely off the rail by Neil Pazanski, who one of a handful of people that have ever won the Eclipse Award and the Sovereign Award as Champion Apprentice.
Wow.
You didn't know that, huh?
You're on top of your game today. 2 days off.
Extra prep for Mig. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, we'll have the story of second homes for retired racehorses, so important in this sport. Acacia Clement doing her part. Stay with us. A lot more Saratoga Live to come right after this timeout.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga. As America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 and graded stakes winners, Saratoga is the can't-miss event of the summer. One catalog of selected yearlings offered over 2 electrifying evenings. Recent Grade 1 winners include the brilliant Flightline, Bleecker Street, Maracuja, and Queen Goddess, plus new Hall of Fame inductee Tepin. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, August 8th and 9th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Racing for Home is the brainchild of Acacia when she was a teenager. We decided we wanted to get a thoroughbred, and we thought we'd go to the racetrack.
Racing for Home is a 501c3 nonprofit that's dedicated to retraining, rehabilitating, rehoming Thoroughbred X racehorses. We've been in existence since 2010, and we're accredited by the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, meaning that we meet a very high level of standards as far as aftercare organizations are concerned. It's run by me and my mom, Sherry, and it really is a family affair, and it's a labor of love at the end of the day.
We have a different business model than many of the other aftercare organizations, and I feel we all fill a niche. Some of them do adoptions where they come in and go out quickly. We don't do that. I often take horses that other organizations can't or won't take because the injury is a long-term rehab situation.
I had some horses be in some pretty bad situations, and it's amazing to see the transformation. There's no fear in them. There's no anger in them. They become like giant lap dogs, really, that just want to love on you and get their treats, and that's because my mom is this amazing individual that loves them and makes them feel safe.
I think we've had, 40 horses go through the program now, and I couldn't be more committed to what I'm doing.
Right now, Sweet Flattery, who was a Christophe Clement trainee, he only raced once and he came back to Racing for Home. My mom retrained him, worked with him, and he's now up in Saratoga at the Oklahoma training track as my husband Miguel's pony, getting all of the 2-year-olds ready for the meet.
More needs to be done for these horses that do everything for us, give us thrills, happiness, make people fortunes, to make sure that they all have the life that they deserve, because horses can live well into their 30s, and typically they're done racing 6, maybe 7 years old.
This is a nonprofit organization, and we truly do not profit. It's a labor of love, and like I said, it's something that we've taken on willingly because horses have given us everything.
Acacia, we all applaud you for what you're doing with your organization. How in the world do you have time to do this as well?
Like I said in the piece, and it's a good thing I couldn't see it, Greg, because I might start crying. I'm even a little close to it here because it's so much love and emotion that goes into it. So with my schedule, I don't get to be hands-on with the horses as much as I would like these days, but my mom is really the heart and soul behind it, and she's incredible with the time and the effort that she does put into it, going to the barn each and every day. So I do all the paperwork, I do all the administrative side of things, all of the work keeping up with the needs that need to be met in order to keep our accreditation with the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. I work in serving as a liaison between horsemen that want to adopt horses out to a new home and finding them places to go. So it's just something that I care so deeply about and something that's really, really important to me. So it doesn't feel like work, and it's something I gladly take on every day, and just really, really grateful, guys, that we got the opportunity to show that piece. As we'll go into a paddock report here as horses start heading out, taking a look at the number 4 Triumphant Road first, who is taking quite a bit of attention for Eddie Barker off of the layoff. This Ridgeling by Quality Road, who has pedigree to get on the turf for the first time. Dan was a multiple graded stakes winner, 6-time turf winner, half to multiple winner Curl and Spox, who 4-time turf winner. This guy has a turf hoof. He looks like a turf sprinter. He's compact, he's short coupled, he's really, really strong off the layoff, and was actually the one that just first caught my eye when he walked into the paddock. The 2 upper level tries the turf for the first time as well, and the Dam actually did win a couple times on the grass. This one showed some speed in his debut, which typically with first-time starters, if they show speed and then kind of back up, I like them coming back the next time, and he looks so much more fit today. He is an athletic type of horse, but really so much more tucked up after having that race under his belt. He also has a turf hoof and looks like he should take to the grass. I do like that he had the opportunity to work over the turf course at the Oklahoma training track. Wasn't the fastest work, but oftentimes with those works, you do have the opportunity just to see how a horse moves over the grass, and that's a big benefit of being based on the training track and here at the spa. The number 3 Rockets Red Glare is a first-time starter for Linda Rice, as this one, he's one that I do want to watch and see him have a start as far as fitness and just to get a little bit more focused. He was screaming when he first came in the paddock, just a little bit distracted, but I do think he is in the right spot, and he looks like he could be quick. As a 2-year-old last year when they purchased him at the OBS April sale, he worked 10 flat, and he finished up pretty well. Got a big, strong hind end on him, too. One to watch moving forward, but this is the right place to start, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Getting set for our post parade coming up. So, not surprisingly, the favorite here, it's Java Buzz for Linda Rice. Flavian Pratt will ride 9-5. Compromise beginning last time out, ran a very good race in his 3-year-old debut.
Also had significant traffic in the stretch as well. So he legitimately should have won last time. The problem for me is I bet him at 6-1 last time, and now he's a third of the price or less. So I don't see any value with him. The problem is, Greg, the horse you and I are both interested in here, the 4 Triumphant Road, with a big pedigree, big purchase price off the layoff. 7-2 is not a very inviting price on this horse. He feels like everybody's trying to be a wise guy with this horse, and I think he's poor value at 7-2.
Well, a horse, like you said, with a big pedigree, the mare Foxy Sox, graded stakes winner on turf. Interesting enough, she ran against the dam of Upper Level, the 2-horse Lavender Sky. They raced against each other several times. Foxy Sox being better of the 2. I would feel better if Triumphant Road had a turf work, though.
Significant money, though. We say it all the time, especially a horse trying something new, like Triumphant Road will be. First on turf, start number 2 overall. 10-1 morning line, 7-2 right now. Here's the favorite, 9-5. Java Buzz gets post 5.
Yeah, I wanted to get the money with him last time. He probably should have won that race. He repeated that performance, will make him tough.
Speed on the dirt, first time out. Upper Level gets on turf now.
Turf pedigree, Lavender Sky, nice turf mare, stakes place, and this horse has speed from the inside.
Linda Rice, Irad Ortiz Jr., Rockets, Red Glare.
Is this horse live as a first-time starter, or is it Irad Ortiz money? I vote for the latter.
So here's the one taking all this money, big turf pedigree, turf debut here.
Yeah, and multiple graded stakes winner on turf, big pedigree. It'd be interesting to see how he takes to it.
9-2 on this Bill Mott runner, third to a pretty good one.
Too big a price on a horse. Now, Bill Mott's numbers aren't good turning back, but this horse has run well, and maybe the best race he ever ran was his turf sprint.
Solfero went by for Bill Mott as well, and here's the 7. There goes my miracle, big price.
It would be a miracle.
Yeah, hard to see here. Luis Cardenas, 0 for 13 on the grass.
I did want to mention the 3 Rockets Red Glare. This horse worked a very impressive 10 flat at the 2-year-old sale last year. Now, I don't know if it's relevant anymore, but that's why he sold for a decent purchase price despite his general lack of pedigree.
4 minutes to post in a race that kicks off this pick 6. You can play it by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. That's the offer, $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. With that code for new members, TOGA200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. So pick 6 pool, 88,000 and growing. Starts right here. And, you know, back to the 5s quickly. We said third to a pretty good one. That was third sprinting on the turf to Big Invasion, who's one of the first 5 on the grass, including the quick call here.
Yeah, the runner for Christophe Clement and Golden Pal is scheduled to run here Friday. Last year's Breeders' Cup turf sprint winner. This horse has a right, Big Invasion, be in that conversation to be a factor in that race.
Big Invasion's good.
He's
got even more effective rating.
Yeah. 9-2, a little cool on the board for the 5, wouldn't you say? 2-1 morning line?
It's very odd. You know, I put that stat, Bill Mott is 1 for 25, turning back with maidens, going from a route to a sprint. And this horse has had a lot of chances, but the reality is, actually ran very well behind Capensis. And I know Capensis, the $2 million, didn't come back and run well in his subsequent start. But that doesn't mean it wasn't a good race by him. And I don't love him in here, but I think that 4-1 is more than fair if you like him.
There's that stat you were talking about. So Hall of Famer Bill Mott, route to sprints on turf in maiden races over the last 5 years, just 1 for 25.
Yeah, I hate the stat in there. This race is a lot going on here. I think the 2 is dangerous, a potential speed first time out, and obviously the 1's last race was good. There's a lot happening in this race.
Yeah, so here's Java Buzz. This horse has maybe just had the misfortune, obviously that trip last start but the first 2 starts are just facing some really good horses. Here's the beginning last time out.
Yeah, you blow the brake, it's never a good thing. Now, Flavien Prat put this horse in a great spot after that, and the one thing about it is sometimes horses blow brakes and they drop out of the race. At least in this case, he quickly picked up the bit.
He jumped right into the bridle and took him up into position. Actually, if anything, got a bit too keen a little bit because he could see he had to tap on the brakes there. But listen, he's very logical. Blew the brake, had to kind of wait for room, stymied in traffic a little bit.
The eventual winner is the gray on the outside, and good race riding, basically keeping this horse hemmed in so he couldn't get clear, because he may well have won if he got clear.
I think you're making a good point. And that's what race riding is, compromising your rivals within the boundaries of the rules.
But the problem is it's a gambling game, and you're always looking for elusive value. Is this horse that should have won last time off the layoff but was 6-1, are you getting value at 9-5 today? I say you aren't, and that's why I'm betting against him.
Still, with a better trip,
yeah,
there's a reason why he's 9-5.
No, I agree. I just feel like I had my chance with him last time. Sometimes in racing, you get only one chance. You bet a horse at a good price. If they win or lose, it was your horse that day. Now he's everybody's horse, and I don't want to bet with everybody.
Let's go to Acacia.
And I don't have any problems with Java Buzz. He certainly could take a step forward in here. Just intrigued by some of the fresh faces in this race. Sosua Summer is not really a fresh face, but I was very intrigued by the warm-up he got today from Jose Lascano, who took him right away from the pony and gave him a very strong warm-up solo out there on the track and came back to him nicely. So you can see he's really framing himself well. He is the type of horse that tends to get pretty hot prior to his races, and it's a very warm day, so I wouldn't not want to see him sweat. Prior to the race, which I certainly like.
Apologize, some technical difficulties. We'll try and get Acacia sorted out, get back to her in a moment as we look at this 5 in here. So it's price starting to come down to a little more what we expected, from 9-2 to 7-2 on this horse.
Yeah, I think this horse is probably supposed to be about 5-2 or 3-1 in here. I'm not in love with his chances, but I think he's a major player in this race. I'm going to say, I'm not in love with wanting to bet on him at the shortest price. Had a lot of chances. He's not getting it done. But he actually ran well last time, and there's nothing, I mean, not only did Big Invasion, he's gone on to big things since that maiden race he was in. This was his only race to sprint at 5 furlongs at Gulfstream. But the second place finisher came back to win and improve his Beyer figure 5 points. That was a very live race. Bill Mott may be running him in the race he belonged in all along.
That was a 2-time winner on the stake, capture the time. That's a good field he was in. Let's go back to Acacia.
And as I was saying, sorry about those technical difficulties with the warm-up. He had a very strong and aggressive warm-up from Jose Lascano, and he came back to him nicely, not doing too much today, but I like the energy in the warm-up that he gave for a horse that's cutting back to a sprint. And to be honest, in my notes, I've always said that he's actually physically built a little bit more like a sprinter. He's really rounded out in his hindquarters. He's a little bit shorter backed, and I did land on the 2 upper level as far as liking a fresh face, but I've really been won over by the warm-up that Sosua Summer has got, as he will go the shorter distance today, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post time coming up. Pick 6 begins here. Again, 2-year-old fillies in the next race at a mile and a 16th on the turf coming up. Wow, a lot of money on Java Buzz. And we talked about, the first 2 starts, faced some really good ones. Red Danger, Grade 3 Futurity, won the Palisades at Keeneland. Grand Sonata, who faced Slipstream, I should say. That's who I was talking about. Red Danger was a multiple stakes winner.
Slipstream's terrific.
Sonata was second in that Slipstream race, graded stakes winner. She's faced some really good ones.
No, there are a lot of things to like about that horse. I just, and 4-1's a very fair price. Maybe I overestimated what price. What price was the 4 morning line?
10-1.
There you go. So I can't take 4-1. I expect a much bigger price. And maybe the 2 is kind of the value. And I know that dirt speed and turf speed are dissimilar, but with the pedigree upper level has in the rail, you have to think that Jose Gomez, assuming a clean break, is going to try to be in front.
I would have to think so, and I like the fact that this horse had to work over the turf. The 5, Sosua Summer, the mare has had horses that have run well on turf, but she's never thrown a turf winner. Something I look at.
No, which one?
The mare of the 5 horse.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I didn't look at the pedigree. I mean, she's run.
7-5 favorite, Java Buzz. Will today be the day? Obviously hoping for a better break than last start. Pick 6 starts here. Let's go to John Imbrial.
We're set for the start of race 5. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 3, Rocket's Red Glare, and he trails the field. From the inside, it is Upper Level, who is out for the early lead. Java Buzz runs next in second. Sewell Farrow's on the outside in third, and Sasua Summer is next in fourth. It's 3 lengths to Rocket's Red Glare, who has now advanced up into fifth. Triumphant Road is in sixth, and at the back of the pack, there goes My Miracle in seventh. The quarter, 21 3/5 seconds. Upper Level on top here by a length, with Java Buzz, the favorite, running in second, and just in behind is Sasua Summer in third. Rocket's Red Glare is on the move and now up into fourth as the field comes off the turn and enters the stretch. Upper Level challenged here by Java Buzz, Sasua Summer, and Rocket's Red Glare. It is Sasua Summer now to take over the lead. Java Buzz running in second, then Upper Level in third. Sasua Summer and Jose Lezcano stepping away here at the end to win by 3.5 lengths. Java Buzz was second. Then Upper Level and the first-time starter, Rocket's Red Glare.
Sasua Summer going the best late of anyone in this race. Jose Lezcano for Bill Mott.
I don't think you're going to see Bill Mott running this horse in a turf route going forward. Good trip or not, this horse absolutely crushed this field. And when you consider the race that he had run earlier in his career against Big Invasion, this probably is what he should have been doing all along.
He got a beautiful
up front
because he set up his own trip. He carried Jose Lezcano into that perfect spot, and he just waited, bided his time so he could tip out in the clear. And for a horse that longer, kind of scopier, he obviously wants to sprint, though.
Yeah, I mean, you can say he got a good trip, and 21.77 is not flying. This turf is extraordinarily firm. It's not, you know, I think people can get carried away. Look at the final time, 101.47. This horse buried the field. I mean, this horse absolutely destroyed these horses. This horse ran very well. And the thing is, this horse was 2-to-1 morning line and went off at 7-2. So I'm not guaranteeing those value, but that feels like a better gamble. I never, in my dreams, thought this horse and the 4 who you and I picked, did we ever think they'd be the same price?
No,
You would never have picked the 4. Now, I might have picked the 2 if that was the case at a bigger price, but not the 4 at the same price this horse.
Kind of interesting, too, the one, Java Buzz, your favorite, broke much sharper and was keen, was like in the bridle laying second with a big hold of him from Flavian Pratt, but this horse was just best.
I think that Java Buzz ran as well, if not better, than he ran last time. I just think this horse ran super.
Yeah, Sasua Summer is just too good today. 101-2. Still, I understand it's firm turf course. It's a pretty good time.
Oh, this horse is good. I mean, 5.8 the last 16th of a mile. This horse was rolling.
Yeah.
7-2 was 2-to-1 morning line. Beats his 6-5 favorite to start off the pick 6. We'll have the prices when we return and get into the late pick 5.
Accelerate, a 5-time Grade 1 winner with over $6 million in earnings. In 2018 alone, he won the Santa Anita Handicap, the Gold Cup, the Pacific Classic by a record-setting 12.5 lengths, the Awesome Again, and bested a world-class field in the Breeders' Cup Classic. A grandson of legendary Lanes End stallion Smart Strike, Accelerate stands to continue his grandsire's legacy at Lanes End.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Back on Saratoga Live with a new edition here at this historic venue. The Post Bar and the Post Suite up top. Great view of the Paddock area. I always love going there. I love it even more now.
Well, it's really it's just made the whole Paddock area, the Paddock Bar area, nicer. Much nicer than a tent.
I haven't been up there. It looks like it's got to be a great view, too.
It's great up there. I was there a couple weeks ago. Yeah.
Program brought to you in part by Run Happy, champion sprinter who never lost in his career while sprinting and did it all while racing medication-free. Now standing in legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. Jose Lezcano for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. So Sua Summer cuts back in distance and kicks off our pick 6 with a win to break his maiden career start number 9. $9.70 for the victory. 5-1-2 finish. 3-year-old son of Summer front. Really enjoyed sprinting today.
And this horse was a much bigger price on the board than he was in the exacta pool, and it shows no CAW money in the win pool. In fact, he paid $15. This horse paid $9.70 to win. This horse could have paid 2-1 in the exactas.
Let's go to the winner's circle with Acacia.
I'm pleased to be joined by winning trainer Bill Mott. So Sua Summer cutting back. Bill, this horse really seemed like he flourished getting back to a sprint. Tell me about the thought process cutting him back today.
Well, we had just since I've had him in our stable, I mean, I've only run him around 2 turns or at a mile or more, and he's just floated the last 1/8 of a mile every time. So we, everybody sort of agreed that we should put him back to a sprint distance, and worked out very well.
Jose Lezcano gave him a big warm-up. He looked terrific on track, and he really finished up well on this turf course today.
Yeah, obviously the distance is, good for him. I mean, he can finish at that distance. Look like maybe he'll be good from, 5.5 to 6 or 7 furlongs, but the mile just seems to stretch him a little bit. But sometimes you have to learn things through the process of elimination, and we finally got to the right thing for him today.
Now coming up this weekend, of course, you'll send out Olympiad in the Whitney. We had the post position draw this morning. He's just been in raging form. What can you tell us about him coming into Saturday?
He's doing really good. I mean, he feels good. I mean, he looks great. His works have been good. And, we're in against a good field of horses, and obviously probably one of the top-rated horses in the country with Life is Good. But, somebody's got to be in there to challenge him, and we figured we'd take it on.
And it seems he loves the 2 turns as well.
He does. He's been perfect at 2 turns since we've done that, and he's good at the distance. We already know that, and I think he'll run well over this racetrack.
We can't wait to see that matchup. Best of luck and congratulations here, Bill.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott with a win here, but of course looking forward to a big weekend with Olympiad in the Whitney, Greg.
Keisha, thank you. Tall task, taking on the likes of Life is Good, but doing it with a pretty good horse who is in incredible form right now in Olympiad.
No, I agree, and I'm sort of racking my brain. Bill Mott winning a Whitney, can you think of? He must have won it, right?
It's a good question.
Yeah, I have to look that up, because I offhand, I feel like he has to have won it. But it's such an important race, and he's won almost all of them.
I just think what he said was someone's got to take him on. There's no shame in losing. The shame is not showing up competing. They're bringing a very fit horse that's in great form.
Yeah, he belongs in this race.
It's the right time for this test. He's done everything asked of him.
He's 2-1 in the morning line. You don't leave 2-1 shots in the barn for races like the Whitney.
But a horse like that, in that kind of form, most years, be the favorite going into this race. Come to Saratoga, that's what happens. You run into a Life is Good.
Well, this is an unusual year where there's very good horses like in every division. No matter where you go, you're turning around, you're seeing a Speaker's Corner or a Flight Line, or a horse like Olympiad or Life is Good, Jackie's Warrior. So many good horses out there.
Late pick 5 next on this Wednesday card. We're going to start it off 2-year-old fillies. 1.16 on the inner turf in this New York bred maiden special weight. It is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. As we take a look at the field, current odds, Lady Jasmine, right now the 5-2 favorite.
Yeah, this horse that was entered actually in a 5.5 furlong make her debut in a 5.5 furlong race last week on the turf by Dave Donkin. She did not get in off the also eligibles, and today she's going long.
Spendthrift Farm, by the way, of course, home of North America's 3-time reigning champion, General Sire, Into Mischief. many, most making their debut in this field coming up. Late Pick 5 coming up next on a fun Wednesday to be out at Saratoga. Stay with us.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
When I first saw him in the spring, an alarm kind of went off in my head. This is one of the best horses I've seen this year.
Hip number 202, a colt by Gunrunner, selling August 9th at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale. With a meteoric rise up the sire ranks, Gunrunner is off to one of the hottest starts of any stallion in recent memory. The number 1 first crop yearling sire of 2020, the number 1 sire of 2-year-olds in 2021, and the number 1 sire of 2022 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Now, hip number 202, a striking colt by one of America's most sought-after stallions.
What I like about this colt is his size and scope. You know, he's got a beautiful long neck with a deep girth, highly intelligent, and has a lot of class. One of the best moving horses on the farm, just unhinged through his shoulder, pushes off with his hip with strength, and really reaches with his front end when he walks.
This horse has a really floating, flowing type of walk. He has a great presence about him, and when you watch this horse go by, you definitely will stop and take a second look.
He's the second foal out of the Malibu Moon mare, Heavenly Love, whose victories included the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades.
Some of the best brood mares and producers in the world were mares that were fast at 2. She won a Grade 1 at 2. Gunrunner himself is an obvious sensation. He's got 3 of the highest rated 3-year-old colts. Early Boating, Taiba, and Cyberknife are all Grade 1 winners. He's a remarkable stallion that looks poised to take over.
Set your sights on this high-caliber colt by Gunrunner with a fully loaded pedigree and the looks to match.
I think that he'll do himself and his sire proud once he starts racing. And
I just feel privileged to have a horse like this that we can send up to Saratoga.
Hip number 202, selling August 9th at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale with Gainesway Agent.
Program brought to you in part by Gainesway. Proud to have them as a sponsor. And of course that Fasig-Tipton 101st Saratoga sale. As much about the horses as it is about a good time. August 8th and 9th. That is the place to be. Those 2 nights, where will you be, Nick?
I'll be there. The interesting thing is that right across from us where these mutual bays were was the first Fasig-Tipton Pavilion. This building right here where the racing office is, this was an open air arena. Man o' War sold here in 1918. Do you remember?
I was the underbidder, yeah.
Humphrey S. Finney Pavilion, be there or be square if you're at Saratoga Springs. Definitely want to be there August 8th to kick it off. Late pick fives coming up next. Mile and a 16th over the inner turf. New York bred maiden special weight. As we get set for our pick five, we welcome in for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale.
Greg, thanks, and so excited to be here in the paddock for this Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. As we'll start with a handful of first-time starters, beginning with Linda Rice's charge, the gray son of English Channel in here. That is collaboration, and he actually does, she has a bit more of a dirt pedigree overall on the bottom side, but the top side is definitely turf, is English Channel. They're very proficient turf horses. I mean, he just hits at a high percentage with his progeny on the grass, and although I really like this horse's work coming in here. I know it's 102 and 4. It's not that fast. But going along the inside of another unraced rival who is actually entered tomorrow in the same sort of condition here, and that horse kind of laying all over him, but his ears were flicking back and forth, just going so well, so easily, and really galloped out well. Now, he is a horse that looks as though he could show a little bit of early pace. You know, he's built more downhill, has those elevated hindquarters. The thing, though, is that Linda Rice, her firsters always just strike me as needing a race from the fitness perspective. He's one I'm going to watch with a lot of interest in here because I really like the way he's been training coming into this effort. Moving on to the horse who is taking some early money, currently 5-2, is number 5, Lady Jasmine, a daughter of Cairo Prince. There really isn't much to write home about as far as the dam. One of the half siblings went 1 for 12 on the turf, and going back a generation, the dam half to Amendment 19, whose greatest stakes place going long on the dirt. Now, this girl doesn't necessarily scream turf to me, but I trust Dave Donk's opinion on where his horses should belong as far as surface is concerned. But she is so fit. She's definitely the most fit first-time starter here, has a great overreaching walk to her. She's really well-defined, really well-muscled. I would not be surprised if she does show a bit of early pace going this mile and a 16th on the turf. Watching her gate breeze 2 back, she broke with the group, but so quickly found her stride that she was in front by 2 lengths, 5 strides out of the gate. So she's sharp in here too, and sometimes having some early speed is advantageous with these young horses. Number 7, Smoky Eyes, for trainer Christophe Clement. She honestly has more of a sprinter pedigree. She's by Nyquist, who's actually better on the turf with his sprinters. The Dam is a greatest stakes place turf sprinter. She's half to Phantom Smoke, who went 2 for 7 sprinting on the turf. But she's not built that way, so I'm okay with her going long here. She's actually fairly evenly framed. Like, she's not built downhill or anything like that. She doesn't have those elevated hindquarters. She looks like a horse that should run long, and she comes in here incredibly fit. Now, she did work 2 back on the turf with a horse by the name American Hustle, who disappointed in his debut, and she kind of just went along comfortably with him. She wasn't asked for much, just providing the lead for that runner. I liked what I saw from her there, but one that is taking some money too, as we'll move on to a horse who has experience. Number 4, Dream on Cara. Last time I saw her at Belmont, what I wrote was good turf, needs longer, was a big girl, and will need one for fitness. She gets it all here. She's fitter coming out of that race. She gets to go long, which she has pedigree for, and I like the way she's handling herself. She's not too nervous. She's taking everything in here at Saratoga. If anything, she's the one I want because experience matters a lot. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. 311,000 plus in this Pick 5 pool coming up. So right now, it is. Everyone loves to get pictures in the paddock.
Who doesn't want a picture with Manny
Randy
Franco?
Hill. Debuting another great shirt. 5-2 favorite, the David Donk filly. The 5, Lady Jasmine. John Velasquez will ride. So we look at Luis Saez.
Maggie was suggesting how she thought the horse would have some speed. You would think, since Dave Donk originally entered at 5.5 furlongs, thinking she probably could run okay at that distance, probably going long, the horse should be forward.
One thing that Dave Donk, to me, tips his hand a lot. He has 3 or 4 riders that are his go-to guys. When he likes a horse, he's reaching out for one of the Ortiz brothers or Johnny Velasquez, and Johnny Velasquez winds up here.
I want to research that, because I'm not sure that's true.
Hey, you research and you come back to me. I'm pretty confident with that one.
I'm going to research that.
So we'll see who steps up here. There's only, well, the 1, Amanda's Folly, and the 4, Dream on Kara, who have any experience in the afternoon. And by the way, the one this young man will ride, Trevor McCarthy, we talked about the pedigree here. Can this be the one that gets Rudy Rodriguez finally on the board at the meet?
5-1 is not any bargain, frankly. I thought the horse might be a bigger price, but this is plenty of pedigree on the Dam side, that's for sure. I mean, the Dam was a winner in the turf, no superstar, but ran for owner-trainer Roy Lehrman. Produced 3 turf winners out of 5 to try it. Some real runners in there. A lot of pedigree on this horse. And Mendelssohn, he did win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. He's known more as a dirt horse because he ran dirt races here, but it's a very good horse.
Yeah, very good horse that you would think as a turf pedigree to back him up, even though he was proficient on dirt. And, what jumped off the page at me is just half to Ancient Secret, half to Jay Solitude, both stakes winners on the turf.
Ancient Secret, go ahead.
No, that was the Chad Brown horse we were talking about in Talking Horses.
Won the Lake George here at Saratoga. Dam also produced a first-time-out winner on the turf. Bodes well for Amanda's Folly, who's making her turf debut.
Probably drift up a little bit. And Rudy Rodriguez is right now, I would say, the coldest trainer in the grounds because he's a trainer that wins a lot. I mean, he's a high percentage trainer. He's winning at almost 20% this year. His number's gone down because of here, and he's 0 for 30-something at the meet so far. He will win a race, but that's pretty incredible. I don't remember Rudy going on streaks like this.
Yeah, I don't either. Rudy's usually pretty consistent. It is on the inner turf, too, guys. We got to remember, these are tough races to ride. A lot of crowding into the first turn. So from post 1, it's critical that Amanda's Folly gets her position going forward and is able to hold her position.
Do you sometimes wonder, would the 2-year-old race be better served being on the melon turf, the outer turf course?
I would think so because that tight first turn could be difficult for a young horse. Riders got to set him up properly, but maybe there's less run of the turn on the outer. Maybe that's why they're doing it. I'm not sure.
That's a good point. I see what you're
to
saying.
get the full run of the stretch to that first turn here on the inner turf.
Good point.
And there again, Amanda's Folly, that pedigree on the Dam side. 6-1 here for the Elkstone group with Trevor McCarthy.
I picked Dream on Kara. Now, I wouldn't bet a nickel on her at 3-1 in here because she comes out of a very, very slow race. But she has a pedigree that suggests she should be a turf horse, but a turf router, not a sprinter. So maybe she can benefit from more distance, but 3-1 doesn't feel like a great gamble on her.
Is that more on the female side? I mean, the mare's thrown 2 turf winners. Central Banker, going long, turf's only 6% winners.
I get that, but the Dam side, I mean, you watch her. Maybe you'll be right.
Well,
maybe
listen, I think the female side of a family is way more important than the male side. Look at my children. It's a perfect example.
Yeah, they actually turned out okay. Yeah, it's sort of amazing. Strong Dam.
Dam did produce English Breeze, who won her debut at a mile and a 16th on the turf at Saratoga.
I want to say Dave Donk.
Who rode the horse today? Look it up.
Big Robbie Davis.
Here they come down Champions Way onto the main track. Going to get to our post parade here in a moment. That Pick 5 pool growing. In terms of the Pick 5, do you think the horse that most people are going to try and build around, is it the Chad Brown entry or is it Tiergan?
Good point. Might be Tiergan. I single Tiergan.
All right.
I'm looking at doubles. The second choice in doubles, favorite Smoky Eyes. The second choice is Collaboration, the 3. The third is Blee, Yasmin, and Dream on Kara is a distant fourth choice.
Wow.
Very different than how the board looks right now.
Here's Rudy Rodriguez, Mendelssohn filly. First start on grass.
I'm with a pedigree to say that she should love it.
burnt again. Dominic Schettino and Luis Saez.
Dominic Schettino having a good meet. It's one with a first-time starter. This horse bred up in Pine Plains.
I think an Honorable Dylan won first time on the turf here the other day.
Collaboration at 9-2. English Channel filly.
One is bet strong in the doubles. Be interesting to see if this horse drops down later.
Pedigree here on the grass for Dream on Cara.
Yeah, certainly strong on the female side of the family. We think she'll take to the turf.
Here's the 6, Sweetest Princess.
Turf works for George Weaver. I like when they have works over the turf course.
The 7, Smoky Eyes, Christophe Clement, Flavian Pratt, the favorite.
Right, I have to a turf sprinter, but there is route in the pedigree, and there's plenty of turf pedigree on this one.
And second, Dam was a multiple stakes winner on the grass, routing. Here's the 5. This is Lady Jasmine for Donk with Velasquez.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things to like about this horse from a pedigree standpoint. We'll see.
3-1 as well.
So I look up David Donk's record, 2-year-old first-time starters in turf routes. He's just 1 for 13 over the last 5 years, which means A, he doesn't try it that often, and B, he's had little success. But that doesn't mean this one can't win.
As we saw in the last race.
Right. Stats are stats. And I think one thing of the stat in the last race, I don't think anybody expected that horse to pay almost $10. I think we all thought that horse would be around 2-1.
Yeah.
In which case, you know.
It was getting tempting to the point to actually play that horse.
Well, that was a horse with a much lower price than every other multi-race bet, particularly the Exacta.
So, again, only 2 with experience in this race. There's only 1 with turf experience. It was the 4. It was a turf sprint. Seems to be more ground going to be better for her.
Hopefully. I picked her. I'm hoping more distance because she did not run well in that race. That was not a strong race, and she didn't really do a lot of running in there, but hopefully stretching out will help her, and the experience will help her. But listen, there's a lot going on. Any number of these horses have pedigrees. I didn't use Collaboration. That horse will beat me. I'm going to let Linda Rice beat me in this spot, and it's not a huge turf pedigree either, even though it's an English Channel. I'm sorry, there's a lot of turf in English Channel. The Dam side, Park Monceau is a horse Mike Hushin trained, actually came in from California from Neil Drysdale, but was not a turf horse.
Yeah, second Dam was multiple graded stakes winner on dirt. So definitely more dirt bottom side.
Yeah. Dam won on turf, but she was really more of a dirt horse.
Tough race. We'll see who steps up in this late pick 5 in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Definitely a race I would think you would want some coverage here.
Yeah, I used the 1, 4, 5, 7, so hopefully the 3 won't beat me. Or the 2 or 6.
And again, we were talking briefly about, as you see this great crowd on hand for a Wednesday here at Saratoga. It's special up here. 7th race, Tiergan's going to attract a lot of money, the 3, and certainly in that 9th race, that Chad Brown entry. Even money morning line probably will be a single for many, although you and I believe very beatable.
Yeah, I mean, I picked them. I'm kind of embarrassed from talking about it with you on the show earlier. But, you know, the thing is, you beat either one of those horses, and you obviously have a chance to make a score. But, listen, they can both win, and the pick 5 can play well, because all you got to do is get 1 or 2 prices in there. The pick 5s and pick 6s are not defined by 1 or 2 horses, at least on the low side.
Let's get back to Maggie.
Let's take a look at another one who has experience trying the turf for the first time is number 1, Amanda's Folly. As you guys mentioned, definitely has a turf pedigree. And the 1, Jace, I can never say that horse's name right, he was in a Fleet Alex. And if anything, the argument could be made that while the stats aren't as built up as one would hope with Mendelssohn, that he could be a better influence with regards to turf than that horse. So I like her getting on the turf. She's tall, leggy, angular. She suggests to me that at least the distance should also help her too, as those short cup cheater blinkers go on. I did not see her first time out. I was on vacation on June 25th, but I think she makes sense, and she's a very generous price of 6-1. As number 7, that is Smoky Eyes. She's flip-flopping favoritism with number 5, Lady Jasmine. She's just been maybe between the 2, just a touch more professional. But like I said, that Lady Jasmine could very well be the speed in here, which could be dangerous. But Smoky Eyes has just been really focused. She went right up to the pony. She's minded her P's and Q's quite nicely, and she's a beautiful mover. She just has a lovely cadence about her stride and just bounces over the racetrack. So for me, I'd almost lean a bit more on her, but I too, like Andy, I'm going to go with number 4, Dream on Cara, as She's kind of a notes pick here, Greg. I couldn't wait to see her in this spot, and she does it today.
Javier Castellano will be aboard one earlier, collecting his 12th winner of the meet. He is winning at the highest percentage of any of the top riders at this meet, better than 26%. See if he can add another one here for the Mitchell Friedman barn.
I hope he does. I'd like to see Mitch get a win as well. Mitch and Javier combined to win a 2-year-old turf sprint with a first-time star with a nice pedigree. Actually, his same family was Mike Caramillo was the dam.
Yeah, Mitch, for a long time customer, Richard Greeley, who breeds these horses, and already 2 wins at the meet for Mitch.
Mitch was also the assistant trainer for many years, too.
Gaspar Moschera.
There you go.
Was with John Campo before that.
Wow.
I knew Mitch when he was working for Bob Van Wert.
Now that's a name I don't know.
At Hialeah.
You've dated not Mitch. You didn't date our director, Mitch Levitas.
4 of the 7 on the board here between 5-2 and 9-2. And now the one, look, it took a little while, but Smoky Eyes the 7. It was the 9-5 morning line favorite, down to favoritism now, but 5-2 along with the 5.
I like the Clement horses that trained up here in the spring, early summer, before the meet with Miguel Clement. They seem to have had success over the last few years, you know, being on the grounds training here.
And Flavien Prat riding this horse, not Joel Rosario. Wonder if that's causing some consternation. Case said to me that in the workout, Joel was riding the other one. The horses were paired with in the workout. So that may be why Flavien stuck with this horse.
And for Flavien, he's come to the East Coast, Mig, and I think his most expected made an immediate impact. What's his strong point as a rider?
How versatile he is. He does everything well. There may be guys that do certain things better, but he does everything well. You know, every rider has strengths and weaknesses. To me, he has the least amount of holes in his game.
Wow. Well, he's got 10 wins already at the meet. Came here to get these bigger opportunities and these bigger races out here like at Saratoga that could put him in the conversation for an Eclipse Award. Riding a lot for Chad Brown's going to help him get those wins.
Think about how much it says about Flavien and the competitor he is. He could have stayed out in California and dominated for many years to come. He wanted the challenge. He wanted to get into the shark-infested waters, and he's more than holding his own.
A terrific start at the Belmont meet. Second in graded stakes wins at that meet, just one behind Arad Ortiz Jr. And now off to a terrific start here at Saratoga as well. And he's going to get some big-time opportunities in some of these bigger races, as we'll continue to see throughout the meet. There is Javier Castellano, just left our screen on the 4. Dream on Cara. There's Hall of Famer John Velasquez. For David Donk.
Pretty well-mannered group of young ladies here. Fillies heading towards the starting gate. Everybody seems like they're pretty composed about things. So critical the first turn. Getting into the first turn in good shape. We've seen young horses not corner that turn very well. You've got to be very aware of not only your horse, but the horses around you.
2 left to load. Pick 5 starts here. That pool big, 630,000 and growing on this Wednesday card. Let's go upstairs to John Embrial for the call.
Waiting for Sweetest Princess and Smoky Eyes. There in the gate. Number 3 Collaboration has been backed out. Once again set. And they're off. Number 6, Sweetest Princess, just walked out of the starting gate and trails the field. Collaboration is out first with Lady Jasmine on the outside in second. Amanda's Folly down at the rail next in third. Burnt Again runs in fourth. And on the outside it is Smoky Eyes in fifth. The break of two to Dream on Cara. And then the slow starting Sweetest Princess. These 2-year-old maiden fillies round the clubhouse turn with Collaboration on top here by a length. Lady Jasmine in pursuit in second. Amanda's Folly is down at the rail in third. And Smoky Eyes is on the outside in fourth after a quarter that was run in 24 and 3/5 seconds. And now they're heading up the backstretch. The gray Collaboration leads here by a length. Lady Jasmine remains in second. Amanda's Folly in third, followed by Smoky Eyes in fourth. Then we come back to Burnt Again in fifth, followed by Dream on Cara, and Sweetest Princess is the trailer. The half mile in 50 seconds. Collaboration leads here now by a length and a half. Lady Jasmine continues to chase in second. Amanda's Folly is down at the rail, running in third. Smoky Eyes on the outside in fourth, and now they're heading into the far turn. Collaboration has been in front right from the start, continues to lead here with Lady Jasmine on the outside, now getting a bit closer in second. Amanda's Folly and Smoky Eyes, and then comes Sweetest Princess, and the field is at the top of the stretch. It is Collaboration challenged here by Lady Jasmine. Lady Jasmine on the outside, pokes ahead in front. Collaboration down at the rail. Here is Smoky Eyes on the outside in third. Farther back, Amanda's Folly and Sweetest Princess. Lady Jasmine has taken over. Smoky Eyes on the outside moves to second. Lady Jasmine wins first time out under Johnny Velasquez. Smoky Eyes was second. Collaboration faded to third.
D-O-N-K, donk, donk, donk. Lady Jasmine, first time out with Hall of Famer John Velasquez.
Yeah, set up a beautiful trip, was nice and relaxed right off the hip of Collaboration, who got to set a very controlled pace. Johnny Velasquez asked, and she had a gear. She had definitely a turn of foot to her. Very nice professional debut from Lady Jasmine, and I'll stick to my guns here. Dave Donk reaches out for Johnny Velasquez or one of your Tees boys. Pay attention.
Yeah, I don't think it's true, but I'll look it up. I think it's been looked up recently. But anyway, forgetting about that, David Donk's having one heck of a year, huh?
Oh, his horses are running terrific. You're having a
Belmont,
great meeting. Yeah.
Winning here. Good trainer. Horses are running.
Fourth winner at the meet for David Donk. Hopefully someone got my Jets reference. 5-2. What's that?
Dave Donk did, the Jets' biggest fan.
Indeed. Impressive here, first out, daughter of Cairo Prince. Smoky Eyes, second. Collaboration, who was forward early, winds up third under Rad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, Collaboration ran fine, no real excuse. The 7, maybe the slow pace, a little tough for Smoky Eyes to close into because the race was dominated by that, but the winner was best.
Winner was best. The one horse had a good trip right in behind the pace, didn't have a response, couldn't get a better trip.
And my horse, the 4, is just slow.
This was a nice debut, though. Very professional.
5-2 to begin our late pick 5. Always good to see David Donk get a winner. And John Velasquez, again, aboard for that win. Let's go back to Maggie.
Get a winner. He's had a lot of winners, Dave. Lady Jasmine, she was ready to rock and roll. You had her entered in a 5.5 sprint race. Talk about scratching her. Well, obviously she didn't get in, but putting her in here going longer.
Really, I'm not a fan of 5.5, so it was the first one up. I'd prefer to run a little farther than that, so I didn't know if the 2 turns was too far, but, you know, if she was going to like the grass, she was going to be okay.
Was that a question mark in your mind? Because she was working really well in the dirt.
She trained really well. I was a little concerned in the morning. She'd just come back, you know, like really blowing hard, and you would know. So it's like, after this 2 or 3 times, I'm like, man, this might be a grass horse. So, listen, I'll have to try the dirt. I've got nowhere really to go too much after this, so, but it was nice today.
Well, talk a little bit about that really quick, as she's almost back. But turf horses, they struggle a bit when they come off the bridle, right?
Yeah, you mean dirt horses or when you flip back?
When you work them on the dirt and they're turf horses.
Sometimes, but she's a really good workhorse, so I'll be intrigued to run her, but I don't know. We don't see many of them that go both ways.
You've had a few, but she could be one.
Good ones are. We'll see. We'll give her the chance, but nice to win here.
Absolutely. Keep the wins up, and congratulations with this one.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Lady Jasmine, guys, she was impressive in her debut, and it sounds like Dave could target a dirt race in the near future.
Yeah, interesting. He's already thinking about switching services potentially.
Well, I mean, he's probably looking at New York bred showcase days where they don't have turf race for 2-year-olds. He's probably thinking she's probably not ready to face the open horses on the turf in a race like the With Anticipation to P.G. Johnson. So I thought from him, he's going to put her in the dirt more because there aren't as many options for her, but I think he believes the turf is where she belongs.
Well, and now she's got experience around 2 turns, got more foundation. And I didn't have a chance to do all the research, but his last 4 wins came with Jose Ortiz and Johnny Velasquez.
You want to die on this hill? Die on it. It's fine. I'm good with it.
If not in the winter because they're not here.
But these are the leading riders. Of course, he wants to use these guys, but he's had plenty of
success. A horse will run good
ride.
with another jockey, and they'll ride it back.
How about Louis Cardenas? How's he done with Louis Cardenas?
And did he ride the horse back that he won on? He pulled the Woody Stevens move, put the lower profile rider, make your bet, and then put one of his guys.
We'll continue this
Big ROI
off
with
air
Louis Cardenas
on another day, maybe for a wager. Next crew coming up, best yet to come. Late Pick 4 still ahead right after this. Stay tuned. Art Collector we'll see in the Aladar tomorrow, and Life is Good in the Whitney.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big cap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Grace Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential quality have won.
in the Belmont,
Essential quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
So glad you could join us on Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The August place to be. And just like we said all along opening day in July, calendar turns and things just crank up a notch around here. Trackside, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. This is always one of the biggest weeks of the summer. Whitney Week. There's so much going on. The class to be inducted, the Hall of Fame class on Friday. On Saturday, the Grade 1 Whitney is always one of the most prestigious races every summer. And as you might imagine, lots of stakes racing. Here's the rundown. Starting tomorrow with the Aladar Friday Hall of Fame in Troy. Trio of Grade 1 events. Whitney Saturday. Trio of stakes races Sunday. 11 total. Blockbuster week of racing at the Spa. So welcome my co-host. He's a Hall of Fame jockey, Gary Stevens, 4-time Major League All-Star. Paul LaDuca, geared up for this big Whitney week of racing. Guys, I wanted to ask you what you were looking forward to most. You can't just say life is good in the Whitney, Gary. That's way too easy.
I'm
I'm looking forward to all of it, to be honest with you, the full package. Why can't I say the Whitney and life is good?
Too easy. Huh? Too easy. What about the big mare being inducted into the Hall of Fame on Friday that you did have something to do with her success in her 3 championships?
The Hall of Fame is Friday is the inductions, and I can't wait to be there and be there when she is inducted into the Hall of Fame. That's Beholder. She got 100% vote from the committee that votes in, and that's been a while since that has happened.
3-time champion, well-deserved Beholder, headed to the Hall of Fame. Paulie, what are you looking forward to most this week?
I'm actually looking towards the Whitney, but I'm looking towards Olympiad. And the reason why is, you know, at the beginning of this year, or I say beginning of this meet, we were looking at Country Grammar, Flightline. Now, Country Grammar got beaten in San Diego at Del Mar. Okay, we had a myriad of 3-year-olds in the Chad Brown barn that, hey, we've seen 3-year-olds step up when it comes to the end of the year. Olympiad's this horse that was 8th, 7th, 6th, 5th, starting to climb up that ladder. And if he can prove himself against Life is Good, now he's in the top 3 older horses, because a lot of these other older horses are starting to fall apart.
And in blockbuster head-to-head matchup, Life is Good, Olympiad in the Whitney. That's on Saturday. As for today's stakes race, it did not fill. The sprint race, the Shine Again, so we turn our attention to the 9th race. Solid allowance turf event. Stakes caliber fillies and mares. Stakes caliber purse, $120,000. Powerful Peter Brandt entry, represented by Rocky Sky, American Bridge. Start with Rocky Sky, Gary. This was the Hillsborough at Tampa, and the filly about to blow by Rocky Sky is a good one. That's Bleecker Street.
Yeah, Bleecker Street, just too much for her, but she was close early on. She was just off the pace. She was pulling a little bit that day, but got a great trip. Finished up great to get up and run second here, but no match for Bleecker Street. There's no Bleecker Streets in here today. It's a good race, but there's no Bleecker Street in here.
No Bleecker.
Yeah, Bleecker Street was 7 for 7, finally lost. I mean, but yeah, quality animal went by him.
Who'd you wind up with?
Just a tough race. You know, listen, if you want to go with the entry, you're not going to get much in here. You're getting Chad Brown. You're getting the 1 and the 1A, American Bridge. I thought the value in there was Poca Mucha. The 4 maybe is a horse that you can use in there for Billy Mott. I thought the horse may be on the rise, but again, trying to beat a Chad Brown entry on the turf here.
Going to be tough.
Yeah.
Mott looking for a second win on the afternoon. Olympiad gearing up for the Whitney on Saturday. Remainder of today's schedule brought to you by Claiborne Farm. The 7th is next, which means start of the late pick 4. Aforementioned 9th is the feature. Main track fast. Turf course is firm. Temperature around 84 degrees. Haven't signed up just yet. 5 weeks left at Saratoga. Get involved today. You're going to use that promo code TOGA200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NaraBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. We'll step aside, and when we come back, before we get too deep into Whitney week, what was your favorite moment from week 3? Hard to get beyond Epicenter in the Jim Dandy, right? Stellar. His stablemate, maybe? Jackie. At this point, it's just Jackie. History made at the Spa. We'll be right back.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle. Performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor. American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
they're off. Bella Sophia runs in second with Kamari on the outside. On the outside, Kamari. Bella Sophia is third. Frank's Rocket and Kamari, and the two of them will fight it out to the finish, and it is the well-traveled Kamari. And the favorite Fearless is just in behind the front two and third. Then on the outside, Original Intent, along with Fearless. Fearless now makes a move on the outside. Lone Rock challenged on the inside by Fearless, and Fearless will be the winner of this Birdstone Stakes. Arturius has made his way down to the inside end in fourth, and Arturius is fourth, now just 4.5 lengths from the lead. And the field is at the top of the stretch. Here comes Arturius, now up to challenge for the lead. It is Arturius who's in front and has drawn away here. Arturius wins the Curlin Stakes, and they're off in the Alfred G. Vanderbilt handicap, and Jackie's Warrior came away in good order and is going out for the early lead. Jackie's Warrior, the champ, on the outside. Doc Amster down at the rail. Jackie's Warrior, who has the lead. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga. And Epicenter will be the early trailer in fourth. And Epicenter is coming on now. Here is Epicenter. Epicenter comes from off the pace to win the Jim Dandy Stakes. And then it is Cross Border, Rock Emperor, and Arklow. Cross Border, followed by Rock Emperor. Arklow is the trailer. L'Imperator challenged now on the outside by Rock Emperor. Rock Emperor has come away with the lead. Arklow driving on the outside. Rock Emperor to win it by a half length. There goes Gunite. Pinehurst and Gunite are now 1-2. It is Pinehurst on the inside and Gunite on the outside. It is Gunite. Accretive is all out in second with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish. Gunite won it by a head.
Memorable week 3, I'd say. Several great moments. Epicenter statement race. Jackie's Warrior making history. Just another week at Saratoga. Gentlemen, Gary, for you, what was your lasting impression of week 3?
No question, Epicenter in the Jim Dandy. I loved his performance. He was ridden. I didn't think that Joel would do what he did. He took the horse back. I didn't know what the instructions were. I thought he'd come running away from there into the turn. Look, he rode him with so much confidence. He was told, look, this is a prep race. Let him come away from there, let him settle, make him finish. Make sure he gets something out of it. Look, he won with his ears up, toyed with him, came from last. Horses haven't been making up a lot of ground. I thought the pace was fair in there. The track has been playing slow. It might have been a little faster the other day when he ran, but I think the fractions were legitimate. He closed into some very nice horses and made them look average the other day. They may have had just off days or whatever. They may show up needing that race and come back stronger in the Travers, but I loved his performance the other day, and I also loved Artorias with his debut stakes win.
Big win the day before in the Curlin, Paul. What stood out to you?
Well, I was told not to pick Epicenter. Now I know why. I mean, because it was unbelievable. Unbelievable that horse swooped all across those horses and won. Epicenter putting his head in front in the 3-year-old division. I actually liked a debuter, a little superstar, a 2-year-old filly that's a half to Mo Donegal. And Mo Donegal might have put his hat in the ring. It's unfortunate that he's out for the end of the year, for the whole year, but he's a horse that, you know, could have been in the picture for the Classic. This is a half-sister prank. She got a 91 buyer out of this race. The money showed up. I think a lot of people were thinking, Lafitte, oh, she's a half to Mo Donegal. That's the reason why she's getting bet. No. I mean, literally 91 buyer. And Todd's already said he's going to put her right in the spin away. So she is bright, sharp. On September 4th, she's going right to a grade 1. And a 91 buyer, I think it's the highest 2-year-old filly buyer given out this year.
She was awesome, was Prank. And we saw that last year in a debut win, Echo Zulu, right to the spin away, right to the winner's circle. Maggie, what stood out to you? Like, you have to be so proud of your boy. Have to be so proud of your boy, Jackie.
And Lafitte, I got to give him big hugs. I was out on Lucas and congratulating Joel Rosario and Jackie. He's always proud. And two, it was like a walk in the park, this grade 1 Vanderbilt. Now, I know there were no other Titans in this sprint division, and he is just a standout. but the consistency is what is admirable. 75%. The best hitters in baseball, they only bat around 500. So to win 75% of your races is just so astonishing and so, incredible. And he's just an incredible athlete. And as I always say, he's just so much smarter than any of this competition. Can't wait. I think, knock on wood, this is the year for him to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint. And I also have to have a little asterisk about my favorite moment of last week. My husband winning the last race on Friday. I was off air. I had my kids. I never get to just experience the racing as a fan, and it made me realize and remember why we're in this sport. Lafitte?
Very cool stuff. And it is. It's funny when you get a chance to spend time at the racetrack that we're not sitting here on the set with a mic on in front of the camera. You almost forget how much fun it is for everybody else. Yes, if I sound a little jealous, it's because I am just enjoying a day at the races, especially these bigger days at Saratoga.
Yeah, you know, when I was riding on the big days, day like we're going to have on Saturday, Whitney Day, fun days to come in. You look forward to it the whole week. You get up and feel like I was 16 years old again, and just the experience being in the jockey's room with all the top riders in the country here at Saratoga, and getting to experience that the full day and everything about it. And it starts on Friday with the Hall of Fame induction.
It seems like it's a challenge every day here. So it's like you're facing Randy Johnson, you're facing these guys every day, Kurt Schilling, you're just facing monsters every day. And the guys that are lined up across you, now you got to worry about the trainers, the other jockeys too. I tell you what, there's a different dichotomy's got to be in that room. It has to be like a minor league locker room. You got to understand, you're all trying to move up. You're all trying to root for your team, but do you really want that guy to do a little bit better than you? Sort of the same dichotomy, a minor league locker room when it comes to a jockey's locker room. So,
so
cool
deep,
stuff.
such a deep, talented room. We'll have a chance to see some of those riders in the upcoming 7th. There is Tiergan, the odds on, 3-5 favorite. 7 minutes out till the 7th and the start of the late pick 4 at Saratoga. Stay tuned.
Of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli is a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September yearling sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners, and champions across the board.
Life is good. Next go, superstar.
Go to the back. Good luck.
Gorgeous day in Saratoga Springs. You're watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. New York breds in the 7th. $45,000 allowance optional claimer. That Wilson Shoot 1 mile on dirt post parade. We start with Vintage Hollywood, a long shot at 14-1.
Yeah, he's won 6 of 44 races. He knows where the winner's circle is, but he hasn't seen it for a while.
Daddy Knows, non-factor in the closing day, Saginaw at Belmont.
All right, this is a horse that goes from Andre Worry to Manny Franco, 9-2. Does have a win here at Saratoga.
Tiergan, number 3, odds on 4 to 5.
Yeah, claimed last time out. Irad Ortiz back aboard today. Got beaten last time out.
Now with Michelle Giangulio, number 4, troubleshooter, does his best sprinting from off the pace.
Yeah, he comes from way out of it. Now, he has one race around 2 turns. That was his second career start at Finger Lakes. The rest of the races have been around 1 turn.
Best running from off the pace. Number 5, Bar 14, back to dirt after a series of grass races.
Yeah, if you go all the way back to March of this year at Aqueduct, this horse on the dirt, he won by 8 lengths and ran a fast figure that day, guys.
Blew it. 8-year-old, 9-time winner. He's banked more than $350K.
He's a player in here. Listen, when you've won 9 out of 26, almost 30-some-odd% of your races, you get Dylan Davis aboard. The worry is the drop. And listen, he's 8 now. So has he lost a step? Remains to be seen at 4 to 1.
Field for the 7th, post parade in about 3 minutes. Start of the late pick 4. I've been a fan of these races, these 1-mile dirt races. First time in 30 years at Saratoga we have mile dirt races. It's out of the reconstructed Wilson Chute. Gary, what have you observed from the first 3 weeks?
Well, the transition wasn't tough at all. These guys, the jocks, the horses have adapted to it seamlessly. It hasn't been an issue. Everybody thought there might be an issue, that horses would have a big advantage down on the inside. They've got a full run out of that chute into that little bend of the turn there before they enter into the backstretch. So everybody's adapted to it well. We needed this mile race just for the fact that it was either 7 furlongs or 1 1/8. And races that come off the turf, they were either going to go 7/8 or they were going to go 1 1/8. So it gives these trainers a lot of different options. I know that a lot of people were skeptical about it when we opened up here opening week, and the first races, there's been no issues whatsoever coming out of that chute.
I kind of dig it. It could
Something
be
different.
It could be a horse for a course type of race, the way it comes out of that chute. And Gary, I know you've ridden all over the world. There's different undulations. You've ridden right-handed, left-handed. Obviously, down the hill at Del Mar, you used to make a right-hand turn first and left-hand turn. So this really is not that unusual, right, G?
No, it's not. And you said it. I mean, riding Epsom, when they built Santa Anita's turf course, the downhill turf course, they did that sort of copying Epsom when they come down Tatnam Corner. It's sharp, and that drop there is steeper than Santa Anita's. It's sharper and it's steeper than Santa Anita's. You drop a lot of feet before you enter into the stretch, and the straight there it's cambered. That's why you'll see horses lugging in, leaning down there. But now this is a really straightforward race right here.
They'll be filing into that gate out of the Wilson Chute momentarily. Maggie, what are you noticing from the odds-on favorite here, Tiergan, 4 to 5?
I do like what I'm seeing from him, Lafitte. Tiergan, as he makes his first start for Michelle Giangulio, actually looks one of the more fit times and defined and toned that I've seen from him in the past. He has a good presence about him, and that he has that nice controlled energy too. You know, ears have been pricked. He just looks like a happy horse, and this would be a much needed victory for Michelle Giangulio, who just 10 days ago a horse flipped over on her, a young horse, and she broke her tibia in 3 places, had to have surgery. So it would be a light at the end of the tunnel kind of thing for her after a pretty rough start to the meet. As we'll move on to a horse that's acting noticeably different from what I've seen from him in previous efforts, and that's number 1, Vintage Hollywood. And he's a big price right now. He was so aggressive in the paddock, out on the racetrack. He's usually fairly laid back, usually doesn't really pick up the bit. Now, sometimes you worry, is it the heat? Not that it's very hot, but sometimes, you know, horses can be adversely affected by the heat. But I can't say that it is, because he's sweating, and he just seems very aggressive. So we'll see, does that change the way that he runs today, as he has been wired in his last 2. As we'll move on to number 6, Blew It, coming off a bit of a layoff, and he looks incredibly fit. He looks spectacular physically. John Toscano has done so well with this horse. Obviously, it's evident on form, but also in the way that he looks, the way that he's moving, and he's been patient with this horse. The problem with him today is the dynamics of the race and the fact that I have always always been convinced that he is a much better two-turn horse as he cuts back from the 1 3/8 distances to the mile today. I'll be intrigued to see how he runs and if he can work out a trip from that outside post. Lafitte?
Right on cue, Maggie. Blew it. This is what she's talking about. His last win, the Stud Muffin at Aqueduct in March, wet track. Paul blew it, handling this field with ease. Much more distance to work with that day.
Still one of my favorite calls ever by Tom Durkin is when Stud Muffin won this race. Now, they named a race after him. And listen, he was wandering all over the place, but there's a 1 3/8. He was able to get it done. And I say, you know, listen, as he slowed down at age 8, and you look at his record, he's 2 for 4. He wants to stay all day, but he sort of needs to be out. I don't know if he can run down the 3 in here, because the 3 does have some numbers, and the 3 does possess some speed. I'm wondering if Blewett's going to get sent here, maybe off a little bit of the layoff or not.
I think it'd be close, Paul. Definitely. Tiergan, he's going to be sitting just off of the pace as well. I don't know where. Probably bar 14 is going to show the way under Jose Gomez early on. He's another horse. Going way back with Gomez aboard at Aqueduct. That was a fast race, but saying that, it was a good racetrack. Maybe it was a good racetrack that moved him up. Horse runs pretty well on off racetracks, so we'll see.
Confusing horse to me. The 4 should not be 10-1. This horse got back into form in the last race. Might not win this race, but should be 10-1.
Troubleshooter, Luis Saez. There goes Blewett. Dylan Davis all set for the late pick 4 on a Wednesday of Whitney week. Johnny Embriat with the call. Race 7 from the Spa.
And the rough. Going for the lead is a Troubleshooter. On the inside is Vintage Hollywood as they race up the chute and make their way around the turn. From the inside, it is Vintage Hollywood. Now bar 14 goes up to grab the lead. Bar 14 in front, clear by 2 lengths. Vintage Hollywood is down at the rail. Daddy Nose is alongside. And then it is Blewett who's racing in 4th, followed by Tiergan, and the trailer is Troubleshooter in 6th. The opening quarter, 22 and 2/5 seconds as they move up the backstretch. Bar 14 leads here by a length with Daddy Nose racing in 2nd. It is bar 14 over Daddy Nose, and on the outside is Blewett. Now moving up is the big favorite Tiergan. Down at the rail is Vintage Hollywood. Farther back, it's Troubleshooter. Bar 14 ran the half in a sharp 46 and 1/5 seconds, and the field is going around the far turn. Bar 14 continues to lead. Tiergan now makes a move and has moved up into 2nd. So it's bar 14, challenged now by Tiergan, who's moving very well here, and Tiergan has now taken over the lead. Tiergan in front as they come for the quarter pole. Troubleshooter making ground from the back of the pack, and Tiergan is in front as the field comes through the stretch. It's Tiergan with a 4-length lead. Troubleshooter has now moved into 2nd, and then it is a bar 14 and Daddy Nose. Tiergan with a big lead and just a 16th to the finish. It is Tiergan, odds on here at 3-5, much the best under Erod Ortiz Jr. Troubleshooter a clear-cut 2nd, and Daddy Nose was 3rd.
We hope that puts a smile on the face of Michelle Giangulio, as Maggie explained, involved in that training incident, suffering a broken leg. Hopefully she heals quickly, gets back to the track, and has a chance to celebrate moments like this in the winner's circle as Tiergan in an absolute stroll at Saratoga to kick off the pick 4.
I want to say her leg felt a lot better coming down the stretch. Adrenaline's the best medicine,
Yep.
right, Gary?
Absolutely. Man, this move, they were setting a fast pace up front, bar 14, and when Irad kicked him in gear, they were a long ways out. They were 3/8 of a mile out, and he just kind of moved his way out and just stretched this field out. These horses behind him, bar 14, I mean, he's a good 8-9 lengths back behind him, and they're struggling home back behind him. He's still reaching powerfully, coming to the wire.
One of those things, Lafitte, where he just broke the heart out of everybody. I looked at Gary and I said, these horses are wobbling home. And I like the 4, so I hit the exacta, so I was happy a little bit, but I was a little bit worried because when a horse like that just goes away, sometimes horses are like humans. Listen, I can't catch this horse. I'm stopping here. And it looked like everybody was stopping because Tiergan was just, wow, miles the best.
And everyone stopping to give Michelle Giangulio a hug, wiping a tear away. It was one of the best moments last summer when Jen Giulio saddled her first winner as a trainer ever in a stakes race at Saratoga. Seafoam. Again, that's like for a major league hitter, Paulie, stepping up and hitting a game-winning home run at Yankee Stadium is your first hit, your first career at bat. A stakes win for her first victory of her training career last summer.
I don't think people realize how special it is. I've seen multiple people that have won races here cry in this winner's circle. That's how special it is. And for Michelle, she's a darn good trainer, and she's putting herself on the map, too.
They had Tiergan ready to roll today. 3-4-2-5, all smiles from Arad Ortiz and Jan Giulio. Ortiz like he was Joel on Jackie last Saturday. Easiest of wins. Thumbs up. Reaction following this 7th race at Saratoga. And last summer, his father was inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, Mark Casse. As for Norm Casse, carving out a name of his own, terrific young trainer with a live runner in the 8th at Saratoga.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com today. Assuming most of you advanced in this late pick 4 with the chalk prevailing. Tiergan, 10-strike racing, 4 corners racing. Leading rider Arad Ortiz, and with the crutches, Michelle Jan Giulio, winning trainer, standing by with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Well, this win has to feel so good for you, Michelle, as Tiergan won with the utmost ease, and well done. I mean, I heard Arad saying that he was like a different horse today. Talk a little bit about what you did. I know you used one of the special facilities we have here at Saratoga.
Yeah, he's a little bit tough on the main track and does, you know, a little bit too much in his gallop, so we took him out on Clare Courts right by our barn, which is convenient. And he just relaxes really nice out there and seemed to work really well for him.
Michelle, I talked about your injury that you suffered 10 days ago. Talk about And as someone who has a small stable and you pretty much do everything yourself, can you put into words how difficult it's been?
It was pretty devastating at first. It's kind of hard to talk about. But I had some people really pull together and help me, and it's this is a very rewarding win. I'm sorry to get emotional, but it's been a really tough couple of weeks, and things are starting to look better. But I'm really fortunate for the few guys that I have working for me right now, because I wouldn't run without them. So I'm just very fortunate for the team I have and the horses I have and the owners I have. I'm just very fortunate.
And your parents, as you were saying, got to be here. They haven't been in a winner's circle in quite a while, and special, and I'm sure just makes everything a bit better winning here at the spa.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good right now, especially to have my parents here. It's been a long time since they got to be in the winner's circle with me, so I kept telling them, I said, I'll get you there. One of these days I'll get you in the winner's circle. So to have it happen here is even more special. So really special win.
Michelle, I couldn't be happier for you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Michelle Giangilio, as you can tell, it means a lot to be standing in this winner's circle today, even if she is on one crutch, Lafitte.
Under those circumstances, Maggie, what a story. Gary, can you expand on that a little bit? Some trainers have a lot of employees. It's a huge team effort. For some of these smaller outfits, it is more of a hands-on and almost like a one-man band scenario that Michelle Giangilio just touched on.
Well, it is, and one-man band for the most part. She gets on her own horses, and I would imagine for her that's the toughest thing, is not being able to get on her own horses, because it's a definite advantage when you're a horsewoman or a horseman to be able to feel what's underneath you, not just seeing them going through the motions, but being on the back and able to feel and sense what the horse is feeling. It's a big edge, I'm sure, for her, and she probably misses that the most. But as they said, people have come out of the woodwork, and she's getting the help that she needs right now.
Yeah, you could sense how much that one meant, Paul. Real feel-good story at Saratoga.
Yeah, the phrase $1 million smile does really exist.
Well
I mean,
said.
that smile was just all you need to hear, and a great job by Michelle. This is a gray son of a Fleet Alex on a bridal song mare. Smile for a smile. Smile for a mile. There you go, right there. Congratulations, Michelle. Well deserved.
Great story. Great story. And the odds-on favorite does deliver in the first leg of the late pick 4. We turn the page, move ahead to race number 8, about 23 minutes out. $50,000 claiming event. 3-year-olds, 7/8 of a mile extended sprint. And while number 5, Dots Dollar, is the current favorite at 5-2, take a look at number 3, Buckingham Prince, trained by Norm Cassie. Around this time last summer, trainer Mark Cassie was being inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. An absolute surprise to no one. He had won more than 3,000 races. He had won a Preakness of Belmont, multiple Breeders' Cup events. For his son Norm, who's in the early stages of his training career, like, it sounds really simple, like a son following in his father's footsteps. But this story is a little bit more complicated than that.
I grew up resenting horse racing a little bit. My dad and my mother divorced when my brother and I were very young, and I didn't get to see Dad a lot. And when I did go to see Dad during the summers, we'd have to go to the races in the barn all day. And then being a little kid, there was a lot of resentment there. I didn't really have a direction early on in my life. I loved sports. I loved baseball. I actually played a year of college baseball. But I mean, at some point you realize, you know, you're 5'6", you're 5'7", you're slow as hell, you have a terrible arm. You're not going to be a Major League Baseball player. Growing up in Louisville, I fell in love with horse racing on my own.
The unbeaten colt, Smarty Jones, is drawing away to win the Derby.
In the year that Smarty Jones won, I caught the bug really, really bad and decided that's what I wanted to do. I remember the conversation really well because it took a long time to have it. Probably a couple years to tell Dad I knew I wanted to be a trainer. I knew I wanted to follow in his footsteps, but I wasn't brave enough to tell him that yet. I was embarrassed to admit it for whatever reason, and it was an emotional thing to tell him, and I don't know why, because as soon as I did tell him, he's like, well, then let's do it. Let's make you the best that you can possibly be, and we hit the ground running.
But Tepin has a 5-length margin and deep stretch. It is Tepin.
Tepin in front. Tepin, Parado, racing effort near the line. Tepin comes down, wins for America.
Tippin in front. They have a furlong to run, and she has turned them away. And she is going to make this her own personal playground, Tippin.
I just give credit to Tepin for a lot of things. Tepin is definitely the reason I went on my own, because she gave me that confidence. You know, when I left to go on my own, there was no handouts. I got my own clients. At the time, I was a little upset about that, but in hindsight, that was the right thing to do, because now everything has been that much more rewarding.
Hard Legacy still going strong. Hard Legacy goes coast to coast.
To win my first graded stake at Churchill Downs, we did it for Mary Lou Whitney while Mary Lou was still with us. And to win a race named after a horse that Mary Lou bred, the Whitney's bred regret. You know, it's kind of fairy tale, and it was a good moment.
It is Pretty Birdie, jockey Louis Saez, wearing the colors of the Mary Lou Whitney stables. Pretty Birdie takes the Schuylerville.
Being associated with Mary Lou Whitney and her husband John, who have been so great for the sport and so great for the town of Saratoga, I knew there was a lot of pressure riding on Pretty Birdie and me, and she delivered. I've been a part of a lot of big races, won a lot of big races when I've worked for my father, but that was the biggest moment of my life in racing so far. There's two simple goals. I would like to be the guy in Kentucky, you know, at the very top tier at Churchill and Kingland. That would be one of my main goals, but the only goal is to win the Kentucky Derby.
Plenty of time for the Derby. It's not going anywhere, and neither is Norm Cassie. There's Buckingham Prince, trained by Norm Cassie, Gary. Father and son relationships in this sport, something you and I can both relate to. Being stubborn, something you and I can both relate to. I can only imagine how difficult it was for him to have that conversation, going back to his father and admitting and saying, look, this is something I want to be a part of. Training racehorses is what I want to do as a career.
Yeah, I mean, with me and my dad knew and my mom knew from an early age what I was going to do when I got to the age that I could do it, and that was be a jockey, be around the horses. I really didn't have my thoughts on any other thing, but my son, TC, my oldest boy, he was going to college, same thing. I had no idea that he wanted to be involved with horses, and he made that call to me. He was a junior at ASU and told me that, look, Dad, I think I've been wasting your money. He said, all I ever want to do is work with the horses. So he went to work for Ashford Stead right after that. He's in the game, and the only one in my in my immediate family of my kids that's involved in the sport. But I'm sure that Mark is very, very proud of what Norm is doing right now.
It's cool. And he did play college baseball.
No, he did. Listen, I get a zillion trainers, jockeys, all this. Oh, I played this, I played that. You're small. Hey, by the way, Norm, don't be ripping on 5'6" slow guys, okay? Let's be honest here, okay? But being out in Churchill and getting to know Norm, the dichotomy they have between him and his dad is actually pretty amazing. I'll never forget, and this is a true story, I had made a bet on Norm's horse, a first-time starter, and he looked right at me and goes, did you bet my dad's horse? I said, what are you talking about? I bet your horse. He goes, well, my dad just told me. I don't know if he's messing with me. This is his best 2-year-old. Well, it turned out to be Wonder Wheel. The Wonder Wheel's come back to and jogged twice. Meanwhile, I was on my phone trying to change my bet, and I had to do a hit for America's Day at the races. Meanwhile, I lost all my money. But the way that
true story.
True story. The way that Mark and Norm, that is exactly the way they are. They're sort of play that game as in, hey, we're going to rag on each other, brothers, but they're on their own system.
Don't rag on 5'6" slow dudes. Norm Cassie and those Whitney colors mean so much to this sport, especially around here, especially this week, Whitney Week at Saratoga. It all happens right across the street. The National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame 2022 class to be inducted Friday. In case you haven't visited lately, things have changed. A different experience altogether.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratzener and takes the lead.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 three-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We looked at the Hall of Fame, the whole team here, and it was sleepy. So we needed to have them more interactive and lively. And our goal was to be the best sports Hall of Fame in the country. And we sought out the best people to help us achieve that goal. Well, it's a race day gallery. This is kind of get the people ready for the main event, which is the track and the races. And so this gets the excitement built up before they go in and see the film. So you can explore the different tracks that were in existence and still are in existence. You get to see the winner's circle, get your picture taken with the horse, do a race call. You can explore the plaques. You can go to the interactive jockeys and trainers and see their quotes, see their photos, see their videos. And you really get a feel for who they were, because a lot of these people have passed on. And you see their races come to life. You could spend all day in there. And I think we've accomplished our goal of being the best sports Hall of Fame in the country, and I'm very proud of this team.
Must see for any thoroughbred racing fan. The 2022 class, three-time champion Beholder, six-time Grade 1 winner Tepin, Hillsdale, the great Royal Heroine, trainer Oscar White, Pillars of the Turf, James Cox Brady, Marshall Cassidy, James Ben Ali Hagan. Let's start with Beholder, Gary. What made her the three-time champion she was?
She's such a great athlete, but I would have to say that her mental attitude, you could show her something one time and she would know the next time that you ask her to do it exactly what I wanted her to do or Richard Mandela wanted her to do. She was very trainable, and she just kept getting better and better throughout her career. Her 6-year-old year last year that she was on the racetrack, it took her a while. They slowed down a little bit. She was a little heavier coming into the season than she had been, at the end of her 5-year-old year. And listen, he had one goal, Richard did, and it was this moment right there at the Breeders' Cup Distaff, and one of the greatest races that I was ever a part of with the great Songbird. And I'm sure she'll be joining in the Breeders' Cup along with Beholder one day here, not too far in the near future. But she was just a very special mare to be around, and she was special for me because I got to spend more time around her than most of the real good horses that I rode. First of all, she was around for a long time. Of course, Garrett Gomez rode her early on in her career, and then I was fortunate enough to pick up the mount when I came out of retirement. But, I'd ride her in a majority of her workouts in the morning, and those are the special moments for me. I love the mornings as much as I love the afternoons. What you do in the mornings, this is just this where you make the paychecks in the afternoon, but all hard work's in the morning.
You can hear it in your voice now. You could see it on your face in the winner's circle that day with Beholder. I will never know how you knew you won. I will never know how you raised your whip by flared nostril.
It's called timing, right? So it's called timing.
It's called luck. It's called luck. It's called lucky, Paul. We're lucky. We're lucky to have Maggie in the paddock standing by with this race 8 paddock report. Maggie.
Well, we have a big group of 3-year-olds contesting in this, claiming 50 Lafitte. We're going to take a look at a few of the out-of-towners, so to speak, as we'll begin with number 2. Must Be Love will make his first start for Gustavo Rodriguez and coming up from the Mid-Atlantic. And last time out, watching his race going a 1-turn mile at Laurel, he just doesn't quite stay. You know, he was challenged by the winner on his outside, going around the turn, fought with him the majority of the stretch, and he just doesn't quite see out that extra furlong. So he's never tried the 7/8 before, but he gets to do it today, and physically he's a horse so well suited to it. He looks phenomenal in here. This is the horse that caught my eye. Watching his replays, I like the 7 furlongs for him. I think he's very interesting here. I did notice he ran with the hood last time. No hood today has that lovely controlled energy. Now on to your favorite, that's number 3, Buckingham Prince. Oh, well, he's co-favorite at the moment. Great coat. I like his effort coming back last time. I think, you know, he had the more taxing trip, losing ground while the winner came up the rail. He looks great here for trainer Norm Cassie, and the 7 furlongs is fine with me for him. Now on to the outside with number 9, Swift Tap. First off the claim, I suppose, for Rob Atras. Now, he got away very slowly at the start, which really compromised him. He was wide throughout, but he kept grinding away. Now, he is yet to go the 7 furlongs. His last race would suggest that it should suit him, but I can't necessarily say that physically. He's very compact, very well muscled, and just a round horse. So he just automatically strikes you as that 6 furlong type. But don't get me wrong, he's a generous price off of the claim for some seriously dangerous connections. Guys?
See if he can muscle up at 8-1, Maggie. Swift Tap called to post for this 8th race at Saratoga. Odds-on favorite. Strolled in the 7th. Tiergan, this one's tough. $50,000 claimer, 7/8 of a mile extended sprint. 3-year-olds post parade. There is Salippo, second in his last pair. Kendrick Carmouche takes over.
Yeah, on his toes out there on the racetrack. He's won 3 of his 9 races and shouldn't be too far off the pace under Kendrick.
Must Be Love has raced exclusively in the Mid-Atlantic before today.
Yeah, and Joel Rosario and Gustavo Rodriguez team up. They're 3 for 11 so far this year, so maybe pay attention.
That'll work. Buckingham Prince, those Whitney colors, and trained by Norm Cassie.
Yeah, I loved his last race. He never gave in. He tried all the way through the wire. The one thing that worries me about him is those seconds, 4 seconds and only 1 win.
Free Square, another Maryland Invader, New York debut on his toes.
Yeah, you're right. A Maryland bred, 2 for Trevor McCarthy, 3 for 14 lifetime, a son of Freedom Child.
Dots Dollar, quick colt with high riding Javier Castellano.
3rd last time out, nice win under Javier. The time before that at Belmont, got to try and get the extra furlong here.
Sugar Gray Leonard, another Maryland Invader.
Great name here. Luis Saez for Zilla Racing. Brittany Russell, first time gelding today.
Iron Lion in Zion, 3-year-old debut, 2nd and 2 for Tom Morley.
First time Lasix today, hasn't started that many times. First time offered up for a price.
Gotta love this. A race featuring a horse named Sugar Gray Leonard and Hagler. Sign me up.
All we're needing is Hitman Hearns, and we do have a full full boxing card. Hagler, Irad Ortiz Jr., and Rudy Rod trying to get off the duck.
Unless Hearns' nickname was Swift Tap. I don't believe it was. First tap to the claim, Rob Atras. And my Maggie liked what she saw at 9-1.
Yeah, he looks good out there. Looked good out there on the racetrack. Ricardo Santana aboard for today's mount.
That's the field for this 8th race. Post time in 7 minutes. Another look here at Dots Dollar. This was his most recent. When he made the lead, Paulie, on that wet track, Dots Dollar, they just couldn't catch him after he established the running.
Well, he's in really good form. His last 3 efforts, he broke his maiden for 40, then he came right back on the slop with this effort and just took him gate to wire again, a little better effort. And he's in a jog. He's in an absolute canter here at the end of the race, and he stopped the clock in 110 and changed, a little bit under 111. They went over to Monmouth. He showed very good speed in a 4-horse field and ran 3rd. So it's really tough to know what to do with that. But I'll tell you what, this horse is getting bet heavily in the multi-wagers. Actually your favorite with the 3 in here, Buckingham Prince.
Well documented. Javier Castellano, terrific meet, 26% win clip, highest among flat jockeys at the meet. That's Dots Dollar at 5-2. I guess the question, Gary, might be company early on and how much pressure. We know he's going to dish out heat. It's a matter of how much heat he may be forced to take in the process.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's anything as quick as him in here. Lafitte, I suppose Hagler, he's got some early gas, but I think he's the quickest one in here. Free square just to his inside. The 4-horse with Trevor McCarthy, he's got some gas as well. If that does happen, then it's really going to set things up for Buckingham Prince.
Something to watch for early on. You're looking at Sugar Gray Leonard, who spent most of the year in Maryland. Louis Saez rides for the first time. As for Saez, Gary, some of those career highlights, more than 3,000 wins already. That was quick. And last summer, the summer any jockey dreams of up here. Leading rider and a Travers victory.
Yeah, just sensational year he had last year. He continues his high riding style up here at Saratoga. It's fun to watch. Very quiet, but carries a big stick.
Yeah, it's true. It's pretty crazy when you look at that and you look at Louis, what he's done over the last couple years. He's got 318 wins here at Saratoga, Lafitte. Johnny V's got 990.
991.
He's tripled him up. So Johnny V, we'll give him a little bit of longevity, okay?
JV 1K, the countdown to 1,000. JV
Wow.
1K. Sugar Gray Leonard, Maggie, what are you seeing from Louis Saez's mount here in the 8th?
Livy, he's reported here today as a new gelding for trainer Brittany Russell, but I can't say that it seems as though that's taken effect, as he was kind of hollering to the other horses, something typical that colts and horse intact horses tend to do. He really hasn't shed that belly much either. Now, last time I do think he had a bit of an excuse. I don't think he really was handling the sloppy going, especially being down inside early on. It seemed as though he's kind of climbing over the racetrack, maybe reacting to the kickback too. And when he got outside, he kind of ran on a little bit, and he's been consistent when it comes to buyer speed figures. I just wish I would have seen a difference or an improvement with this guy having had been gelded prior to this start. Check in with number 1, Salippo here, who earned his first career victory, first time out at the Spa last year, and Linda Rice will send him out. He's been okay, and last time I saw him on April 14th, I didn't think he looked great in his coat. He looked as though he got weaker and lighter behind. Well, that's not the case today, and he is moving so well on the racetrack. I think Salippo could be a dangerous proposition in here, and I've always thought that the 7 furlongs was his most ideal distance, Lafitte.
That would shake things up in the late pick 4, late pick 5, 7-1 currently Salippo. Let's circle back to Buckingham Prince, currently 3-1. There's Hagler. Buckingham Prince, he's been racing in Kentucky. Tyler Gaffleone aboard. This was his latest. Late June Churchill, Gary. Buckingham Prince hooks Stellar Tap, and this is an absolute slugfest to the wire.
Yeah, it was a fun race to watch, and they did get after it all the way from the head of the stretch, back and forth. And Stellar Tap's got his head in front here. Buckingham Prince is trying to come back. Looks like he's going to, but both horses super game. He was game in defeat that day. There's no Stellar Tap in here today.
That's true. Stellar Tap was cutting back in distance and reached back to some old class there. And, you know, that was a drop for 50 for Norm. And Gary makes a good point. Like, you know, I like the one Salippo in here because I think there is some speed in here, and the one can come from off the pace. But Buckingham Prince sort of makes his own trip. He can go to the front end. He also can come from behind. So I can understand why the public has him at 5-2 as your favorite.
Yes. Go ahead.
I was on the 3-horse, on the 5-horse Dots Dollar. And I called an audible just before I jumped in the truck to drive over here.
Where'd you pivot?
I pivoted to Buckingham.
To Buckingham Prince.
Prince.
Gotcha.
After I watched that replay, I had a flashback.
Did you ever, you know how they say, they could have gone around again and they were never getting by, and sometimes you roll your eyes. They could have gone around again, and I didn't think Buckingham Prince was ever getting by Stellar Tap.
No, but it wasn't for lack of trying.
Yeah, absolutely. No question.
Well, if you look at Buckingham Prince, 4 seconds out of 10 starts. But the losses by a nose, win by a nose, lost by a half. So he gets right up to you. He might not have the killer punch, but he likes a little bit of a fight. And he's lost 4 of them, and he's won 1 of them. Maybe he'll win today. It's just tough for me to take a horse at 5-2 when you got multiple winning horses in this race.
Yeah, I mean, even when he broke his maiden, he won by a nose that day.
Yeah.
So he does not like to run past horses.
And for perspective, Stellar Tap, the record breaker last summer here at Saratoga for trainer Steve Asmussen, becoming North America's all-time leading trainer. Stellar Tap was claimed out of that race you just watched. Now with Wesley Hawley in his next start, he finished 3rd in an allowance race at Ellis Park. Again, just for perspective. And Buckingham Prince, who is the favorite here at 5-2. I think race shape is key. Dots Dollar, we showed you why he's a contender. That was on a wet track. Tom Morley looking for another one in the afternoon. His speed, but how fast is the pace going to be early on?
That's going to be the key, Gary.
Well,
I think you make a good point when you talked about Dots Dollar could be the speed of the speed. If he gets in front of this group, who can run him down?
Well, free square right to his inside. 4-horse with Trevor McCarthy. He's going to give Dots Dollar, I think, everything he wants. You know, the opening 1/8 of a mile.
See how it all unfolds. Competitive $50,000 claimer. Will we see those Whitney colors in the winner's circle Wednesday of Whitney week? About to find out. Johnny I standing by with a call. Race 8 live from the Spa.
Waiting for Hagler and Swift Tap. They're all in the gate. And they're off. And it is Dots Dollar who is sent right out for the early lead. Free Square came away and running in second. On the outside is Swift Tap, now moving up from third. And then we come back to, on the inside, Buckingham Prince. Next in fourth. Sugar Gray Leonard is in fifth. Salippo runs in sixth, followed by Iron Lion in Zion. Farther back it is Hagler, and trailing the field is Must Be Love in ninth. As they race up the backstretch through a quarter in 22 and 4/5 seconds. And it is Dots Dollar, the leader here by 3 parts of a length. Swift Tap is on the outside in second. Buckingham Prince is down at the rail, running in third. Then it's Free Square. And on the outside is Sugar Gray Leonard. And Salippo is next, followed by Hagler around the far turn. Dots Dollar. And on the outside it is a Swift Tap. And the two of them now are right together coming for the quarter pole. On the inside, Dots Dollar, and on the outside, Swift Tap, 1/2 mile in 45 and 4. They come into the stretch now. Swift Tap and Dots Dollar, they are right together with Sugar Gray Leonard and Buckingham Prince giving chase third and fourth. Hagler is in fifth. Dots Dollar on the inside has the lead here. Dots Dollar in front with a 16th to the finish. Swift Tap is all out on the outside. Dots Dollar and Swift Tap, they will battle it out to the finish, and it is a game. Dots Dollar who gets the win. Swift Tap was second. Buckingham Prince checked in third.
Speedy, tough, Dots Dollar, wire to wire, second win of the afternoon for this combination. Javier Castellano and trainer Tom Morley.
Yeah, that's he's 3 for 3 on this horse now. Dots Dollar gets along well with him. Had another battle on his hand. Swift Tap, the one battling him through the stretch under Ricardo Santana, and he just starts eking away from him here inside of the 8th pole, and game win.
This is what I was worried about, because they came home in 14 and change. Is just there's nobody in this race. The one started to make a tiny bit of a move, but no one could pass horses. And you know, when you go to the start of this race, when the 5 gets to the start, Castellano does a great job of breaking on top and now closing the door quickly on the inside. And you're going to see a couple horses here have to steady right there, the 4.
Yeah.
But he's definitely clear,
No,
Gary.
he wasn't clear. You've got to be clear 2 lengths. There's
Ooh,
an inquiry. He was not clear. When a horse is completely stretched out, you need a length of daylight, because when a horse's front feet are fully extended and the horse in front of you's hind feet are fully extended, it looks like they're clear, but they're not. So let's see if we can see the pan here coming away from the gate where you see.
Well, you
Trevor
noticed it
steady.
immediately out of the gate.
Yeah,
On the pan. Yeah.
He closed the door before he was clear. I don't blame Trevor for claiming foul here. It's my opinion that he wasn't clear. Whether it would have changed the finish or not, that's what the stewards are going to have to decide. I think Free Square, he was last coming into the stretch anyway. After the steady, he was pretty much done with his race. Watch Trevor McCarthy have to stand up and just basically turn his horse's head sideways, takes him completely out of his rhythm, and his race is over with from that point on.
Now, trying to listen to John Ambriel's announcement, is this an inquiry and objection?
It's a jockey's objection from Trevor McCarthy.
They're looking at the stretch.
Yeah, they're looking at the stretch, which is kind of weird. They're looking at the head-on, and the head-on, the 5 on the inside, not on the outside. I know you're not looking at it at home, but I'm trying to see if there's anything going on there. The 5 does come out a couple paths.
Oh, come on.
Gosh, it's ticky-tack. Oh, I mean, he starts at the 1 path and he ends up in the 4 path. So maybe they're looking at that. Oh.
So
here's
Ricardo,
the head-on.
It got real late.
Gary.
Yeah.
So you look at the horse in the pink silks on the rail. Is now going to come out what? Okay, in the 1 path. He's in the 2. He's in the 3. He's going to start going to the 4. Now the real infraction is right at the end of the wire, Gary. So it's tough.
That was basically right at the wire.
What do you think, Gary?
See, that was past the wire, that hard swerve right there at the finish line. But I think they're going to have a hard time making a change on this.
Jake Provenzano, owner on the right. Tom Morley, the winning trainer. In the middle, you saw there, another look low level. Dot Stoller inside. Eventual runner-up on the outside. Swift tap, 5, 9, 3, 2, numbers flashing.
Okay, when we show you the head-on again, I mean, what would you call this, Gary? I mean, you could tell that Javier is going right-handed, but he's also pushing with his left hand, and he's trying to get his horse to compete. It's just natural riding, hurting a little bit.
You don't keep a horse straight with just the whip alone. You keep him straight with your reins.
Right.
And he was pumping. He was trying to win. Both jocks were trying to win. He did float out. I don't know if he was ever getting by him anyway.
Yeah,
it's tough to pass a car on the freeway when you're going the same speed and they're drifting out in front of you. It's tough to pass a car that's not going straight, right?
But even that in itself is speculation. Is that something the stewards are taking into account? Do they care that the most severe contact was right at the wire, or are they taking into account the slight margin of victory in the end? That right there at the end, that's not a great look.
Well, what was the final margin there? It was over a neck, wasn't it? More like a half a length, close to a half a length.
Let's see it one more time.
If it was a nose or whatever. That's why I'm glad I'm not sitting up in the stewards booth.
This is a tough call. This really is a tough call because the nine's kind of laying in on the 5, and if you see at the lanes, listen, the 5, there's an infraction, but is it enough? Like Gary says, was the 9 ever going to go by? And Gary, if you're in this situation on the 9, do you try to get away from the 5 with your left hand, or what do you do?
No, you can't. You can't try and get it.
You
You're
can't,
already
right?
getting them.
Yeah.
They're out in the 6 path right now. Santana is. They started in the 2 and the 3, and I pushed them out to the 7. But that was at the finish line. Like I said, they can't take you down for something that happened after the finish line.
Yeah.
But the steady drift. I got my number taken down in a $2 million race at Santa Anita. She's a Tiger. For something less
Breeders'
than that.
Cup juvenile fillies. Yeah, we won't go
Yeah,
there. You
tough
saw
day.
Tom Morley looking on Javier Castellano again, looking for a second win this afternoon, awaiting the announcement from the stewards. And my question for you, Gary, is that track record in terms of what's allowed, what's deemed a foul, specifically here in New York, and what that looked like was another example of the herding that we see on a consistent basis that more often than not, it feels like there's a laissez-faire, let-them-play kind of approach from the stewards.
Saratoga generally has a different set of rules because of it being Saratoga and the competition. They'll let them play a little more. That right there at the finish, that was pretty severe. If that would have happened 5 jumps from the finish line, I'd say he's coming down for sure. Look, it's tough. Like I said, it's tough to pass a horse when they're just drifting. It's
yeah. So we've had a couple the last week, Lafitte, where they have not taken horses down, and there's been a clear foul. But they have stated if it does not change the order of finish, which most jurisdictions do, they will leave it up. Now they have to decipher, was the 9 ever going to go by the 5? That's basically what they're deciphering upstairs right now. I would think so. And how can you project that, like Gary's saying?
It's very difficult to speculate.
It's definitely, but you can also look at the race.
Foul, or do you take that? Yeah.
You also can look at the race at the top of the lane and go, the 9 really was never going by the 5. But you never know.
This place is silent, by the way. This place is silent with the anticipation of the crowd waiting for the announcement.
I know that if I'm Ricardo,
no change. No change. Frustrated Ricardo Santana Jay Provenzano, Tom Morley, Embrace. Second one of the afternoon, Morley, Castellano, and another if that's the definition, if that herding, is that what we just saw herding? Because I feel like more often than not, when it looks like a close call, and here in New York, when we see that, it is left to stand.
It was herding.
It was.
It's called race rating?
No, it was herding.
It was herding. I mean, listen, Javier's
one
of the best at doing it.
To me, that was, and guess who the rider was that got moved up in my $2 million takedown?
Castellano?
Would it be Juan Javier Castellano? Right. Cried like a baby. No contact. Beat him by a neck. He never was getting by me.
It's all going well for Castellano here at Saratoga. Second one in the afternoon, 5, 9, 3, 2 in the 8th. Results? Reaction following this 8th race at the Spa. Dots Dollar digs in. Doesn't necessarily run straight. Doesn't necessarily matter. Turns back, swift tap. Again, we'll have those results. And I think the fans are excited about seeing Life is Good on Saturday. Among the best in the sport. Hopefully the Whitney stretch drive will be as exciting as what we just saw in the 8th at Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire and the best son of Curlin at stud to date. Physically impressive and dominant on the track. Winner of the Grade 1 Cigar Mile and the Grade 2 Pennsylvania Derby, where he defeated Gunrunner, Nyquist, and Exaggerator. With Grade 1 winner Rattle and Roll in his first crop, along with Grade 3 winner Hidden Connection. Connect, a proven winner on the track, a proven stallion in the making.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Bit of drama in today's 8th race, but the old husband, Tom Morley, goes 2 for 2 on the day so far. Well, I was just saying that as an endearing term, but Tom, Dots Dollar, he had to fight it out on the racetrack. He also had to fight it out in the steward's booth. Talk a little bit about his gameness, but how much were you sweating?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't want to say it was a 50-50 call. I don't think the Santana was ever getting by him. And actually, when his horse leaned in on my horse, it's kind of turned my horse sideways and made it possibly look a little worse than it actually was. But look, they've made the right decision upstairs. It's been a great day so far. We've got one more to go, so who knows?
That's ambitious, but I'm so pleased to be joined by the guy to your right, Bill Babb. And Bill, you're the one of the original owners of Dot's Dollar. Has a special meaning to the name.
Absolutely. Dot's Dollar was named after my mother, and I joke with my partners that I wanted to name it because I'm spending my mother's inheritance investing in horses. So that's why we called it Dot's Dollar. And so I know she's smiling down on us. This is my goal has always been to have a horse win at Saratoga, and I'm going to count this one with me.
It was more than our pleasure to share it with you. Bill, you also own a piece of Mass Parade. Might get an actual win.
I do, that's right, and that's tomorrow, so I'm looking for the daily double.
Bill, this weekend has gotten off to a great start. Tom, congratulations again with Dot's Dollar.
Thank you, our wife.
He's such a smarty pants, Lafitte.
Tom feeling pretty good. Skipping his step. 2 wins thus far. Big smile.
Is he taking a passport photo there? Where's he going?
And he's got one more, as he mentioned, in the 10th. Also owned by Jay Provenzano, Flying P, Ginsu Warrior in the 10th, in case you're wondering. Dot's Dollar, 880. The tenacity and deep stretch for that victory. Dot's Dollar here at Saratoga. We have the 9th race coming up next, but first to look ahead to Saturday in the Grade 1. Whitney is always one of the most important race for older horses in the country. Field drawn earlier today, 6 deep, 3 trained by Todd Pletcher. Number 1, American Revolution. Number 2, Happy Saver. And post position number 6, Life is Good, 6-5 morning line. Whitney favorite. This was his comeback race, Gary. The John Nairud at Belmont after a 3+ month break off.
Yeah, pretty good tune-up here, going 7 furlongs and hasn't lost a step. Perfect prep race for Saturday's Whitney.
Or Speaker's Corner. I mean, he's had a run in the fly line, and this thing, Life is Good. And, I think, when we learned from Jim Danny with early voting, I think when you take a speed horse like that, just let him go. And I think Irad Ortiz is going to do the same thing with Life is Good. Try to run them off their feet, because Olympiad's in very, very good form, but so is this Todd Pletcher trainee.
Life is Good worked Saturday. Exercise rider Amelia Green told the Blood Horse, quote, may have been his best work ever. Had trouble pulling him up. Let me play devil's advocate, Gary. So Todd Pletcher said after the Dubai World Cup, there's not necessarily the 1.25 miles. It was that track, kind of deep, kind of tiring. This track, for most of the meet, kind of deep, kind of tiring. Any concerns about Life is Good? I know he's proven at 1 1/8 miles, but this isn't Gulfstream. Different type of surface. Just playing devil's advocate.
He was quoted in TDN this morning, a couple different quotes. I found it interesting, but he called Maidan quicksand was what he referred to it. This track hasn't been quicksand here, and it's actually speeded up here the last couple of days. Sunday was faster. Today the fractions, interior fractions have been faster. So I think this track has tightened up. I don't think that the surface is going to be an issue for him. He said he's at 1%er, and he's 1% of the 1%ers. And when he talks about 1%ers, he says that is the upper echelon of racehorses. Wow. And he said he's the 1% of the 1%ers. That's high compliments coming from Todd Pletcher.
That's how good Life is Good is. Todd Pletcher seeking a 4th win in the Whitney Olympiad, Paul. What does he have to do? How much does he have to improve in order to contend with and defeat the likes of Life is Good, coming off that big win in the Stephen Foster, a 5th straight victory?
I don't know. I mean, I just keep running like this because he's just been in just tremendous form. And Junior Alvarado, he seems like he's got utmost confidence. Look at his ears. I mean, he just got more to give, it seems like to me, and it seems like it took him a while to get going. But around 2 turns, my worry, Lafitte, is he just loved Churchill Downs, but he looks like he just wants to keep on going and going. He's getting better and better, and he's getting really, really good at the right time. He keeps flipping those ears back and forth, Gary, and you can see he's sort of letting the 2 get up to him, but he's like, no, you know what? I'm going to keep on going here. He's just very, very sharp. Now, he's going to be in chase mode most of the way. He's going to have to show a lot of heart.
He ran hard all the way through the wire there. American Revolution ran huge in there. He's been very well managed coming off of these straight wins. But yeah, he's going to be playing catch-up the whole rate, but he's very, very good right now.
If you're Junior Alvarado, strategically, what's the mindset going in? How would Gary Stevens try to beat Life is Good with Olympiad?
I just try and stay as close as I can to him without threatening my horse's finish. And that's a tough ask there with Life is Good, with his high cruising speed and the way that he can carry his speed. You know, how much does he want to give up early on in the race, trying to keep him closer? I don't think he's going to give up everything for his finish with what he does early on in the race. He's got to be mindful of saving something for the finish.
Compact field at 6 in the Whitney, but no lack of star power. Enter Hot Rod Charlie. It's like always drama with Hot Rod Charlie. Here, Paulie, this was the Salvatore Mile at Monmouth. Hot Rod Charlie, mind control, absolute pitch battle to the wire.
No, it really was. Hot Rod Charlie is talented. Very, very talented. His issue is now, it's like he was leaning in on this day. He was having problems putting this horse away on the inside, and the horse on the inside came back. Then he re-rallied back inside, but this is a tiny bit concerning because he really looked like he had that race won, but it seems like he tries to run with his foes. He will show a little bit of early speed. He does have a lot of talent. I just don't know right now if he is on the upward swing like Olympiad and Life is Good. Can he compete with those two horses?
Well, I think the thing is with him is he got a little bit of coyote in him. He's a really good horse, but he doesn't want to put horses away. It's almost a game to him. And Mike Smith, who rode him in the Haskell or in the Salvatore Mile, that he felt like there was something more to give, and he couldn't get it out of him. And he said he's super impressive in the morning. He's worked him several times, but he was disappointed that he thought he had put the other horse away, and he couldn't finish the job.
They better figure out a way to get that out of him by Saturday. Because if you're going to be Life is Good, if you're going to be an Olympiad, like you have to be. Mind control's good. It's like he's won multiple Grade 1 races. Has to win that race. I think that was my takeaway with Hot Rod Charlie, and we'll see him on Saturday in the Whitney Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic and for Whitney weekend, along with 10 other stakes races aside from the Whitney. You got 8 of the graded variety, 3 Grade 1 races, Longines Test, Caesars Saratoga Derby, and the Grade 1 Whitney, all coming your way this weekend. Horses in the paddock for the Wednesday feature at Saratoga. Boca Mucha, just like Olympiad, trained by the Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Just her 3rd start for Mott, ready for her Saratoga debut. A little feisty in the paddock. Maggie's Paddock Report when our coverage continues.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Macoma, the one to catch. Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 order. Inside Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Picture perfect afternoon in Saratoga. Gorgeous Claiborne Farm. You're watching Saratoga Live as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Featured 9th race, $62,500 allowance optional claimer, mile and a 16th on the Mellon turf course, fillies and mares. Maggie, this Peter Brandt, Chad Brown entry looks very strong on paper. What does it look like? What are you seeing in the paddock?
Well, there are two fillies that can be a little bit difficult to ride, Lafitte, as we'll begin with the plain one in here. That is Rocky Sky, whom I haven't seen since last year when she tried the Saratoga Oaks Invitational, and she was one that I thought would show some speed. Instead, she was just tracking the speed of eventual winner Con Lima on a wide trip, and that never typically wins races around here. So Rocky Sky last time, she broke a touch slow. That's kind of her problem, her Achilles heel, because she wants to be forward. That's just kind of her running style. And then she broke slow, she rushed up, she was hard to settle for Hector Diaz, then she was forced 3 to 4 wide around the first turn, whereas the winner and the runner-up saved all the ground that day. So I find it interesting that Flavien Prat is on her, whereas last time he was on American Bridge, and I thought, I know she didn't get the distance, but he did what you're supposed to do with a horse who wants to get headstrong, and that's put his hands down and just let her bowl along. I think he does have fairly soft hands, so maybe that will work well with Rocky Sky, who's nicely settled. She's actually developed quite nicely from 3 to 4. She's gotten a little longer in her frame. So needless to say, I like the mount of 16th for both of these fillies, where American Bridge, as she was coming back off of a long layoff in her previous start at Belmont Park, she was so rambunctious, and that is not typical of a Chad Brown horse. She had to be brought out with the pony, and today they kept her away from the other horses while saddling, kept her with the pony, let her just stand there, catch her breath, and I'm sure they have schooled her numerous times in the interim, and she is handling herself so much better. So it wasn't a surprise to me when we saw her bowl along on the front end last time, kind of, running off to a certain extent, and I just think that a little less ground's going to suit her because she is a more compact filly, and we're just seeing a much more settled horse second off the bench. Now let's move on to a wild card. That's number 5, Movie Moxie. She's second off the bench as well. She didn't really do any running after breaking poorly in her last race, going the 6 furlongs, but I know she's won going 6.5, but honestly, she feels more like a 7 furlongs, 1-turn mile horse, at least on the dirt. So I asked trainer George Weaver, as that last turf work, which is very good, 48 flat around the dogs is a really, really good time. It's not on XBTV, so I haven't been able to watch it myself, but George said he had worked her on it last year and liked what he saw, but never got around to running her. So he's fairly optimistic about getting her on this surface. There's not an abundance of pedigree, to be honest. But looking at her, she has a bit of a flatter foot, a very angular pastern to her. So I think there's reason to be optimistic for her connections. We'll just see how she classes up with the rest of the field, Lafitte.
Doesn't have those classic turf bloodlines, Maggie, but looks the part. Movie Moxie, there she is at 14 to 1. As for star jockey Flavien Prat, there he is with Chad Brown, going over last-minute instructions with Rocky Sky, the Peter Brandt entry, 2 for 1, odds on 3 to 5. French-born Prat, Gary, as you know, spending his first summer at Saratoga, 11-time leading rider out west at Santa Anita, 2 Triple Crown wins under his belt, 1 by DQ, 1 outright, 6 in the standings, and making his presence felt in a big way.
Yeah, and his rise has been meteoric. He was, he was the second call rider for Wertheimer Frere in France. Olivier Pellier was the main rider, and when they decided they wanted somebody younger, they went with Maxime Guyon, and when that happened, Flavien thought he was in line to get the job, and he decided to move his tack here to America, and the rest has all been history since.
As for Rocky Sky, the filly he's about to ride, circle back to that Hillsborough once more, Paul. Rocky Sky, and this is Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street about to run right by her.
Yeah, it's a good effort by Rocky Sky. Now, listen, she runs into her stablemate at that time, maybe 4 for 4 or 5 for 5. She was 7 for 7 and finally got beat. But Rocky Sky comes out of good competition. Your worry is the next effort in the Miss Liberty, when she wasn't really favored. She hasn't been favored in 3 of her North American starts, which is very unusual because a lot of Chad Brown horses just flat get bet. And 3 to 5 in this entry, I get it, but it might be a little too low for me.
Did you pivot? Are you leaning elsewhere?
Well, I thought the straight 2, Angel Palm, is a horse that could get a nice lead and Poco Mucha. I do think the public has this right. I think the 2 and the 4 are the other ones, but Angel Palm is a horse. If you leave this horse alone on the front end, she can keep on going. She's the type of horse that's beaten a 14-horse field on a synthetic going 6 furlongs. She was a sprinter over in Europe. They brought her over here. And this will be the first time, basically, she's going to go around 2 turns, if you think about it. And I think her speed could be dangerous.
I agree with you, Paul. This was impressive here. She came back in her next race. They went a very slow pace. She couldn't make the lead that day. She was beaten 3 lengths. If she gets loose on the lead, she'll be tough to contend with.
Rain was falling that afternoon. Turf course was listed as firm that day. In fact, both of Angel Palm's grass wins on firm ground. Manny Franco to ride the Juddmonte homebred. Calling the field to post for the 9th of 10 at Saratoga. Wednesday feature kicking off Whitney week. First half of the entry, Rocky Sky, Flavien Prat in the Peter Brandt Green.
Climbing aboard this one for the first time. It's her 4th race here in America, and short price right now.
American Bridge, Irad Ortiz.
Yeah, Flavien rode this one last time out. We got Irad on board today. Tried the Flower Bowl here last year. Got beat 10 lengths in there.
We'll have more on Angel Palm. There's Princess Faja and Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, Kendrick Carmouche for Rob Altris, and the horse that's just been running evenly around the racetrack.
Boca Mucha, high-riding Joel Rosario.
Yeah, and a horse I think's got a big shot off the 2nd race on the page.
Movie Moxie, turf debut.
Turf debut, 12-1 on the morning line, 14-1 right now. Jose Ortiz aboard.
Bramble Bay, number 6, New Jersey bred, ran well here last summer.
Yeah, you know, Michael Dini already has a turf win at this meet. He's a really good turf trainer. Usually see his horses at Tampa, so maybe not dismiss the 6 here at 18-1.
Juxtapose and Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, claimed for $40,000 last time out. That was at Belmont Park, and Tyler Gaffleone riding today.
Looking forward to this one. Field for the 9th at Saratoga. Post time in 2 minutes. World-class connections with the powerful entry. Rocky Sky, American Bridge, Peter Brandt, trainer Chad Brown, Pratt aboard Rocky Sky, Irad Ortiz aboard American Bridge, and there is Chad Brown having another solid meet here. Saratoga, things didn't work out with the 3-year-olds in the Jim Dandy, has another one that raced about 24 hours earlier, won the Curlin, Artorias. Interesting 3-year-old leading up to the Run Happy Travers.
You know, you look at this 1A, Gary, I was going to ask you. You know, this horse won a grade 3 over in Italy from dead last. And then last time out sort of ran off on Flavien Prat going 1.25 miles this mare.
Yeah, I don't know what happened in that last race. Trouble Line just says spurted away, and usually Flavien can really get one to switch off. And maybe that was their intention to go to the lead that day. I don't know. But when she stopped pretty drastically. Wouldn't expect her to be on the lead today. But we don't know what Chad Brown told Irad Ortiz.
That's true. Maggie, is American Bridge keeping it together still?
Well, Lafitte, as you just alluded to, that's what happened. She lost it before she went in the gate last time. That's not typical Chad Brown runners, and she was so much more settled. As I said back in the paddock today, you could see Irad trying to give her a little check saying, come back here, mama, behave yourself, because he doesn't want her doing too much. They don't want to do that again, but you would have to think that's going to be mitigated with the cutback. You can see how headstrong she is. Oh, I don't like this. I wish she would have settled. I had my game plan that I was going to pick her because she was so much better in the paddock, but she's just being a little bit tough. Now, I wonder if Irad has been on her in the mornings, and that's why we see the change, the flip-flop in riders with Flavien riding the plain one in here instead of American Bridge again. So he's got her back, though. That's a good sign, Lafitte.
Irad Ortiz and American Bridge. Gary, how frustrating is that when you're sitting on a horse, you know they have talent, you know they have ability, but you're saying to yourself, if I can't get this son of a gun to relax between now and post time, forget about it.
It's very frustrating because you've got no chance to talk to the trainer once you're out there out on the racetrack and say, hey, we're losing it here right now. Look, Chad, he's got the binoculars. He's paying attention. This isn't his first time around the block. He knows exactly what's going on right now. And who knows, when they walk on the turf course, maybe she'll switch off again. But she was taking an ankle hold of Jose there. Or Irad, excuse me.
Listen, you always go into anything you do as a professional athlete, you always go into a plan. And like Mike Tyson said, the plan changes as soon as you get punched.
Maggie, you have a 11-1 shot on top, Princess Fausha.
Oh, look, I'm chasing her one more time. I've done it for the past 3 races. Rob Atras keeps putting Kendrick Carmucha aboard, and I don't think he has given her the right rides in her last 2 efforts. She breaks well. She's a filly that has shown that she's better when forward at least, and he keeps yanking her back, constantly losing position early on. Now she's got the rail. Don't lose position, Kendrick. Give this filly a shot. She's all right. She rattled off 3 wins in a row last year. She looks great in the Rob Atras barn. I'm just hoping and praying that Kendrick gives her the right kind of ride today, guys.
Might be your day, Maggie. Tom, 2 wins on the afternoon. You have an 11-1 shot on top in the feature. Paul, Angel Palm, the Juddmonte filly, at 6-1.
Yeah, I like to draw. You're not in the 2-0. You're outside. Basically, you're outside, second to the outside of the 7. So I think Manny can sort of survey the situation from the beginning, because if the 1A runs off, you don't want to get into a pace duel.
Ready for the Wednesday feature, kicking off Whitney week at Saratoga. Here's John Ambrial.
And they're off. It's American Bridge who's going out for the lead, but Angel Palm quickly moves up to challenge. Juxtapose is racing in 3rd. Princess Fawzia down at the rail running in 4th. Then comes Bramble Bay, and next in 5th as they go around the turn. Rocky Sky is 6th here in the early going. And then comes Movie Moxie, and the trailer is Polka Mucha. American Bridge steps away here to lead by a half-dozen lengths. It is American Bridge in front, with Angel Palm racing in 2nd as they head up the backstretch. American Bridge on top here. American Bridge by almost 5 lengths. And then Angel Palm running in 2nd. On the outside, Juxtaposes 3rd, followed by Princess Fawzia in 4th. Bramble Bay is alongside in 5th. Then comes Rocky Sky in 6th. And at the back of the pack are Movie Moxie and Polka Mucha. American Bridge still in front. The lead's down to 3 lengths as Angel Palm gets closer. Juxtaposes on the outside. Princess Fawzia is down at the rail. And now they're going around the far turn. It is still American Bridge with the lead. Angel Palm 2 lengths behind now. Princess Fawzia is down at the rail. And Bramble Bay now moves up on the outside. Rocky Sky has gained ground. As the field hits the top of the stretch, it is American Bridge and Royal Palm and Rocky Sky right behind the front 2. Rocky Sky looking to come through on the inside of a stablemate American Bridge. American Bridge, Rocky Sky, they're now 1-2. Then Princess Fawzia. On the outside is a Polka Mucha. Polka Mucha with the momentum and with the victory. Polka Mucha from off the pace under Joe L. Rosario.
Furious stretch drive in the Wednesday feature, Saratoga. There goes that man. Joel Rosario, beautifully timed ride. Polka Mucha mows him down in the stretch.
He makes it look so easy. He's sitting back here. There's no panic in him whatsoever.
He's on the fence.
Guides him out, finds the spot right here, doesn't panic. Plenty of time left. I've got about 6 seconds to get this pulled up and 3 links to make up. I'm going to win by daylight at the end, guys.
God, what a ride. What a ride. I mean, this is sickening. He was stuck to the rail, and just right now he's seeing, like I said, like he's, you know, when you get in a zone like Gary and these Hall of Fame jockeys get into, it's just unbelievable. He's sitting on the fence, Look at him. But as soon as he makes the move to the outside, just seamless. Does not lose any forward motion. And I told you guys, I'm like, I threw my pen. I'm like, Rosario swooping by this entry. I kind of knew it. 7-2. Money came late on this horse.
Sorry to go back to the Dodger thing, Paul, but what do they say about star pitcher Julio Urias? Slow heartbeat.
Yeah.
Right? Joel Rosario, slow heartbeat.
But he just understands that on the grass, saving the ground is the key. and then he takes his chances. But Gary, the way he's just finishing and finding every single hole.
Well, there was nothing for him. Flavien had the fence tied up. He was behind Flavien. Flavien rode a perfect race, by the way. He had a ground-saving trip all the way around the turn. He had a chance to get out. He didn't feel he had enough horse to go out and go around and still win. He gets through, and look, Joel just he gets out, and the Flat got outrun.
You got to give Mag some credit. Princess Fazia ran great. I mean, at 9-1, she was right there at the wire.
Hall of Famer Bill Mott, what could be the start of a very productive big weekend at Saratoga Olympiad. Second choice on the morning line for Saturday's Whitney. Gonna enjoy this one first, and Poca Mucha. Sire pulled off a huge upset in the Breeders' Cup Mile. Tourist, Poca Mucha, not that big of a price, 7-2. Running down Rocky Sky, 4-1-3 in the ninth at Saratoga. When we come back, trainer Dallas Stewart from that Wayne Lucas coaching tree. Never dismiss him in a big race, a lesson we've learned time and time again on some of racing's biggest stages. That story's next.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga. As America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 and graded stakes winners, Saratoga is the can't-miss event of the summer. One catalog of selected yearlings offered over 2 electrifying evenings. Recent Grade 1 winners include the brilliant Flightline, Bleecker Street, Maracuja, and Queen Goddess, plus new Hall of Fame inductee Tepin. The Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale, August 8th and 9th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. What a stretch duel we just watched. Poca Mucha, first win on grass. That acceleration. Bill Mott, Joel Rosario. Rosario was already taken down 7 graded stakes wins at the meet. Another trip to the winner's circle, standing by with Maggie.
Yeah, pleased to be here with Joel Rosario. Just continues to, as he has his entire career, ride the turf with exquisite precision. And Joel, just the most perfect turf ride that you can imagine, saving ground and then tipping out. Is that what you kind of dream for with every turf race that you're in?
Yeah, actually, that's always, trying to save ground and then hopefully, get through for home. And then after the break, I was like, oh, because he didn't have a good break, so now I had to deal with whatever happening behind. And then, but he did really good. So I got inside and then looked like he was fine with it, and yeah, he ran a big race. Yeah.
We've seen you have success for Bill Mott, obviously, to today with him, and I remember you riding Good Samaritan to Jim Dandy Wren. But talk about riding for a Hall of Famer like Bill, who has been and done and seen it all.
I mean, it's very confident when I ride for Billy. I just very grateful for him. He's a kind of person. And then he's also an excellent trainer. Yeah.
Pretty good horseman, that guy. Well, Joel, congratulations, and your very successful meet continues here.
Thank you.
All right, Joel Rosario. What is he, Lafitte? You're the numbers guy. Second in the standings still?
Oh, God, Q research. Second standings, right, guys? I know he has 7 graded stakes wins.
Yeah. Can we call him the second Dominican dandy?
He is the Dominican dandy.
Right?
Second in the standings. Right on top of it. See, Gary, I didn't have to think about it for a second.
I know. Very impressive.
Gary's waving 2 fingers at me. Second, you moron. Second.
By the way, the pick 5s are paying giant. If you are alive, and you didn't need a horse over $10 a feet.
There you go.
The lowest you can do is a little bit under 1,000 to the 11. That's amazing payouts.
One left over 640 in that late pick 5 pool. Have you had a chance to look at tomorrow's 10th running of the Aladar? Most of the attention, and understandably so, will be on Art Collector, who figures to be a heavy favorite. But don't sleep on Chess Chief, 15-1 on the morning line, and he hasn't done like anything special in his recent races. In fact, his recent races really don't inspire much confidence. But it's a stakes race, and he's trained by Dallas Stewart. That alone should warrant consideration.
In my early 20s, I was working hard, galloping horses. I think it's very important that you enjoy what you do. I just love being with the horses. First of all, I just fell in love with horses as a young guy, and just love being around them, love petting them, love just training them and doing my best to get them to their peak performance. Not just the racing, I just love the horses. These horses always going to have more speed. So I always wanted to be a trainer. I never thought about being Big Tom at that point. I just wanted to train horses and hopefully win some races. And I saved up a good bit of money. I had like $50,000 cash saved. I worked my butt off, my wife and I.
While some might look to buy a house with that much money stashed in savings, Dallas Stewart bought horses and took out his trainer's license in 1985. He won his first race with N Display, a horse Stewart owned and trained. But an encounter with a D. Wayne Lucas assistant would alter his course as a trainer.
I met Randy Bradshaw in '86 with Lucas, saw what the Big Tom was. I felt like I could handle it.
Dallas would be involved with 3 Kentucky Derby winners during his 11 years with Lucas. He was the exercise rider of 1988 Kentucky Derby winner Winning Colors. And when Thunder Gulch and Grindstone won the Kentucky Derby in '95 and '96, he was running Lucas's Kentucky division. As a trainer, Stewart has saddled 5 Kentucky Derby runners. Commanding Curve and Golden Soul finished second in back-to-back years as live long shots.
And I just felt like they were good long-distance horses, that they had a lot of heart. They showed up and trained hard. They were in the prep races, and they deserve a shot.
Golden Soul between horses, down to the wire. Orb has won the Kentucky Derby. It was Golden Soul.
They weren't going to be favored, but I felt like they would run well. But they ran, exceedingly better than anybody would ever hoped or thought.
And from the back of the pack on the outside, Commanding Curve is taken second, but California Chrome shines bright in the Kentucky Derby. Commanding Curve was second.
We were standing here talking. I had 2 wins in the Derby. No telling. But hey, I'm proud of them. The horses trained just great, and we believe we've got one on our table somewhere.
No Derby yet, but what Dallas does have is a Kentucky Oaks.
Lemons forever, winning Kentucky Oaks 132.
And 2 Breeders' Cup distaffs.
Comes on Bradley Lane with giant strides. Here's the wire. Photo finish.
Forever Unbridled, the wire will come in time. Forever Unbridled has won the distaff.
And a perspective on racing that affords him the enjoyment of a worthy, lifelong career.
I think it's very important that you enjoy what you do and that you enjoy when you're successful, and you have to work hard when you're in a slump. So it's just things that I've learned, and you can work through slumps, and you can not enjoy the good times, but you should.
Must have been some fun times around the Lucas stable. Winning colors, Gary riding, Dallas Stewart, the exercise rider, yes?
Yeah, Dallas is a character, man. He's still a really close friend of mine. He's always got a smile on his face, well, most of the time. He does have, he's got a fiery side to him. If things are not going just right in the morning, somebody steps out of line, he'll let you know about it. But usually you saw him on that pony horse with the big grin on his face. That's Dallas.
And this knack, Paul, for getting horses to maximize potential. And in terms of expectation, all of these Grade 1 races where you've had 30, 40 to 1 shots, like hit the board, Golden Soul, Commanding Curve.
He's a patient trainer. When it comes to the D. Wayne Lucas descendants, I would think he'd be the most patient one, where he takes his time with the horses and they get better and better as they race. And not so much the speed. He's a guy that takes his horses back and they make one run. Although he debuted a 2-year-old Louisiana-bred filly when I was at Churchill, and he said it was one of his best 2-year-olds he's had in a while, and she won really nice. So he had big things for her.
Just his stats alone, Stewart, with 2-year-olds of late. That's something he's been very, very good with. The freshman has been Dallas Stewart. So don't sleep on Chess Chief. However, it's a tall order. Here's the field for tomorrow's Aladar. Older horses, mile and an eighth. Art Collector, 7-5 on the morning line. All right, so things didn't work out overseas. They didn't work out in the Breeders' Cup Classic. But before that, Gary, the Woodward Art Collector flashing his best.
Yeah, and he's 1 for 1 here at Saratoga. He's getting definite class relief from, you know, his last 2 races. He's coming in fresh. It's Billy Mott, Luis Saez. All systems say go on paper.
Yeah, you know, it's unfortunate we didn't get to see him in the first Saturday in May when Tommy Drury had him. He's had some hiccups a little bit. Maybe that got him back into form, and maybe they pushed him a little bit too much after that win. We'll see what he comes back to, because he's obviously very, very talented on his best days.
Older horse division is deep. There's a lot of talent. We've seen some good ones resurface here. Tom's d'Etat, one that comes to mind. A big performance from Art Collector, and we've seen how good he can be on his best day. A big performance in the Aladar, and he would be right in the mix with some of the top older horses moving forward towards the end of the summer and fall.
I think he has it in his tank. The problem with Art Collector is, can he repeat it again? You know what I mean? But he has kind of those freaky races in his tank here and there.
That's the Aladar tomorrow, the feature on a Thursday here at Saratoga. 1 race left at the Spa. Horses will be in the paddock shortly. Also, when we come back, more on Joseph O'Brien, trainer. The first time he's had a stable here at Saratoga. First, the field and updated odds for the 10th $16,000 claimer. 7 furlongs, 3-year-olds and older. Several defections. Cathedral Beach down at the bottom, 7-5 with about 16 minutes to post.
You know what we're having right now? Read the 10 horses' name.
Flippin' fun, man.
It is. It's been flippin' fun.
You haven't. If you like him and he pops at 20 to 1, we're going to be having that much more.
That is true.
Flippin' fun. 10th race coming up. Joseph O'Brien for the first time in stable here at Saratoga. We saw him as a jockey, won a Breeders' Cup event, now top class trainer, and again with horses here at the Spa for the first time in his very young career. That's next.
Every breeder hopes to leave a lasting genetic legacy. It's one of the few true paths to immortality. The importance, permanence, and legacy of Alapa is best understood by the influence of Prince Palatine. To put Prince Palatine's significance and that of the farm into a proper perspective, every stallion at Alapa traces their parentage back to Prince Palatine. Hill and Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter.
Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York horse racing.
They come together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
State of Rest is there, and down on the inside is Soldier Rising as the field comes for the 8th pole. Here is State of Rest, who has rallied for the lead. State of Rest is in front. Soldier Rising moves into second. It will be State of Rest to win it here by a length.
40-some-odd dollars. John Velasquez, Joseph O'Brien, if you need him. State of Rest, big upset in last year's Saratoga Derby.
Yeah, Johnny was supposed to, his instructions were to go to the front.
That's right, that's
She's
right.
going to make the lead.
That's right.
Call an audible. It worked.
O'Brien and Johnny V, Paul. 40-some-odd dollars.
Right? I mean, it just doesn't happen. And like Gary just said, it's supposed to go to the front end, but Hall of Fame riders and big-time players do big-time things in big-time spots. And give Joseph the credit, having the horse ready. Give Johnny V the credit, calling the audible and getting the job done.
He said it's that easy? I'm coming back for the summer. Joseph O'Brien, when we were first introduced to him, he was the son of one of the greatest trainers in the world, still is, Aidan O'Brien. And then it was the jockey, Joseph O'Brien. We watched him win a Breeders' Cup Turf, St. Nicholas Abbey. Great moment for his father, Aidan O'Brien. But we knew that wasn't going to last, as tall as he was. So in the end, he wound up following his father's footsteps. Now a trainer and based here at Saratoga for the very first time.
Firstly, it's a great place to be. Fantastic racing, great prize money, very competitive action, and we have some owners who are keen to compete here. So a combination of those things led to us having a few horses here. It's the first time we've had horses away from our own base for any length of time, really. So yeah, we're learning day by day, as you always are. And like I say, it's great to be here.
It will be State of Rest to win it here by a length.
Obviously, State of Rest won here last year, and he's been a real flag bearer for us in the last few years. Yeah, that kind of planted the seed in our minds, and a lot of people have given us a lot of help to get us here, and it's very much a learning process, but we're hoping that our horses can run well.
St. Nicholas Abbey, Joey O'Brien for his father, Aidan O'Brien. History is made. St. Nicholas Abbey wins.
I've been very lucky to grow up steeped in the industry. I've learned a hell of a lot from my parents, and I suppose in this game we're always learning, and there's always something coming around the corner that is unexpected or we haven't seen before. Obviously I was quite tall, so I was never going to be able to ride for an extended period of time, but I had an amazing few years riding, and had some great support, and really enjoying the training aspect of the industry now.
Iridessa has taken the lead. Vasilika fights her. Not today for sister Charlie. It will be Iridessa to win for Joseph O'Brien and Wade Lorden.
The Breeders' Cup is a very special meeting. One of the biggest weekends of racing in the world. It's a place that we love to compete if we can have horses good enough to come and run here. And every year it's somewhere that we hope to be and hope to have horses at. So I'm very lucky to be supported by some top owners from all over the world, and yeah, it's great to be here.
Joseph O'Brien, you're just not going to see that very often, guys. Someone who has ridden a Breeders' Cup winner and trained a Breeders' Cup winner. He's done it.
Yeah, he was an unbelievable rider, and he's going to be even better trainer. He's wise beyond his years. He was when he was riding. He was wise beyond his years. I couldn't believe what I was saying. I was just telling the guys off during the commercial that last time that I saw Joseph when he was riding, it was Dubai World Cup. I'd gone into the sauna just to loosen up a little bit. All the horses were in with heavy weights that night, and Joseph had been in there for quite a bit of time. And I looked at him; he was pale, like could count every ribs on, and he just looked like he was suffering. He went out and rode good. I don't know how he was accomplishing it, but he was, and it lasted longer than I thought he was going to. But I'm glad he's doing what he's doing now. He's got to be a lot happier eating what he wants to eat.
I can't believe it's been 11 years since that moment with St.
Right?
Nicholas Abbey, and seeing the family, Aiden, Joseph's mother, all celebrating it together in the winner's circle of a Breeders' Cup race.
It had to be an unbelievable. You could see the smile on Joseph's face, the whole family. And you're right, he was an elite rider, and the kid that was just knew that he had a period of time that he was only going to ride a certain amount of time, and said, hey, you know what, let me learn how to ride a horse, and obviously became an elite rider. Now he knows how to train a horse because his father's one of the best in the world. I think he's going to do very, very fine here in North America if he decides to stay here full time.
Great to have him here at Saratoga, the Caesars Saratoga Derby, one of 3 Grade 1 events on the weekend with the Longines Test and, of course, the Whitney. One left on the Wednesday program. Updated odds for the $16,000 claimer, all for sale, all one for something. Non-winners, 2 lifetime, 7/8 of a mile. And the favorite at the bottom, 8-5 currently, Cathedral Beach. We'll start with 63S, pictured at 26-1.
Yeah, cutting in half in claiming price here, dropping in for 16, still a big price here at 26-1.
Several scratches. Ginsu Warrior. Tom Morley looking for a 3rd win on the afternoon.
Yeah, not a little hat trick. 3-1 from 6-1. I know there's some scratches. You get Dylan Davis aboard, but this horse has been on the turf. Some dirt starts are okay.
Prince of Joy and Louis Cardenas.
Yeah, he possesses some early speed, but he's been fading late.
Yono, the last few, leave a lot to be desired, but he's fresh.
He's fresh, and he's taking a big drop in class off the layoff. Formerly ran for 50,000 and for the 16 today for Brendan Walsh.
Arthurian, a win at Mountaineer, and here he is at Saratoga.
This horse is taking some money, 6-1. Sire Oxbow, who won the Preakness, with the man next to me aboard.
Rajol at 5-1. 1st or 2nd and 3 of 5.
Yeah, and he was 6 beaten 21 last time out, but he was claimed for 25, as you said. In for 16 today after trying 40 last out.
Still having flipping fun, Paul?
Yeah, I'm having a lot of flipping fun. Just don't tell anybody what a Rajol means.
And the favorite, Cathedral Beach, 8-5, 6 minutes out.
Yeah, 7-2 on the morning line. Manny Franco aboard, 7th beaten 35. First time he's been offered up for a claiming price.
Field for the 10th and final on a Wednesday at Saratoga. Haven't signed up just yet. Be a perfect time. Whitney week, so much going on. Use that promo code TOGA200, earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NowRaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. So going back to the favorite, Cathedral Beach, and his lone victory at Aqueduct in March. Having to gut this one out. Again, this is at Aqueduct in front, turning for home. Going to have to dig all the way to the wire, gentlemen.
Just gets it done by a nose. I think the public, I guess Gary, is playing this horse off this race, but the horse has been in maiden special weights against some tough field. This is an 81 buyer. There's not a horse in here that can run this, but the horse hasn't been seen since June, and now the big drop to 16.
Yeah, huge drop from George Weaver. Look, the tote board doesn't usually lie. That's live money coming in right there off the 7-2. So, like they were saying last week, do they know?
Who knew? They knew. They knew, right?
Somebody knows.
Yeah, but Gary is right. He's the lowest in the pick 5 will pays, about 700 and something. He's the lowest in every will pay. I'm a tiny bit surprised, but I can get where they're going. The drop for 16. I do think the 8 is very interesting. Brajol, the 9 too. The 8 is on a similar kind of drop after winning last time out, so maybe you could put into credence. I know you like that horse a little bit, Gary.
I do like him. He was 5th first time out in 2020. Was off, came back in July of 2022 this year, and it was at Mountaineer Park. He won by 3 3/4 lengths. He got left in the starting gate, but his speed figure came back fast on the Thorough Manager is what I used, and it was comparable. Well, it was better than most of the horses in this race. The fastest that Cathedral Beach has run in his last 3 races was a 14 when he broke his maiden special weight here at Aqueduct.
Maggie, Cathedral Beach, trustworthy, 6-5?
Yes, absolutely. I know, on form, maybe not so, because his last 2 races are quite poor, but they were on wet tracks. He's back on a fast track here. He gets it drawn outside. He needs to be aggressively handled. He has the right man on his back to do that in Manny Franco, who's given him a very aggressive warm-up, but it's also been a nicely controlled warm-up, too. This is a horse that can get awfully rambunctious prior to his starts, but he framed himself up nicely, accepting the bit by Manny, and for me, I feel like he doesn't look like the most trustworthy, but watching him, he feels like the most trustworthy. As we'll move on to number 4 in here, Jinzu Warrior. Obviously, look, I know this horse well, and he is coming back off of a week rest, but, I mean, he's a bit of a chunky monkey. He always has been. So weight and conditioning, A-okay. It doesn't matter to him. He's still going to clean up his feed tub every night. My problem is the surface. And it's odd because both the jocks that Tom has had on his back, and Dylan Davis and Javier Castellano, said he seems more like a dirt horse, excuse me, but yet his numbers are that much better on the turf, and he has a turf hoof. My problem is that the dirt breaks away from him because he's such a heavy horse that it leads to poor breaks. So if by some miracle he can get a good break, then he might make a good account of himself. His biggest problem is getting out of the gate, though, on the dirt. As we'll move on to number 7, Yono comes off a bit of a freshening, as you guys were mentioning. He's like a mini version of Quality Road, that long flowing foretop, that typey head, but he's pretty small. As you can see him next to the lead pony, that's a standard size thoroughbred. That lead pony there, he's small. He is a 3-year-old, as some of these are in here. He is very fit, and he's sharp, which is good because he's a horse that doesn't have that much early pace. And I think to be effective here, he's going to have to be in the game. And again, he has an aggressive rider in Ricardo Santana on his back. Now, you guys are interested in Arthurian. He came back to win off of a near 2-year layoff, and he was still very green in that effort. He completely blew the brake. He was climbing early from the kickback. Then he got out wide in the middle of the track at Mountaineer and circled the field. He's a big boy. It feels like there may have been some potential with this horse, as Gary was alluding to. Now, he does show up wearing front wraps. He did not have them on for that comeback race at Mountaineer. So second off the bench, front wraps on, very fit. And you'd have to think he does move forward with that effort under his belt, considering it was such a long layoff he had to contend with. Guys?
Lightly raced 4-year-old gelding Maggie Arthurian. I was impressed more when a horse wins while doing a lot of things wrong, as opposed to early on in their career when they do like everything right. Okay, it makes sense they win. Put everything together, Arthurian, and who knows? Maybe he's good enough to race here.
The thing you have to be careful about is that they don't do the same thing again, that they actually learned their lessons and matured from it, because I've had it go the other way, where I said, wow, he's got a race under his belt now. There's some stuff. Yeah, and the first bit of dirt hits him, and they start sky leaping with you, and you're like, well, I guess he still doesn't like it.
So we have to watch Ginsu Warrior at the start. Big, kind of heavy, as Maggie mentioned, but the ground breaks away from him. Can he get away clean? Arthurian, we're going to see those antics. Will he run straight and true today? Rajol for you, yes, Paul?
Yeah, I think the 9's got a big shot in here. If you look at the 9, he's got 2 efforts, the 74, 72. I know that Orlando Noda took this horse from Todd Pletcher for $25,000, but you don't really raise the horse up for 40 unless they had confidence. Now they drop for 16 because the purse here is $35,000. So basically, if they win this race, they're out. They get $30,000, and maybe they made a little bit of a wager. And Jalen Samuel has already won a race in this meet. He can horseback.
Trying for a second, Brajul. Filing into the gate. Any final thoughts here, Gary?
Wide open race. I'm going with the 8, hoping that he learns some lessons from the race at Mountaineer.
You're banking on him learning and figuring things out after that win. Kind of a mess during the course of a win, but a win nonetheless. Arthurian from Mountaineer to Saratoga. You don't see it often, but here it is, number 8. At 5-1, moving into line, John Ambriel with the remainder of the load and call. Time for the nightcap at Saratoga.
Waiting for Yono. And Cathedral Beach. Set for race 10. And they're off. Cathedral Beach from the far outside. Prince of Joy now moves up. In between those two, it's Arthurian. Three of them across the track with 63S down at the rail racing in fourth. And alongside is Ginzu Warrior. Then a break of 4 lengths. Back to Flipping Fun. And the trailers are Brajol and Yono. The quarter 22 and 4/5 seconds, and it is big long shot Prince of Joy who leads Arthurian here. Prince of Joy by 3 parts of a length. Arthurian is next in second. The favorite Cathedral Beach on the outside in third. And down at the rail is a Ginzu Warrior next in fourth. 4 lengths to 63S and Flipping Fun. The quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds, and the half in 46 and 1. So it is Arthurian. And on the outside, moving up, is the favorite Cathedral Beach. As Prince of Joy has dropped out of it, Ginzu Warriors on the move now as the field turns for home. And Cathedral Beach is all out to hold a narrow lead here. Challenged on the outside by Ginzu Warrior with a furlong to the finish. And Cathedral Beach has now gotten clear. Cathedral Beach has opened up on the field, in front by 5, in front by 6, and maybe more. It is Cathedral Beach to take the nightcap as the 6-5 favorite. Looked like Ginzu Warrior did hold second over a Brajol with Arthurian in fourth.
Crushed in the wagering, and then he just crushes. Cathedral Beach, 6-5, daylight victory in the 10th and final.
Yeah, and the 4-horse Ginsu Warrior held on for second, Paulie.
Come on, Gary. Needed the 9.
I know.
We both said you're going to run second. As soon as I said the 9 was going to run second, and by the way, Maggie was dead right. We were sitting here going, why is the 11 6-5? And Maggie said, well, he's 6-5 because he's going to win like this. And Tom's horse decided to stay on for second and hold off my 9 for my exacta.
I was pulling for the overweight horse. Maggie's like, he's overweight, though, but don't worry about it. He'll be fine.
Tom had a great
He
day.
was.
He did.
So therefore, Maggie had a good day.
Tell you what, the bettors here are very sharp because when you looked at Cathedral Beach, Maggie made a good point as this horse was getting back on a dry racetrack, but just to drop from 16 from a maiden special weight to this horse 1, it's such a giant drop in racing. This horse ran 125 and won by as many as he wanted to.
Those wet racetracks, the big class drop. George Weaver had him ready to roll today. And for the Thoroughbred Acquisition Group, LLC, Manny Franco, Cathedral Beach by several in the 10th and final. 11, 4, 9, 8. We will wrap it all up. When we come back, off and running Whitney Week at Saratoga. Cathedral Beach hammers them in the 10th and final. Stay tuned. Winding things down on Saratoga Live.
There's no doubt that Kentucky breds are #1.
We never could compete with New York and Florida and all those tracks.
We needed a boost, and HHR has given us that boost. The purses that the Kentucky breds are now running for matches how dominant they are. We really have an opportunity to create new jobs and new tax revenue for the state on a year-round basis.
This is just the beginning. I don't think anybody has any idea how good it's going to get.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Easiest of wins, Cathedral Beach. Manny Franco checking with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Pleased to be joined by one member of Thoroughbred Acquisition Group, Ben Wonder. And Ben, it sounds so official, your syndicate name, but you're like, nah, it's just me and 3 friends from Florida.
That's correct, yeah. George, Bill, Cheech, we've all been good friends. Actually met at the track as bettors and decided we wanted to go in on a horse together. This is one of our second or third together, and but the first win we've had at Saratoga, so fantastic. So
You've been very loyal to Saratoga. You come up here every year. This has got to feel good, right?
I mean, this is really what it's about. I mean, you know, I've been a part of Donegal Racing for some time. As a syndicate, we've had some magical success, but this is actually my first win being here in the winner's circle at Saratoga. And it's really what it's all about. And that's kind of why I do this. When I fell in love with this place, you know, only like 7 years ago, and it was my first time here, and I'm here every summer, and this is what racing is about. So.
And you bring a special guest with you every year. He doesn't come to the track, but you have a road partner.
I do. My dog Brody, which actually my own stable I named after him, Brody Racing. So when we do run under that, but we also run under Thoroughbred Acquisition and others. Brody loves Saratoga, and it's really exciting for both of us. So.
Well, Ben, congratulations, and Cathedral Beach proving much the best today.
Thank you so much. All right.
All right, guys, always magical when you get that first win as a real owner in Saratoga.
I hope the Thoroughbred Acquisition Group wins like a derby someday. Like, Cheech, could you step in here? Can we get your reaction, please? Excuse, don't mind the dog. Cathedral Beach, 440, and yeah, the first win at Saratoga. Owner, trainer, jockey, a moment he will never forget.
Pretty cool.
No, it's special. As you can see, the pick 4 paid $100, but you got to get involved in the pick 5, $764. And it started out the pick 5 with your second choice. So it basically bumped 5-2 shot, played as a 7-1 shot. Lafitte.
Biggest, look, Poca Mucho is the biggest price there at $9.
Yeah,
I've
learned to leave Joe Rosario off a ticket before. That's
Don't
called
make
pain.
it pay.
It's almost like leaving Todd Pletcher off. Leave Pletcher off, leaving a stretcher.
It's
leave
off Pletcher.
Yes.
That'd be great if he was like a middle linebacker.
Right.
Marcia and Joe, congrats. Edging out Del Mar Dennis. Did you ever ride Del Mar Dennis?
I don't believe I did.
He's a good horse.
By the way, dude, is Bigfoot can handicap? Do I see his name a lot? It seems like I see Bigfoot a lot.
Bigfoot's always in the mix.
Chooch is all right, too.
Cheech. Marcia
Another
and
Chooch.
Joe. Marcia and Joe, congrats taking down the Saratoga Showdown. So again, just getting started on Whitney Week, the Grade 1 Whitney 95th edition taking place on Saturday. Always one of the most prestigious races every summer, one of the most important races for older horses all year. Breeders' Cup Challenge event, winning your in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Life is Good. Todd Pletcher has 3. This is the best 6-5 morning line favorite. Life is Good. Gary took some time off after the trip overseas, and here he was in the John Nehru tuning up for the Whitney.
Yeah, and super impressive as always. Just reaching, stretching. Race was over with early on. I love his draw. Not that it was going to matter for the Whitney on Saturday. Drawn 6 of 6. No straws in his path, and there were no straws in his path here either.
Yeah, and Gary, I don't even know if he was 100% cranked. I think he's going to be 100% cranked for the Whitney because he's going to have to deal with a lot deeper competition, which is scary, considering that he's been working in the morning. Lafitte, like you said, unreal.
Amelia Green, exercise rider, said, quote, best work might be best work ever from Life is Good. You could see it earlier. Richie Migliore was discussing it. She had her feet in the dashboard, just trying to get him pulled up. It sounds simple enough, but it's a simple combination. To be that fast and to be able to run that far. Like sprinter speed, and he can carry it 9 furlongs, maybe 10 furlongs. We'll have a wait-and-see approach with a 1.25 miles.
Yeah, what he did in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile last year was amazing. He was rattling off the fractions, and I'm watching how is he doing this and how is he going to be able to accelerate coming off the turn. And he dropped and hit another turn, another gear coming off of the turn. Listen, Todd's not the first one that had some things some complaints about the depth of the track at Medan earlier this spring. There were several trainers that just said that it was grossly deep, and our American horses are not used to it and reacting. All right, built-in excuses. Yeah, I didn't handle the racetrack. I believe it when I heard it from the people I heard it from.
He did
that it was a deep racetrack. It was a throw-out race for me.
He wasn't for a second hesitant about 1.25 miles. He still believes that Life is Good can be maybe not at his best, but I don't know that he needs to be at his best, but still that 1.25 miles we could see in the future for Life is Good. But in the meantime, he does have to deal with Olympiad in the Whitney, who's been in an absolute zone, Paul. And here he is over American Revolution in the Foster, a 5th consecutive victory, 4 straight graded stakes wins.
The American Revolution on the far outside with the big white face. He looks like he's going to give Olympiad a little bit here to deal with late. But see, Olympiad's ears went up there for a split second. He's flipping them back and forth. I really feel he has more to offer, and he's just getting better and better at the right time. Now, can he deal with a horse like Life is Good, who's going to put him in complete chase mode? Because Life is Good is those Tiger horses, Gary, like a Knicks go. They just try to run you off their feet. They try to take the heart out of you early. Olympiad needs to stay focused.
Yeah, he does. And the thing about Life is Good, it's not like uncontrollable speed.
No.
It's controlled speed, a high cruising speed. I've been on horses that maybe not quite like him, but on some very fast horses that had the high cruising speeds. When you're rattling off a 22 and change, feels like they're going 24 and change when you're sitting on their back. You come back, you look at the tote board at the fractions, you're like, I didn't feel that. Did not feel like that.
Paula, even for the speed figure guys, like there isn't this huge discrepancy between Olympiad, his best, and Life is Good.
No.
It's not like he has to improve, leaps in volumes to compete with Life is Good as good as he is.
He doesn't, and he's the kind of horse that maybe a full field would help him because somebody can maybe put some pressure on Life is Good, but let's be realistic. Charlatan's gone. There's no way they can put pressure on Life is Good unless Nick's Ghost somehow resurrects and comes back. So they're going to have to catch Life is Good. So is Olympiad up for the task? It's going to be very interesting because he is really razor sharp right now.
What a week. 11 stakes races, several of the graded stakes variety. Saturday,
2 and over 3.5 million. Is a sire on fire. Join the momentum today at WarDancerStud.com.
Red, ready to go for a ride, buddy? I'm gonna miss you, Red.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation provides the best equine research to treat the horses we love.
I missed you, little boy.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.